Welcome to the True Crime Cult. Now here's your leader of the True Crime Cult. Ha 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 ha.
How is everyone doing tonight? I am well rested. I slept almost all day today. What I want to get into tonight is a little discussion on the Idaho Poor. With a new video by Chaos Sector. Everyone out there watching and listening, go give a shout out to the Chaos Sector and go leave a like on their channel.
Welcome to the Chaos Sector.
Hello, Larry.
We're not focusing on the trial right now because it's clearly going nowhere until evidence is presented in trial. We will wait till the trial begins, evidence presented, and we will definitely break that down. Let's go back to the timeline before everything happened, because there is clearly misdirection. We can never know the exact setting at the home, despite what has been reported. We don't even know if Kaylee and Maddie even made it back to the home, to be honest. We don't.
I do want to unveil my new mods tonight too. They are Ashley N, Bianca K, and Pebbles. They'll be joining here shortly.
Don't know if Ethan and Xana ever made it back. We're just assuming they did. It seems likely they did. So that's what we've always drawn theories from. I say this because it was never confirmed which set of victims were attacked first. We assume Ethan and Xana were first because they're on the second floor and Kaylee and Maddie on the third. But if Maddie had spilled the beans, it gives the indication that the third floor was targeted first. Another oddity about News Nation, they claim that Gonzalez made calls from 2:30 a.m. to 3 a.m. to ex-boyfriend Jake Schreiger. Don't you mean Jack Decor? I don't recall any reports claiming Jake, who was Maddie's boyfriend, by the way, I don't recall any reports of Jake being called that night. Now pay attention, this exact time frame from 2:30 a.m. to 3 a.m. is the same time frame the mainstream media and authorities reported that it was Jack Decor who was being called. Where is Jake coming from? Furthermore, if you have Jake's name, this means someone gave you the boyfriend or ex-boyfriend of Maddie, right? So how does this happen? That so-called updated article from News Nation was published December 30th, 2022, ironically the same day that Koberger was arrested. Many may not make a big deal about this and claim it's information that got misinterpreted or names got mixed up. The problem is, those names don't get mixed up. They're not similar, especially the last name. How do you get Decor and Schreiger mixed up? You don't. In addition, this is the boyfriend of Maddie on top of that. In this article, there is no mention of Jack Decor. Yet wasn't he the one who was called during that time frame? Again, another oddity. See, these are things we break down. What I can conclude from this is it was Jack Showalter who was called, and they couldn't get in touch with Showalter and then called Jake. Showalter is best friends with Jake, and Maddie had called Showalter first, because apparently he stayed down the street. Couldn't get in touch with him for obvious reasons, we explained, and then Jake was called. Not sure when the report of Jack Decor being called was published, but it doesn't matter from this perspective. But it does matter in the perspective that they tried to make it the ex-boyfriend instead of Showalter, who had previously warned the girls about obviously a danger. They made it the ex and claimed it was, quote, late-night power calling, starting to think they never actually made any of those calls. Since the perpetrators framed one of the victims in ordering some fucking food with DoorDash, it's also logical those phone calls were just made to make it appear they were alive. We also presented that as a possibility in the first series. If anyone remembers in our simulation series, we addressed how Jack DeCoeur was reported as being like 26 in an
Lulu.
article, but 22 in another one. And some claimed, no, Jack is 22. He went to such and such high school. It's public information on it. But how could his age get confused like that then? Where did the individual who knew Jack was the ex-boyfriend, knew that the couple was together for 5 years, also get the age of Jack wrong in claiming he was 26? Do you think they got wrong information? Well, they got all the other information right regarding Jack, right? I believe Jack was 26 at that time. And of course, we broke that down. He was 21 and Kaylee was 16. The parents of both find out at some point and decided to let them date as long as Jack respected Kaylee. We went on to link a motive, of course, that Jack was devastated that Kaylee had decided to move on and didn't want to let her go. Being with Kaylee from 21 to 26 years old, Jack had basically saw her as his future wife. Maybe Kaylee thought that at one point in the relationship, but things changed. Family members from both sides even suggested that they were planning on getting back together. Says who? Because Kaylee had moved out of that house, moved out of town, and was pursuing a career in another state, thousands of miles away. Didn't seem like Kaylee had plans on getting back together. Comes back to Moscow and wasn't allowed to leave ever again. Kaylee had realized the dangers and decided to leave. I would have assumed that Maddie would want to relocate as well, to be with her best friend, start families together, But it appeared she didn't have plans on leaving. Maybe she did. Who knows? The point to all of this is those housemates were targeted. The victims were the targets. It wasn't a random massacre. The house wasn't the target, as Moscow PD presented as a possibility. It was specifically those housemates. And of course, the obvious problem further in this article. The surviving housemates woke up and discovered one of their housemates on the second floor, unresponsive and call friends over. Unresponsive is a very vague statement and obviously a wait for it term used for damage control. Because guess what Moscow PD described the scene as? They discovered a bloody and gruesome scene at the home. I guess the so-called surviving housemates were blindfolded and had aroma patches covering their noses. Yeah, get the entire fuck out of here. But interesting, though, one of the housemates unresponsive on the second floor, Dylan coming around the corner, would see this housemate on the second floor. And that would be Ethan, laying in the hallway. We all know they discovered the housemates deceased. But in this scenario, Dylan first spotted Ethan, quote, unresponsive on the floor, called friends over as she slowly approached the bedroom. And as she got closer, she saw all the blood pouring on the floor, then seeing Xana laying deceased in the bedroom with blood pouring on the floor. The key element they will erase from this is the very fact that they knew the housemates were deceased. Before even approaching the body, you would suspect that Ethan had been harmed or even murdered. But, what do you expect with a cover-up? Guess Gray Hughes doesn't feel the need to recreate that scene in the home and present the animation
Rodney.
to court TV. Oh, hell no. Hughes wouldn't dare present what actually occurred in that home. We have a few animators on the team, we might just do that. Here's the thing. The motive is the focus for us. It always has been. Ethan, Xana, Kaylee, and Maddie were the victims. Dylan and Bethany were spared. Yes, they were spared. Even in the narrative, it was the alleged Koberger. They were spared. If he had a target, then he decided to take out multiple people who were not the target. And we have to keep reiterating this. A K-bar knife is sharp and, of course, deadly. But in a physical engagement, the variables to that lone killer narrative are just too unpredictable. The only way a lone killer could accomplish this is either the victims were murdered in their sleep, such as having their throats slit, or fatal blows that incapacitate the victim from being able to put up a struggle against the lone killer. Or, well, you would have to have a very strong individual who could wield the knife without any complications due to the victims reaching and attempting to prevent being stabbed. We're not saying Koberger isn't a strong person, but I think Ethan is the determining factor to the lone killer narrative. Ethan was reported as being discovered in the hallway, and in another report, he was discovered in Xana's bed. We went over this, but again, for new audience members. If Ethan is discovered in Xana's bed without any signs of resistance, it is painting the narrative that he was murdered in his sleep or had suffered a fatal blow. If I'm not mistaken, the autopsy report didn't state that Ethan suffered a fatal blow, such as to his heart, neck, lungs, or any other vital organ. His wounds were described as, quote, sharp, blunt force. This blunt force, combined with Xana's physical struggle, indicates that in this scenario, both victims were being attacked within the same time frame. And that indicates there were multiple people. See if Ethan was awake and aware he is protecting his girl to the death. And if he isn't successful, at least he went down as a strong defense, which would also give Xana time to run away. That's what the protector wants his girl to do, if she can. Mind you, we stick with the scenario of Ethan being discovered away, not the bed, because that creates the setting where Ethan was murdered in his sleep. Okay, let's break that down. The so-called lone killer enters Xana's bedroom. She's awake, by the way. Ugh, we went over this, but once again, Xana is awake. Based on their claim, she was waiting for her DoorDash and being on TikTok, right? So the killer enters the room. Immediately, Xana screams. Ethan is awakened. He sees the killer with a knife. And even if the killer proceeds to stab Ethan based on the same fight that Xana put up, what do you think happened in this scenario? You guessed it. Xana is going to fight in this scenario as well. So even though Ethan may have suffered some injuries, he more than likely hasn't suffered a fatal blow. Still, fighting for his life and his girlfriend, who is right by his side, presenting enough resistance that can possibly give them the upper hand. So this is why Ethan was alluded to being asleep when he was murdered, by claiming he was discovered in Xana's bed. Mind you, they never confirmed that any of those housemates were asleep. They alluded to it, which of course makes it more convincing that a lone killer could just walk into that home and murder 4 people. And another thing to that is it places the victims in those locations during the attacks as well, which obviously changes the time frame in which the murders would be successful, and also how the lone killer would be able to handle squirming housemates running around after being stabbed or aware of the danger in the home. In other words, there were multiple killers, and the housemates couldn't escape. Okay, fuckers, we're breaking your lies down one by one. Now with these 4 being the victims, we break down what the motive would be and how each victim is connected to that motive. The drug-related motive would suggest that those 4 victims were involved in drug-related activity or associations that led to being targeted. Maddie spilled the beans to Adam. Kaylee wondered about it, so we can assume both girls were targeted based on this motive. Now for Ethan and Xana, there isn't any proof that they were targeted related to that motive. It's possible, but maybe they were trying to help their peers and also were murdered? It's possible. Based on the Linda Lane audio, I think Ethan and Xana were in that alleyway before the attacks on Kaylee and Maddie had occurred. He was beaten severely. Xana and Ethan come back home. Kaylee and Maddie then call Jack about it, and soon after they're all murdered. You may say, wait, you're presenting conflicting scenarios all at once. What I'm doing is trying to zone in on specific time frames that will help determine when the attacks and murders occurred. Ethan's mother stated that 2 a.m. was a dark hour. Xana's father claimed that he spoke to her around 12 a.m., and apparently the couple was at home around that time eating pizza. Okay, let's try to sort all of this out. First, the 2 a.m. hour being dark is not based on the hour itself. Now, it is reported that Ethan and Xana arrived back around
I'm bad about that, guys.
to, well, settle some type of score. Some claim that one of Ethan's so-called friends had challenged him to a fight, as he was actually jealous of Ethan,
Hey, sweet
and it
surrender.
finally ended up resulting in a fight. It's possible because there were several males heard in that audio analysis. Several females were heard as well, and one assumed to be named Aiden had screamed out OMG. And the way that was stated, my friends, is her reacting to witnessing someone lying on the ground after being beaten, unconscious, or even deceased. We also tried to decipher a segment of her statements, which was either stating, you lied, or he died, and the male is saying, no, no, no. As he is noticing the female, Aiden, is showing signs she may reveal something and yells out her name, attempting to prevent her from announcing it to the neighborhood. So based on that analysis, we know that something had happened in which the male is trying to prevent the neighborhood from knowing, such as housemates from a specific home. I believe someone posted a comment saying that could be something totally unrelated to those housemates, such as typical college students drunk and even a couple having
Hey,
an
Jenny.
argument, not with Ethan's name heard. This activity is related to or even centered around an individual named Ethan. Also in that Linda Lane audio analysis, we hear a female state quote, poor guy. She is observing this guy being beaten and felt bad for him. Other males are heard, and this is when what sounds like someone being slammed against a vehicle was heard. There is no confusion, misinterpretation. The female literally states poor guy, and a male is heard yelling, and a sound effect of what sounds like someone being slammed against a vehicle was heard. This is evidence, my friends. We need to keep this at the forefront of the investigation. And this would be around 2:20 a.m. Ethan's mother states 2 a.m. is a dark hour. I mean, it's obvious who this was in that audio analysis. Okay, stop right there. All right, Xana's father claimed he spoke to her around 12 a.m. and the couple was physically at home during this time. So did they head off to the house for some, quote, alone time? Understandable, get away from the party, spend some quiet time together. But did they return to the party or did they stay at home? Because based on the mainstream media's accounts, they weren't even at the Sigma Chi party, right? But in the affidavit, they are at the party from 10 p.m. to 1:45 a.m. Who in the hell is telling the truth here? It pains me to say this, but it's the mainstream media, because they would get that same time frame from the authorities. So why would the authorities also state they were at the party then? All right, let's dig deeper. The reason they said they were at the party when they weren't is because if they were at home, like Xana's father claims, well, they would be back before everyone else, including the mysterious or even suspicious Dylan. If they're at home, it's likely around 4 a.m. they would be asleep, instead of Xana ordering DoorDash and being on TikTok. That would have happened perhaps when everyone else arrived back home, approximately 2 a.m. By 4 a.m., Ethan and Xana would more than likely be asleep, due to being at home earlier for that span of time. You understand? So that's to justify the DoorDash and TikTok narrative. I think the other reason is when Dylan got home, there is something to her arrival back at home. Something tells me she wasn't alone. Maybe her boyfriend came back. Bonnie and Clyde were all there, and Ethan or Xana, or even both, were not too fond of Bonnie and Clyde. This may have led to an altercation. Clyde challenges Ethan to a fight. Ethan obliges, and they go outside and fight. Ethan is basically beaten up, and then Xana may have said something like, I know what you guys do. I'll call the cops, and they came back and murdered Ethan and Xana. There is something to the misdirection of Ethan and Xana's whereabouts in the reports. That misdirection is linked to their deaths. Again, News Nation reported that Ethan and Xana's whereabouts were not known from 9 p.m. to 1:45 a.m. Where are they getting this information from, if not the authorities who contacted their peers, even those who attended the party? Of course, it would be a report from the authorities. But in the same breath, Bethany saw Ethan and Xana at the party from 10 p.m. to 1:45 a.m. We mentioned this, Bethany didn't quote, see Ethan and Xana at the party from 10 p.m. to 1:45 a.m., because that would mean she, quote, saw them for close to 4 hours. You don't see someone for 4 hours, especially if you're fellow housemates. You're at the party with those housemates, regardless if you didn't arrive at the same time. You're more than likely going to leave together, or at least let each other know when you're leaving. And this is why they made it appear that nobody knew Ethan and Xana's whereabouts. because it creates a mystery to throw you off from the fact that Bethany was right along with them at the party. But you may say, how can they create the mystery if they report Bethany saw them at the party from 10 p.m. to 1:45 a.m.? It's to create confusion. Yeah, they worded it that way, to make it appear she wasn't actually attending the party, but, quote, stopped by and saw them at the party. In addition, with Bethany physically at the party, more than likely, this means they went to the party together that night. Remember, Bethany and Dylan were not together. Dylan's whereabouts, like fucking Where's Waldo, her whereabouts were intentionally left out. She could have been anywhere, and may have even still been at home, while everyone else had gone out. Pretended to head out, then came back home, setting up the plot. Ethan and Xana come back home early, spot Bonnie and Clyde in the home, and wondered why they were there. Think about it. Dot's claim seemed more and more legitimate here. Dylan's whereabouts were not accounted for, which opens the door of her potentially being involved in the murders. The DoorDash driver was not identified, but the private driver was. The DoorDash driver was Bonnie. One is a so-called surviving housemate who nobody knows where she was before the murders, and a so-called DoorDash driver who pretended to deliver food to one of the victims. I don't know about anyone else,
What do you
but
guys think about that?
we aren't going to bite our tongues here. Dylan's whereabouts were not accounted for because she was with Bonnie and Clyde at the home. Yes, at the home. She pretended to go out, but came back to the home. Bonnie and Clyde had called her regarding those housemates and their locations, etc. I bet $1 octillion that if they had searched Dylan's phone, they would see text messages and phone calls from Bonnie and Clyde. But even if you're protecting Dylan, I mean, you could still come up with an actual alibi, right? Out on the town was the best they could come up with? Where exactly out on the town? When you asked Dylan where she was and she told you out on the town, you didn't feel the need to get an actual location? Oh, that's good enough. No need to specify where exactly out on the town. It could be out on the back porch discussing the plan with Bonnie and Clyde. I mean, yeah, why not? Dot saw them in that very spot later that morning. Dylan never left the home because she had to stay there to set everything up with the perpetrators. We had a growing feeling she was involved with the murders even more so when her whereabouts were not accounted for. We knew then that Dylan had been involved. It doesn't mean she did any physical harm to her housemates, and we can suggest she was told what to do. But regardless of the circumstances, Dylan was involved in the plan to murder those housemates. As for Bethany, the only thing that we focus on is the defense claims she has exculpatory evidence. She was willing to testify, so this indicates she either was ready to snitch in being a part of it, or she was willing to snitch on those who were a part of it. And this would be a dreadful nightmare for the prosecution because Dylan would end up being exposed eventually in that testimony, which leads to Kohberger being exonerated based on the evidence presented in her testimony. Now, if we broke this down, you better believe Bethany's attorney, the prosecution, the FBI, Moscow PD, and all who are covering it up wouldn't dare let Bethany testify. Judge gabbles down, preliminary hearing shut down, Bethany isn't allowed to testify, and for Dylan, she dodged the deadliest bullet ever known to mankind. Now, let's try to figure out what Bethany's exculpatory evidence is. There has been speculation that Bethany saw a naked man running outside. Not sure where that is coming from because it's not in her affidavit and definitely not from a testimony.
Hey,
So if it's
Willow.
not from those sources, before someone says, oh, that was in her affidavit, don't get lost in the fuckery. There is no proof of her affidavit released. That shows that. These are rags, regurgitating rumors and theories in threads. Ironically, debunk rumors and theories that go against Kohberger being the killer in those same threads. Some rag called The Mirror claims that Bethany saw a naked man running out of the sliding doors. Quote, according to the affidavit, she allegedly witnessed a naked man run through a rear sliding door. She lived on the first floor of the home and came face to face with the alleged killer, unquote. Now, how in the flying
Marietta.
fuck did Bethany see the naked man run through the rear sliding doors, which are on the second floor if she was on the first floor? For her to see this, she would have to be outside. It says, according to the affidavit, that is false. That's to convince the reader that the claim is backed by an official police report. It says she literally saw the naked man run through the rear sliding doors. Yes, through the sliding doors. The only way she could see this would be if she was standing outside the home, in the driveway. I mean, this is fucktardation. And they had the audacity to claim it was according to an affidavit. This was to actually justify Dylan's affidavit, making it appear they both saw the same Koberger. But Dylan would have seen the naked man, right? Wasn't he clad in black clothing on his way out the door? And the alleged Koberger wasn't parked in front of the house, so he would head the opposite direction of Bethany's view to the back of the house, around to Queen Road parking. This is ridiculous, but not surprising. It is alluding to Koberger dumping the alleged jumpsuit in his, quote, kill kit, then running outside naked for everyone to see him, and hauling ass out of town in his light bulb. Think about it. It doesn't add up. I would suggest that the exculpatory evidence is centered around the time frame Ethan and Xana came home around 12 a.m. They were at the party for a few hours. Bethany was there. They decided to head back home. Get home, and to their surprise, Dylan is at home with Bonnie and Clyde there, and everything kind of went downhill from there. Someone notified Bethany at the party that there was a bit of trouble at home. She came back, and that's where the exculpatory evidence is coming from. It's only something she would know coming back to the home, as Dylan was already there. And her affidavit obviously presented a specific timeline that would be contradicted based on Bethany's accounts. Remember that exculpatory evidence would exonerate Koberger from the murder charges. And witnessing Bonnie and Clyde at the home, causing trouble with Ethan and Xana, it's something she saw personally. The reason the defense obviously didn't call on Dylan is because she had already given a description of Koberger. They sought out Bethany because somewhere, at some point, either her or somebody else had spoke out about Bethany knowing something, such as the communication to her while she was at the party. She came back home, and everything she saw and heard during that 1 a.m. to 2:20 a.m. time frame is the evidence that the defense wanted her to testify in court about.
I want to add a few things here. Remember, Moscow PD had obtained that Linda Lane surveillance very early on. In fact, most didn't even know which surveillance they had. Now, if we examined that audio and revealed all of that evidence, Moscow PD definitely knew, meaning they heard the same name, Ethan, being heard, linked to a physical altercation. Just wanted to wake you up a bit. Here's another one. I want to address the Pi-Fi issue again. We claimed that Dylan was not a Pi-Fi in previous episodes. Many claimed she was one. We researched it, and it appeared she was a Pi-Fi. But once again, the information seems to always get confusing. If anyone remembers our episodes regarding this, we pointed out that in an article, it doesn't have Dylan as a Pi-Fi, but it had Bethany as a Pi-Fi, along with her sisters in the house. If Dylan was a Pi-Fi, why did they report that only Bethany was one? I'll wait for something rational to come to everyone's brain. Well, time's up. Dylan wasn't a Pi-Fi. She may have been associated with them, but she wasn't actually a Pi-Fi. We're not very privy to the Greek life, but I would assume if she was an actual Pi-Fi sister, that report wouldn't only have Bethany as one. You're looking at it, right smack dab on the screen, but you may need it recited back to you to really grasp it. Quote, both Mortensen and Funk were roommates of the 3 slain girls, and Funk was in the same sorority, Pi Beta Phi, as Kernodal and Mogan. We used this same segment of the article in that episode and highlighted the key terms. The term "an" is distinguishing a difference between Dylan and Bethany here. You understand? Dylan and Bethany were roommates of the 3 slain girls, and they both were in the same sorority, Pi Beta Phi. It does not say this, which means Dylan was not, I repeat, was not a Pi Phi. I mean, doesn't this seem strange to everyone? Going all the way back to where it started with the WSU Kim claims, we broke down that the individual who had notified other sisters was, of course, Bethany, because she was reported as being a Pi Phi, and Dylan wasn't. This is all linked to what has been broken down thus far in the episode, my friends. It was Bethany who had called other sisters about the incident, but it's possible she had left the home after notifying them. She had witnessed what she witnessed, didn't want to stick around in that house with dead housemates, and got the hell out of there. Yeah, could have called the authorities, but Greek life does not do this. They call fellow Greek members, and they handle the problems. Dylan, on the other hand, had no choice but to stick around, because she was a part of the conspiracy to murder those housemates, either it be voluntarily or involuntarily. It was Bethany who was the actual witness, not Dylan, because Dylan was one of the conspirators. And that likelihood to betray your housemates may come from the fact that she wasn't really a sister. We broke this down, of course. Since she was not a real sister, Dylan couldn't really be trusted from the outside looking in. Oh, but there's tons of photos of her with Pi-Fi t-shirts on. She's at all the events. Well, tell that to the person who wrote the article. That doesn't have her as a Pi-Fi sister, along with Bethany, Xana, and Madison. I suspect that Bethany left within the wee hours of the night and never came back. We all wondered why Bethany didn't have anything significant in her affidavit. It's because what she knew, they didn't want to publicly.
Question for chat. They just said Dylan was outside looking in. Could she have been that person on Reddit inside looking?
Tell everyone. Obviously, it would conflict with what Dylan so-called stated. Do you see the flip-flop? The actual witness, meaning the person who was innocent, her accounts were quashed, just like her testimony. But the conspirator, oh, she has so much information to provide the public about that night. Bethany got the hell out of there after those murders, but they injected her in every setting at the home after she was already gone. They claim she was there the following morning when the housemates, quote, discovered their peers unconscious. They even claimed she was texting
Listen to
Dylan
what
during
they
the
said.
murders. Bethany may have could have called the authorities, but Greek life does not do this. They call fellow Greek members, and they handle the problems. Dylan, on the other hand, had no choice but to stick around because she was a part of the conspiracy to murder those housemates, either it be voluntarily or involuntarily. It was Bethany who was the actual witness, not Dylan, because Dylan was one of the conspirators. And that likelihood to betray your housemates may come from the fact that she wasn't really a sister. We broke this down, of course. Since she was not a real sister, Dylan couldn't really be trusted from the outside looking in. Oh, but there's tons
Right there. Do you think the person on Reddit, the inside looking, was Dylan and not Brian?
of photos of her with Pi-Fi t-shirts on. She's at all the events. Well, tell that to the person who wrote the article. That doesn't have her as a Pi-Fi sister, along with Bethany, Xana, and Madison. I suspect that Bethany left within the wee hours of the night and never came back. We all wondered why Bethany didn't have anything significant in her affidavit. It's
Okay. They just said that Dylan was on the outside looking in. Do you think she could be inside looking on Reddit? Because they just said she wasn't a Pi-Fi. Could she be inside looking on Reddit? Because they just said she was outside looking in. Get it? Inside looking?
because what she knew, they didn't want to publicly tell everyone. Obviously, it would conflict with what Dylan so-called stated. Do you see the
Yeah,
flip-flop?
Willow.
The actual witness, meaning the person who was innocent, her accounts were quashed, just like her testimony. But the conspirator, oh, she has so much information to provide the public about that night. Bethany got the hell out of there after those murders, but they injected her in every setting at the home after she was already gone. They claim she was there the following morning when the housemates, quote, discovered their peers unconscious. They even claimed she was texting Dylan during the murders. Bethany may have texted Dylan. Yeah. After she was down the road, called whoever to come pick her up, and got as far away from there as possible. Later that morning, Bethany was back in her hometown of Nevada. Dylan was left to deal with the problems she contributed to. That's karma for you, right? I mean, as a friend, would you leave the house if you knew that one of your housemates had something to do with the other housemates being murdered? I'm thinking, for your safety first, you would definitely leave. Because if Dylan was a part of conspiring against those housemates, it's possible she would attempt to have Bethany harmed that same night. I want you all to examine a few photos of Dylan and Bethany. I don't think it's just me, but it looks like Bethany does not really embrace Dylan. But with Xana and Maddie, her actual Pi-Fi sisters, she has a genuine smile and happiness. With Dylan, it's like she's forced to carry out the sham of Dylan being a Pi-Fi. We even suggested that the only reason she was living in that house is because she offered some sort of financial assistance and perhaps brought the very drug element into the home that ended up costing those housemates their lives. And Bethany definitely would get away from her after that. If we were to get a testimony from her, she would air Dylan out big time. Quote, "She wasn't a sister. She was trying to bribe her way into being a pie-fi. She fucking started trouble in the house and made things dangerous for us. After she moved in, all types of strange and suspicious people started coming over. I felt like she was making things dangerous for the household, and she didn't seem to care about what everyone else thought. I never trusted her, but I tried to be nice and give her the benefit of the doubt." Unquote. Pictures are worth 1,000 words, but there's only one word to describe Bethany's look: disgusted. I know it seems a bit cruel to say this about Dylan, but she clearly was involved. Bethany has the exculpatory evidence, which includes Dylan's involvement in the murders. We're pretty good on reading people's body language, and from the jump, we assumed Bethany was the soft-spoken housemate who was a bit more down to earth. And we never viewed any of their TikTok content, neither. It was based off the photos released. We depicted Dylan as the troublemaker in the house based on the photos released. It was her demeanor. I want to be the cool chick. I want to be the center of attention, and was jealous of others who had more popularity. Yep, that's a motive right there. So a growing dislike for your housemates gives you the drive to go with a plan to harm the one you're jealous of.
Well, that pretty much solved the case, right? Anyone familiar with the chaos? There's no room for censoring anything. People's lives have been taken, and if someone or a group of individuals may be involved and the evidence starts to build up against them, there's no room for censoring anything. In our analysis, we came to the logical conclusion that Dylan was the key connection to the drug trafficking element from that house. Again, Dot claims to have spotted Dylan, Bonnie, and Clyde, and 2 other males outside the home that morning. Bonnie and Clyde were physically in that home that night, and Ethan and Xana had come back and found it suspicious. Xana calls her dad, telling him there were drug dealers in the home and felt there may have been danger. The father advises her and Ethan to just mind their business and lock their bedroom door. Remember, he had visited the home to fix the lock on her bedroom door. Soon after, Bonnie and Clyde tell Dylan they may be a problem. She knocks on the door, an argument ensues, Clyde and Ethan get into it and go outside and fight. Ethan loses the fight, Xana is held back by Bonnie, and, we can't know how that panned out in how they physically were found deceased in the home. But the fact that Bonnie pretended to be the DoorDash driver for Xana specifically, there may have been an altercation between these two prior, such as when Ethan and Xana came home early around 12 p.m. What do you guys think? Because for Bonnie to so-called deliver DoorDash to Xana, when we obviously know she hadn't ordered anything, why would Bonnie specifically choose Xana out of all the housemates to pretend to deliver to? Once again, Xana never ordered Jack in a crack that night because the crack employee described Bonnie as the DoorDash driver and had ordered and delivered it. So we know Xana never ordered the crack. Xana and Bonnie get into it, and Bonnie chose to pretend to deliver the crack to Xana, well, because she was someone who didn't approve of them being in the house. Bonnie knew those housemates, or at least knew some, and was known by others. And with all due respect to Xana's mother, maybe Bonnie and Clyde were associated with her, and this is why Xana despised them. So of course, she would definitely have a problem with them being at the home that night, because from her view, they are the very scum that contributed to her mother's drug addiction and problems. Regardless of a drug addiction, mother and daughter loved each other, but of course, a lot of anger and resentment existed. Mind you, we have to keep stressing this. Students had confirmed that Bonnie and Clyde were the major pushers in town. Xana didn't like them. Ethan, of course, will defend Xana's resentment towards them, and that led to a fight against Clyde. In the other audio from the actual neighbor's camera, we hear a black male, and this would be Clyde, based on all the information and evidence presented. The biggest reason we know this black male is Clyde is because we know it was Bonnie who delivered the crack. Another male was heard in that audio saying, quote, "Do we have a problem here?" As if to say, who is causing problems for us, who need to be dealt with. A male is heard, which he states, quote, "Emma, get over here." He would be on the phone with her. It's all adding up. Bonnie had left some time prior when the goons came to murder those housemates, or was there when it happened, then rushed to the crack. The neighbor calls Bonnie because he already knew she was involved. She arrives later, of course, as the so-called DoorDasher. Of course, the mainstream media claimed the audio was fake, performing, you guessed it, damage control. we put all of this together, we have a solid timeline of events. Ethan and Xana had left the party around 12 a.m., and in this scenario, Bethany seeing them at the party makes more sense. You see, they're hiding the truth and the timeline of events. Came back home only to find Dylan with Bonnie and Clyde, perhaps hanging out in the living room. Mind you, the living room is next to Xana's bedroom as well. Xana calls her father about these drug pushers in the house. They are advised to just go in the bedroom and stay out of whatever business that Dylan had with the pushers. Some time may have passed before anything happened. Perhaps in relation to Maddie and Kaylee, with Jack's warning, maybe Jack was warning the girls about Bonnie and Clyde, right? And they were both there talking to Dylan, instructing her to set up her housemates. And Ethan and Xana come home earlier than Dylan expected, and well, things got a bit suspicious. Perhaps after 30 minutes or so, a dispute ensues. Xana may have gotten into it with Bonnie. Clyde tries to threaten her, Ethan steps in, and they end up going outside to fight. Ethan is defending not only his girlfriend, but also he is defending the safety of the home as well. Since Bonnie and Clyde would be, quote, feared in the neighborhood, everyone would just observe what happened without informing the authorities. Although they're not the biggest fish, they are connected to the bigger fish, so people know not to play with them. But if you're put in a position to defend your girl, you do it. And this may explain what sounded like someone being thrown against a car. Ethan allowed himself to be beaten to let Clyde establish so-called dominance and control, as he's the drug pusher in town. But to Ethan, he had to defend his girlfriend, even if meant possibly being murdered. At 2:20 a.m., all of this physical activity was heard. Kaylee and Maddie had been calling Jack from 2:30 a.m. to close to 3 a.m. From 2:20 a.m. to the first call from the girls around 2:30 a.m., we can suggest that Kaylee and Maddie called based on this fight. Ethan is either carried back to the home already deceased or left outside on the ground unconscious. Now, in that episode examining the Linda Lane audio, we presented the possibility that the individuals spotted running in the body cam footage had dropped Ethan's body off back inside the home. The path of where they came from was either the Queen Road apartments or the victim's home. Well, it could have been both, of course. After Ethan was either severely beaten or even deceased, they carried his body back to the home. Xana may have fought and was murdered as well. And then those individuals then run away from the home. They are spotted at 3:12 a.m. At this time, perhaps all of the housemates were already murdered. Of course, there was speculation that a female's scream was heard. Some claimed it was a tire screeching, but even if it were a tire screeching, guess what? That vehicle is obviously screeching. Its tires
Hey, Sophie.
speeding off right around the time the murders were approximately taking place. So it doesn't matter which one.
You want to come
That
on
general
panel,
time frame
Sophie?
of 3:12 a.m. is when those housemates were either already deceased or were in the process of being murdered. Mind you, Ethan and Xana were home before Kaylee and Maddie in the 12 a.m. time frame. Ethan's body is carried back to the home, placed in the hallway, and Kaylee and Maddie call Jack around the same time frame. I think there were two separate attacks, linked to the same motive, if you understand. Kaylee and Maddie were attacked based on their own consequences, but they also find out that Ethan and Xana were dealt with. They called Jack, but the person in the home who was involved based on a connection to Bonnie and Clyde notified them that Kaylee and Maddie were
There's the
calling
link,
someone
Sophie.
about. From Dylan's view, she wouldn't know if they were calling 911, so she notified Bonnie and Clyde that they may be calling the authorities. Then you have the claims that Ethan had been beaten because he was involved in dumping drugs, which were valued in the hundreds of thousands. I do believe someone in that house had decided to turn away from the drug activity, didn't want to be a part of it, or didn't want to be a part of it anymore. Maddie is plastered, just telling Adam whatever she told him, and Jack warned the girls about that. And that led to a break in trust, which obviously could lead to someone snitching. I think they agreed to let drugs be trafficked in the house, and that was their business arrangement with Bonnie and Clyde. Maybe a housemate was actually selling drugs out of the house. Who knows? But I think the household was used as a trap house. Maybe Ethan wasn't too fond of the idea that his girlfriend could potentially get caught up, and one night just decided to dump drugs that were stashed in the closet or something. Everyone freaks out, and of course, well, the consequences were fatal. The thing is, Kaylee and Maddie were already being hunted. Bonnie and Clyde and other goons came back to finish Kaylee and Maddie. Bonnie, though, came back later to see if everything had, quote, been kept a secret within the neighborhood. No cops were present, no flashing lights. She knew nobody had called the authorities, and used the DoorDash delivery as a way to come back to observe everything in the neighborhood and within the house physically. But somebody had to inform the authorities because based on our examination and others who examined this theory, it was the unmarked cruiser who was circling Queen Road Apartments during the time frame of 3:30 a.m. to 4:07 a.m. Perhaps it was Bonnie and Clyde letting the unmarked cruiser know. They would be obviously corrupt cops who had been in communication with Bonnie and Clyde. Remember, the DoorDash driver was not identified in the PCA, so they protected that identity. So it makes sense that Bonnie and Clyde had a few puppets within that department. The same unmarked cruiser comes back to inspect the situation. Perhaps one of them goes to the home to check the crime scene out.
It's okay. I'm here to help you.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm here to help you cover this up. Move Ethan's body from the hallway to the bed, making it look like he was murdered while asleep. Create a story, timeline of events which align with Bonnie's DoorDash. So the initial time frame of some, quote, activity was placed in the 4 a.m. time frame. You see? Okay, we can continue to break this down, but let's let this set in for a moment. Because it's clear Bonnie and Clyde were involved. But based on the 12 a.m. arrival back home by Ethan and Xana, it's likely they were targeted because they came in on the actual plan between Dylan, Bonnie, and Clyde. May have not overheard anything, but knew that their presence in the home
There's the link,
indicated
Sophie.
danger. Who knows? Ethan and Xana may have been aware of the same danger Jack warned Kaylee and Maddie about. Since the girls were obviously in danger, I'm sure Ethan and Xana knew about it as
Hey,
well.
Rock Chalk, you want to come up?
And if the danger is coming from Bonnie and Clyde, coming home at 12 a.m. and seeing them inside the home with Dylan, shit, they're not there to have a
There's
few
the
drinks.
link above your name.
Dylan, Bonnie, and Clyde in the home that night, then Dylan, Bonnie, and Clyde standing outside the home later that morning. And the other two males? Well, what if it was both Jacks? Kaylee could have called her ex-boyfriend, while Maddie had called the other Jack, who was best friends with her boyfriend. That seems logical. One of them was described as a pale male with light-colored hair by Dot. That would be the ex-boyfriend, in my opinion. Then the male with his head down wearing a hoodie? That would be the Jack that warned the girls earlier. It all adds up as a solid theory to who was directly involved. This is the chaos sector.
I want you guys to take a look at something I looked up earlier about the whole frozen shock phase. Almost everyone is familiar with the fight or flight response. Your reaction to a stimulus perceived as an imminent threat to your survival. However, less well known is the fight or flight freeze response, which adds a crucial dimension to how you are likely to react when the situation confronting you overwhelms your coping. Hey, Sophie.
Hey.
Rock Chalk, you coming up? So what do you think about that the fight or flight freeze, Sophie?
It's true. I mean, it's real. That's like a real human reaction to pretty much any sort of trauma. I mean, I just turned on the video, so I don't know if it was before I just sat down, but I watched that video already, so I'm just I is that what you mean about her not calling the cops for 8 hours?
Yeah.
Yeah. Man, talked about that yesterday too. I just have a hard time believing that it would be 8 hours.
Yeah.
It's like kind of outrageous.
Oh yeah,
What do
I
you think?
know. Yeah, I just can't get past that. Really,
I
and
know.
honestly and truly, I cannot get past that.
I don't know how we could. Like, come on. Honestly, like, I've seen horrible things, not like clearly nothing like this, but I've never not been able to like, you know, pull my big old panties up and like do something in 8 hours. There's
Yep.
just no excuse.
Yeah, I've got some I've got mods now. Ashley N, Pebbles,
Cool.
who's not in here yet, and Bianca K.
Sweet.
And I also made Strange Suspicion a mod, but she's not in here tonight. She has a meeting with Tommy.
Oh, cool. Good. Yeah, when I got home tonight, they were at the end of that, and I heard Tommy say something about we have a meeting, and then their live ended, and I was like, dang it.
Yeah.
But I came right over here. I didn't know you were going to be on, and I like that because I am just every day more curious. Every video
Oh
I
yeah.
see, more curious.
Yeah, Rock Chalk's
Did
going to
you,
be joining us up here too.
sweet. Did you see the new Forensic Frenzy from today?
Not yet. Sophie, I've been asleep like almost all day.
I wish I did that too. I don't know whatever time you were done last night. And I was just like, I'm going to turn off I just was just listening to you guys.
Yeah. Well,
Super interesting.
we went 6 hours last night.
I know. I know.
Yeah,
It's hard though.
almost 7. And I just decided, yeah, I was talking to Rock Chalk on the phone last night before I went to bed, and the first thing she says was, "Get some sleep, cuddle with your wife."
Yeah. Yeah, totally. You need some rest.
Hey, Rock Chalk.
How's it going, buddy? How's it going, Sophie?
Hey, Rockshock. Good. Long time no talk.
Yeah, well, you didn't talk much yesterday. I'm sorry I might have took over. I'm sorry about that.
No, it wasn't that. It was just that I was just so interested. Like I didn't really have anything to add. I kept thinking, man, I want to ask AR or you really, uh, if you also think drugs are involved, because I just think that a good deal of times they are. But I mean, at the same time, I'm like, I watch so many other creators and I watch like Nika's Neuro Nuggets and I see that she always had a thing on, I don't know, whatever time today or whenever I saw it, that was talking about how they let the Jack, um, her ex-boyfriend, just like off. So
Jack Decor.
yes, how they just let him off so easy when
Well, they
normally
cleared so
that's
many so easy.
clearly like almost 400 people or something, if that's how many people they have as possible. I say witnesses, but I think we realize that it's like those people could have just been people that were at the food truck or people who were at a party that the people had been at. It doesn't necessarily mean anybody's an eyewitness.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
about the drugs that you was asking about,
Yeah,
we do have 2 parents that was into drugs.
right?
College students do drugs. Now, do I think they
Yes.
were selling drugs? Man,
Mm,
I got to Demetrius and them, oof, they
right?
raise questions. I just think there's so much going on with this case that I don't want to say they were dealing them, but it's possible. I mean, what college
Because,
kids had, and I'm sorry to the parents, but what college kids have all them nice things they have in college? How can they
right?
afford
Without
the
like
stuff they had?
careers. Right. Why they're not working 3
Yeah.
jobs.
And I've watched a lot of stuff on, how a lot of people start doing that to make money.
Yeah.
So
And it's
it's
hard
going to
to
be
think like,
interesting. Yeah.
It's hard to think like kids that age. Like I'm in my 40s. It's hard for me to think when I was in my 20s, people weren't doing heroin. People, I mean, not people my age. People my age weren't doing fentanyl and
No,
ketamine.
hell, we was hitting coke here and there and smoking a lot of weed, you know?
Right, exactly, exactly,
Yeah.
right, exactly, fully. So it was like maybe every once in a while you get some acid, but you weren't dealing drugs. I didn't know like drug dealers. Like last night when AR was talking about Demetrius and he was making a point, I think, that, Demetrius is like, street level guy. Like who cares about Demetrius? He's probably dispensable, which is an awful thing to say about a human, but like he's the lowest of the tiers of the people. And AR literally knows the guy who's in prison or who's higher up or whatever he was saying. So, I mean, coming from somebody who's been in that, been around that sort of thing, that's pretty knowing. Like to say, it's almost like maybe we shouldn't even be talking about those people.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of people don't want us talking about, whether they could be doing drugs or not. But I mean, my gosh, it was 2022. That's just kind of how things go, man.
It's true. It's,
And shit,
yeah,
I'm 55, and when I went to college, there was drugs. There was
yeah,
drugs being sold.
yeah.
I have friends that their parents were pretty high up and they were selling coke. So, to
Oh,
say that about the victims, I mean, it's not putting the victims down by any means. It's just
well,
something that does
yeah.
happen.
Oh, yeah. I work at a music venue. I see drugs every weekend. I mean, I see people on drugs. I don't personally, that's not what I meant. I see people with and on drugs every weekend. Like obviously, clearly to those of us working, we only have like 8 employees.
Right,
So
right.
it's pretty obvious. I see people on coke all the time, and it's real obvious when people are on coke.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. And a lot of states that's made marijuana legal, which is a good thing. I just think if a lot more states would make marijuana legal, maybe
Like
we have
Kansas.
an opiate crisis. Pay attention, everybody. We have an
Right.
opiate crisis. And when
Yeah.
you have an opiate crisis, and, like there was a doctor, Robert, you'll know, Dr. Snyder.
Yeah.
He was a drug mill here in Hayesville, Kansas. And actually, him and his wife now are in prison. But I had 3 neighbors that died, and they died from Oxycontin because they were used to this is several years ago, but they were used to
Yeah.
taking Lortabs. Well, Dr. Snyder, he took cash, and you could walk out there with any drugs you wanted, and Oxycontin was a big deal.
Oh
Three
yeah.
of my neighbors took that Oxycontin like it was the Lortabs and died in their sleep. Like a lot of people died. Well,
Oh yeah.
anyway, they get addicted to these opiates.
Mm.
Say they're a football player and they break their leg. They start taking opiates. They get
Mm-hmm.
addicted. They get addicted. Then the doctor won't give it to them, so they go to the street. Well,
Absolutely, 100%.
you
That's what
know,
happened to that happened to my older brother.
yeah.
I mean,
And
he
my
didn't pass away, luckily, but he had a probably 10 to 15-year opioid addiction.
just in this last year, my oldest daughter's 33, and at least 20 of her classmates has passed from fentanyl. And you
Oh,
know what?
Jesus.
Shit.
Oh,
My
sorry
my
about that.
bad.
Oh.
Someone was
That's okay.
I was trying to type in chat and hit the wrong damn button.
Yeah, I'll catch up with chat here in a minute. Sorry, chat. But anyway, they even knew they were taking fentanyl. They knew the risk, but the addiction was just so much, and they
Wow.
still did it.
Yeah.
And it's just a sad thing. But Sophie, I think you're on the right track there, hon. Like
It's
I do think
sad.
there was drugs there, and Demetrius and them, they got out of jail pretty quick. So what's going on there? I got
Right?
questions about that too.
Agreed.
Yeah, I know.
Totally.
But I want to
Yeah.
make it clear to the chat, we're not trying to talk bad about these students and these victims. It's just
Mm-mm.
something that's going on everywhere. That don't make
Yeah.
them bad people, okay?
No, I'm not saying they're drug addicts. That's not even what I meant. I'm saying that it happens. You're in your early 20s, late teens. you're not getting paid, and people who are in their mid to late 20s now are making 60, 70, 80 grand a year, you know? So just, I mean, those people are the ones who are spending money, and it's pretty insane to me. I honestly feel like, you know, like look at the Idaho, I mean, not Idaho, look at Kansas. Look at the guys in Kansas City.
Oh
They're,
yeah. You know,
yeah, like,
and since you're touching that, you know, I'm a big Chiefs fan. I'm from Kansas.
uh-huh.
And you know, I'll say right now, Jordan didn't kill his friends, okay?
I don't think so either.
No, he sure did not. And you know, one was a chemist, one was a pharmacist, but these guys partied. That was a listen, that was a big game on whether or not
Right.
we was going to get to go to the playoffs.
Right.
That day, the Buffalo Bills, it was so cold, they moved their game to Monday, okay? When they
Oh,
moved that game to Monday, the Chiefs almost moved their game. With the wind chill factor, it was a negative 30. This is what I think happened. You know, that was on Peacock. A lot of people went to the bars, partied. Well, while they partied at the bar, uh, you know, they went back to Jordan's, came back with 230 packs. Listen, you go to a party, everybody brings drugs. Hell, I'm liable to bring 5 or 6 joints with me, you
right.
know,
Me too.
marijuana, you know.
Sure.
So to try to pinpoint who brought the drugs, that's kind of irrelevant because they probably all brought the drugs, honestly. Different kind of
Right.
drugs, but they just got some bad drugs. But I do think that Jordan did them drugs. They all did them. But I think
Mm-hmm.
3 of them actually smoked cigarettes. And they might have been outside smoking, and that drug hit them, that fentanyl hit them, and they
Mm-hmm.
got hot. Not only that, you know, you start get hypothermia, your body gets hot. That's why they see people running
Yeah.
naked in the middle of the snow because of
Mm-hmm.
hypothermia. Well, what happened was Jordan stayed in, so that's probably why he lived. I believe the other 3 froze to death along with the OD.
Yeah. Yeah. Me too. That's
And
what
while
Hey,
we're on that
SIPA,
subject, yeah, while we're on that
SIPA is
subject,
SIPA
go
is
ahead.
in the
Go ahead.
chat. SIPA is in the chat, and he is now a mod.
Hey,
Yay,
Sifa.
Sipa!
Hi,
Sipa,
Sifa.
congratulations. Listen, that's my buddy. I love me some Sipa. Yeah, he's good people. Sophie, before I go with the other thing I was going to say, hon, do you have a channel? Because Ashley's wanting to
No,
drop your channel if you do.
I don't.
Okay,
I'm just from Idaho.
awesome. Now, are you from Moscow or just Idaho altogether? And if you
I
don't want to say, don't
Rock
say,
Chalk,
please.
No,
she
it's
knows
okay.
Rock
I
Chalk.
live
She
in
knows the aunt. She knows the aunt of Jack S.
Oh, yeah, I did see that. I did see
Yeah,
that.
because it's because if you've been in Idaho, and maybe it's like this over there too, we pretty much know are like, you know, 6 degrees of separation from everybody. So it's just kind of the whole state's a small town. I've lived here for 25 years. I'm from Alaska,
Oh,
but
nice, nice.
yeah, and I've been to Moscow plenty of times, and I went there when I was in college all the time to party, and it is a different environment than most college towns that I've been to because it's so small. It's just, I mean, it is run by the Greek system, the entire town,
Ugh, run by the Greek, run by Church Christ. There's so much
right?
going on in that town, honey. I can't keep it
Yeah,
all straight.
we have that cheap Church Christ or Christ Church thing, whatever here. And when I was a freshman in college, my uh RA or whatever in our dorm told me not to go or to listen to those people. He told me it was a cult, and that was the 90s.
Well, I mean, look at Dvorkian. Not
Hmm.
Dvorkian. Is that his name from Waco? What's the other?
Koresh.
No, Dvorkian's the guy
No, no,
who
no, no.
was
Yeah,
killing
I know
people.
what. I'm getting confused.
David Koresh.
David
Koresh,
Koresh.
yeah.
David Koresh.
I don't know if you guys realize that, but you know, I had a lot of friends that was with ATF that passed away with that. And then, of course,
Oh,
my husband, the marshal, they all went down there. That was a bad thing. That is exactly what Christ Church is, too.
yeah, yeah.
They just
And
don't have a big
Idaho,
compound like he did.
And Idaho has all sorts of stuff. Like when they were talking about how the FBI was up in Moscow or whatever, and there's a huge crime lab up in Moscow, like a big, Pacific Northwest crime lab. It's not like they just were like, we have to ship these blood samples to someplace else. There's a lab, like huge, huge lab there. But like Idaho, We're full of Nazis. We're full, you know what I mean? There's like northern Idaho's known for that sort of thing. There's not a lot of people of color in the state, so that's a thing. There's a lot of religious sects in the southern part of the state because we're, border of Utah, and not pointing a finger at certain religions, but just saying that's, religious sects of other religious groups, people who branch off like those people in Waco.
Right, right.
So I mean, it's so much that's part of all these things. Everything's so much more. Everything seems bigger to me than these 4 kids, which is sad.
Oh yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing, and I'm going to say this over and over,
Uh-huh.
I come from law enforcement background way back, to my grandpa being attorney general.
Mm-hmm.
This case is got so much to it that
Mm-hmm.
people come up with you got a guy in your chat that comes up with some crazy stuff, and and Justin comes up with crazy stuff, but we're looking for answers that some of their crazy stuff fits right in to make sense. And I have to step back, even myself, I have to step back because I start to go with it too and go, wait a minute. Okay, I got to regroup, and we got to have a little bit of receipts here because it does fit in with some of their crazy stuff that they say that maybe it's not so much true, but we want it to be true because we want to understand this case so bad. Am I making any sense?
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
absolutely. It's easier to just the Occam's razor, right? We all want to be like, it's obviously the easiest thing to say, but this doesn't seem easy.
Yeah, one
And
thing
see,
that does bother me
AR
though.
was talking last night about Occam's razor. I still remember him quoting that last night
Mm-hmm.
about Occam's razor.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Totally. I heard him say that. Yeah. Because and even when he said it, it's true. It's like, Justin, what was the other guy in the chat? Justin H. No, I can't remember the guy's
Jeff
name.
H.
Jeff. Thank you. I was like, I know it's Sarah J. He said kind of the same thing, and I like this like wrapped up little narrative of like Brian was, you know, dissed by these women at the restaurant, and then he was like went home and got all mad about it and came up with a plan and followed him home and drove around and all those things. But at the same time, it's so violent, and it's so much to think is possible from somebody who's got like a speeding ticket or a failure to yield or something on his record, and it's not like he's ever he has no record of hurting people.
Yeah. Sorry, Sophie, I listened to everything you say. James, I see you in chat, okay? If you don't have receipts and you're gonna put these wild things out there, I'm sorry, you're gonna have to go. And it's not my channel, it's Robert's channel. But we can't have you putting anything that you don't have receipts for. That's way out of the question, buddy. We want to have you here, but you did it last night. You're doing it again. What do you think about that, Robert? What do you got to say about that? James in the
Either
chat.
bring receipts, James, either bring receipts or stop bringing it up.
Yeah, I agree. What do you think about that, Sophie? He's got some wild stuff going on, and
I
he did
I
it
don't even
last night.
see it. I don't even see it in chat. I'm missing it completely. I last night I saw some weird stuff in chat, and when I was just not when I was off, and I was looking at it and thinking like, this person has got to be. This has got to be a troll of some kind, right? Like
Yeah, it
I
was
don't.
Robert again. I don't know. Listen, I don't know if he's part of Justin or that group, and I know they got their own ways, but you can't be spamming Robert's chat if you don't got receipts, please. Wait a minute, Ashley, are you telling me that James got you blocked? If you're gonna go and block Robert's mods, you got to issue too, huh, Robert?
Yes, I do.
So,
I know what he's doing. He's hitting the fucking wrenches.
Oh, he
Well,
must have blocked me too. That's why I don't see
okay,
anything.
you know what? I would kick him. I would. I'd kick him, Robert. If he's gonna block your mods, he probably don't need to be here.
Yeah, what's the point?
Mods boot him.
Is there any mods out there that can see him?
Bianca, boot him.
Yeah,
get
please,
him.
Bianca, please. Sorry, James. We can't have that.
Hey,
Yeah. Robert, I'm really proud of your channel. You got some great people here. But when you get somebody like that in here, thank you, Sifa. Yeah. Get people in here acting like that. That'll ruin your channel, bud.
Yeah. Willow just posted a very good question. I'm going to put it on screen for you guys. And find it again. Right there.
And the preppers.
yeah.
You know, the
That's a
doomsday
huge-
preppers.
Yeah,
Yeah,
for sure.
yeah.
The state, even like, let's say between Moscow and where Jack was driving to their cabin, every town you see on there is like a dot on a map, and it's like, this is a town. But the majority of the towns between, let's say, even Boise to Moscow are, places with stop signs and stuff. Like there's 25-mile speed limit zones, and it's nothing. You're talking about like Miss Ferry, Idaho, and there's a restaurant there. It might be a town on the map, but it's not a town.
Thank you,
Right.
Sipa.
Yeah.
Um,
Hey, Robert, did
see
you?
what-
I put you one more in the back chat. You that would also be a good addition to your mods. We got Sipa and we got
Yeah, I saw it.
Ashley.
I saw it, but
Okay.
I couldn't find her in chat. I saw her, but I couldn't find her in chat.
She's under Sweet
I
Surrender.
went.
But she
Yeah,
might
I
have.
went to the Facebook. I went to the YouTube side because that's how I modded Sipa. I went to the YouTube side of the live and modded him, but I couldn't. I was looking everywhere for Sweet Surrender and I couldn't find her.
Well, she does work tomorrow. She usually goes to bed at 11. We'll catch her next time, buddy. But it's nice to have a variety. We got 2/3 shifters in here, and then we got Bianca. I think she's all shifter. I love her. And we'll catch Katie later. Her name's Katie, but Sweet Surrender. I've been with her since November. She's a good friend to me. She's good.
Yeah, Sipa just said, by the way, sorry for being late to the stream at True Crime Cult. I'm at work, but I got you 100%. Thank you, Sipa.
We'll catch Sweet Surrender next time. But yeah, she would be a good addition with your group there. They're all real good mods.
Yeah, I made
Amy, I don't think
yeah,
she's here no more, hon.
yeah, I made last night in the private chat, I asked P if she would be a mod of mine, and she said yes, she would. So I from the live chat last night, because I did the live chat replay, and I went through today right before I went live, and I made Pia a mod as well. So a strange suspicion.
Yeah, I love her. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I've enjoyed her channel too. Well, everybody's saying that. Katie, are you in the chat? Could you post? I'm not seeing her, but they're
I'm not
saying
seeing
that
her either.
that Sweet Surrender's here. Try to watch for her.
Hey, Adam.
Oh,
Yeah,
look at all
Sipa's
these
going.
people.
Hey, yeah, we got 58 watching.
Hopefully, we got 58 likes. How we looking on them likes, people? Well, let's make sure you get your thumbs up. Get your thumbs up and move side to side. Get your thumbs up, move side to side.
Okay, Ashley said she's just above Adam, and who I'm seeing just above Adam is Missy Q.
No, it's Sweet Surrender. Let me pull up my. It's hard. I don't know if people realize how hard it is to see everybody when you're on the panel.
Mm-hmm.
I'll pull you up on my iPad and I'll see if I can't see her. Go ahead and talk. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm hour and a half
It's
drive.
okay.
Sorry, been at a
Oh
basketball game all
yeah. You
night.
said that yesterday that you were going to have plenty of time in the drive to talk.
Well, and I actually got motion sickness. My friend gave me motion sickness, so it was like, whew.
Guys, where's she
Yeah.
at? Tell
Let
her,
me let
tell
me
her to, tell her to comment under Adam. Because I'm watching from both sides, from the StreamYard side and the YouTube side. I don't see her anywhere. I've even scrolled up.
Bianca sees her, but I don't either.
She's saying she is blocked.
How?
I didn't block her.
Okay, she is here somewhere. Let me see here.
Do you think James could have went
And
through
she
and
don't.
blocked her?
Okay, she's here somewhere. Let me see here.
Do you think James could have went through?
Oh, there she is. No, she's up above Ashley Inn. Uh, oh, there she is. In between Missy Q and Ashley, I can see her.
Okay. I see Heather. I see Moretta. I see Missy Q, Heather, Ashley, and Sifa. I see Heather. I see Moretta. I see Missy Q, Heather, Ashley, and Sifa. I see Heather. I see Moretta. I see Missy Q, Heather, Ashley, and Sifa. I see Heather. I see Moretta. What the fuck?
It's weird.
Cheating. Weird. Cheating.
That's crazy.
Willis says, Bianca, can you see me? I'm wondering if James went through and blocked a bunch of people.
Sounds like it. But was James
Huh?
a mod in here?
No.
Well, then he couldn't block her. But was James a mod in here?
Sophie, is your TV on?
Well, then he couldn't block
Uh,
her.
Is it? I don't. Was that it? I
I'm
don't think
hearing
so.
echoes.
I'm on my phone.
Well, crap.
How do I do that, Sipa? He's telling me to check my YouTube Gmail block list. I don't know how to do that.
Yeah, that's kind of difficult. Sippa, you want to come up here and jump in back chat and tell him how to do it, buddy?
Jamie Rosberg says, I think he did. She thinks that James blocked her.
Oh.
Well, let's go on. Sippa will come up in the back chat, Robert, and help you. I'm telling
Okay.
you, he will be your right hand man. He's great guy. Love him to death.
Sweet.
And we can get your Discord going again too.
Yeah.
Get it really set up. Oh, maybe Michelle blocked her because Michelle's got me blocked, and Katie Sweet Surrender, she goes with me everywhere, and it might have been yeah. I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Yeah.
I hope she didn't. I hope Michelle didn't do that and was that way. But anyway, we won't go there.
Okay.
It's so hard though, because even when
Um,
I haven't been in here, I can see if I'm just like watching and looking at chats. You get so many people, like the person yesterday who kept insisting that they had information about bunkers in Hawaii or whatever, and I was like, "This is I get where you're going, but
oh
it's so
yeah, yeah.
it's so irrelevant that unfortunately it's just not
You-
relevant."
you're talking about Terry Martin.
Yeah, yeah, and that maybe they're a great person, but it was completely irrelevant to what we were talking about. Kind of pointless.
Hey, Rock, Sifa's talking to you.
Yeah, well, I'm not the smartest kid on the block when it comes to this stuff either. So I'm asking him how. How do I send that to him? We might just have to drop the link again and
I think you
copy
have to
and
go to
paste the URL right here. Oh.
just. Can you go to chat in StreamYard and hit chat, like the private chat instead of comments?
Actually, Robert, can you just drop that link? That link's going to
That's
be
what I'm
for
doing.
SIPA.
Yeah, I'm dropping the link in the private chat. Isn't SIPA? It's in the private chat. Yeah, I can see you, Rodney.
Hey, Rodney.
We got someone in the chat. Missy Q. I miss my shell.
Well, let me say this about that. When Michelle's doing good, she's got great content and stuff. When she goes on some of her stuff that's out there, yeah. I'm not trying to talk bad about her. Like
Yeah.
she does great content, but Robert, she messed with you.
Yeah, she tried to tear my channel down.
Yeah.
Oh, we're
But
just trying
everybody
to
has
build
the
it
right
up.
to like who you like. We're not trying to talk bad about her, but she sometimes
Yeah.
gets to thinking people somebody they're not, and I'm sorry for her being that way because she could have a really good channel.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry what she did to you, Robert. That wasn't right. Okay,
Okay.
you're a good guy. I can tell already. Yeah,
Yeah.
she did that to Jamie too. But we're not gonna get on her subject. We're here for Robert, so
No.
let's not get on her. Like,
Okay, now I have a question for you, Rock. Do you think that possibly Bethany knows more than she's letting on, and that's why she's trying to fight that subpoena to testify for Brian Koberger?
I do think
Yeah.
she knows more. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. And there's craziness that goes around that she did a drive and gave it to uh the defense, a drive of what happened that supposedly it was filmed. There's no receipts on that, so we're not going there
No.
either. So we have receipts like that, but do I
Yeah.
actually think both them girls heard stuff
Mm-hmm.
and know a little more than what they're saying, but that's my own opinion.
Yeah.
And I'm
Why
not
do you
trying
guys?
to victim shame or anything, but I for the life of me, I've got kids this age, and I just couldn't
Yeah.
imagine them not calling 911, even being threatened, not calling
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
911.
Mm-hmm. Like you don't even
Did you?
have to call. You could just call 911 and leave your phone on or something. You don't even have
Not
to say a
only that,
word.
they got that text now. You can send a number to text that sends the
Yes.
police immediately. So
Or
I
state
don't
troopers.
I don't think there's any excuse out there as why they went that long. And we know it wasn't a quiet night. Okay, we know that.
Right. Right.
No.
There's no way. I
Uh,
was what do you think that why do you think they tore the house down so fast? I mean, that would prove so
Sifa,
many
it is in
things.
the private chat. Go to private chat, Sifa. It's in there.
Is he in the back?
No,
Mhm.
he
Oh,
just
did you drop the link in the regular
no.
chat, Robert?
I dropped it in the back chat. I dropped it in the private chat. I'll go ahead and drop it in the regular chat too.
There you go. Yeah, that'll be easier. I'm learning like you. Sip is a good trainer, though. I'll tell you that.
There you go, Sifa. There's the link.
Perfect.
Okay, now were you in here, Rock, when I was reading about the frozen shock phase stuff?
Yeah,
Not yet.
yeah,
Oh, you were.
yeah. But you can go over it again if Sophie, if you haven't heard it. I'm glad down to hear it again, Robert.
I just got like I pulled like, I turned on and he was talking about it. So you can go back over it if you want to, Robert.
Okay, Sifa's up here, guys.
There we
Hello.
go. Sippa, how does he do that unblock thing? Do you want to talk about it or you want to put it in back chat?
He's muted.
Okay, he's
I didn't mute
probably in
him.
back. He's in back chat there, Robert.
Okay.
Well, no, he's not. That was your thing.
Mhm.
Hey, thanks,
Okay,
chat,
yeah,
for bear with us.
he's in
Yeah,
back chat.
there you go. We'll talk. We'll talk, Robert, while he helps you with that.
Okay.
Anyway, Sophie, it's very
Yes.
nice to meet you, and I don't
It's
know that
nice
I
to meet
want to
you.
go to Idaho, but I'll tell you what, I'm so shocked that not too many people shows up for the courts. Like these are for their friends. Where's all these people when there's actual
Mm-hmm.
court?
Mm-hmm.
Is
Agreed.
anybody
I
else
think it's
wondering
weird.
that?
Yes, I thought it's weird. So probably I think it was 2 years ago. I had some acquaintances, and I'm not going to say friends, even though I guess technically I would have been like, they're my friends, but they were murdered in New Meadows, which is pretty much halfway between Moscow and Boise. They caught the guy on tape. He's in prison already, but Ann was his attorney, and that courthouse was packed. It's this tiny little courthouse in Latah County, but it was packed because people loved those people. They were, well known in Boise. They were well known in their community in New Meadows and all through Valley County, which is the county where Moscow or where McCall and like all the halfway little towns you see are at. And the courtroom was packed. They had TV screens for people to watch, and it was. It's weird to me that you can see when we saw them in the court last week that the room's not just jam full of people.
It's not jam full of people. Not only that, you know that the parents of these victims have friends, they have relatives. Where is everybody? Like, I don't understand. And even the kids, these kids were partying the next day after these unalivings. For the life of me, I just can't figure it out.
Yeah. I can't, me neither. And they arrested Brian, and pretty much it's like everybody just automatically assumes that's who it is. If I bring it up with like friends or something, they think that I must be crazy. I'm watching too much YouTube. And I'm like, no, somebody murdered these kids, and you can't tell me absolutely for sure it was this guy at all.
Absolutely.
There's like tiny bit of evidence. When we go back to, is there a brass buckle and there's no DNA? Like what else is there? If this is a party house, there's got to be DNA all over everything, everywhere.
Right.
So I don't understand.
I just don't understand it, and I don't understand people not going to the trial. Actually, I want to go myself. I'm one of them people that thinks that Brian is innocent until proven otherwise.
Yeah, I'm dying for them to move it down here.
Yeah, Robert, can I? Oh, he's doing that thing. I want to mention something here, and just so that we're all on the same page. Please, in the chat, let's not mention Michelle no more. She's messaging me, and it's all good. But we don't want to cause her any trouble. We want her to do good and go do her own thing. Nobody's hating on her, and she's just asking if people would not mention her, and we're gonna respect that, Michelle. We're gonna respect you. So quit texting me 1,000 texts, or I'm gonna block you. But I'm on your side right now, and nobody's gonna mention you no more. Go do go do your thing, and do your own channel, and be happy. We wish the best to you. Okay, back to you, Sophie. Sorry.
No, that's okay. I don't know where I was at. I think like we just can't. I feel safe in Boise. It's Boise. We have like one of the lowest crime rates in the country. But that doesn't mean that that my buddy's catalytic converter didn't get stolen yesterday and all sorts of stuff like that, right? So I know that's small petty crime stuff, but at the same time, crime begets crime.
Yeah.
It's truth. And kids murdered and just like investigating and being like, we found the one guy who did it. Seems ridiculous.
Yeah, I know it does. It does seem ridiculous. Yeah, the way I see it, if they were totally locked in on Koberger, why would they allow him to drive halfway across the country?
Right? Agreed. Yeah, a murderer, somebody who like psychotically killed 4 people. It's not like he went in there, and oddly, I hate to say it, I don't know how what gets in trouble on here, but you know, he didn't assault them. He didn't sexually assault these women. Like that to me is a little strange. Not that I would want that, but I mean, I'm just saying, like, these crime like this is insanity to me. Like when you were saying
Yeah.
that one of the girls wasn't on the bed, and we thought the whole time, we thought since, you know, early last year, they're like, oh, she was blocked by the other girl and he, you know, had to kill, you know, whatever, and she couldn't get out. But really it's this tiny little bedroom, and so she is just blocked by furniture initially, altogether. And you know, she wasn't even in the bed, she was on the floor, right? She was like, so who was she even in that room? Did he drag her over there with, you know, a knife to her throat and say, you know, sit down or get whatever?
Yeah, I can see you
I
now,
mean,
sweet surrender. Hold on. Yeah, I got her. I
no
got her unblocked.
no
Awesome.
screaming, no screaming.
There was
Yeah, I know.
screaming.
No screaming.
There was so much going on, Sophie. You know that. I do
Yeah,
know. I know
do you
that.
think those screams on the camera across and by across the street, you guys know how small this town is, right? Like there's like, I think there's 2 grocery stores. There's like, this town is small. There's main streets, like the Greek Row. Greek Row is a main street. I mean, technically,
Yeah,
it's just like you got like what street's the base? First Street, and the whole town is, you know, just all wrapped around the
yeah.
college.
I see her. She's a mod now.
Yay! Thanks, Sippa.
Sweet.
See how good he is? He is good.
I
He's an
kind of
asset
feel
for sure.
I kind of feel like Idaho is, because we got a real small population, but if you look at all sorts of different statistics and stuff, it's just weird. We have so much open land for people to hide in. Like initially when this all went down and they're like, and then he drove off. I'm like, yeah, he drove into the woods, you guys. Like, that's all national forest. I just assumed he drove into the woods and burned his bag of clothes, and like, you know, tossed his knife, and we'd never find it again, because you're talking about, you know, 100,000 acres or something of national forest right next to the school.
Don't.
Yeah.
I'm kind of curious, Robert and Sophie. Do you think there could have been 2 separate things going on? Like with the frats and something else? Like, do you think it's possible that the frats are involved and there's more things going on than we knew?
Yes. I think that
Yeah.
anything's possible.
Hey, tell it to L.
I'd love to
Tell it
say it was one
tell it
guy,
to L is in chat.
Yeah,
but
I agree with tell it to L. I didn't see a search party looking for no knife. Did anybody
Oh
else?
no. Yeah, they weren't searching for that knife. Not at all.
Why is
But
that?
yet
Hmm.
I don't know. But yet in their I've been going over the court documents the last 3 or 4 days, right? And they've been adding new court documents.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, like on
Yeah.
the 8th. Yeah, what we were talking about last night, Rock. Why won't the prosecutor basically said that the only way Ann Taylor can talk to Brian's family members is if she gets the court's approval.
Yeah, that's crazy. She can't even?
And according to
That
the
doesn't.
prosecutor, to protect the IGG, if Ann Taylor wants to talk to Brian's family members that donated their IGG, she has to seek the court's approval first.
Now that's a motion, right, to be heard.
Yeah,
That's not a ruling yet.
that's a motion that he filed on the 8th of this month.
Last week.
Yeah, I can't see a judge actually being able to go through with that. Honestly.
Yeah, I don't know how honest all of the court system is, to be honest, which is sad. It's sad to say that. I wouldn't have said that. I wouldn't have said that 3 years ago. But now I question. Like I just question, even when we see them in court, when they were just doing the hearings last week or whatever. uh, it's almost like weird eye contact.
Well,
Y'all know each
how
other,
did they get a? I don't listen. Nothing surprises me in this case, but I
right?
don't think that a judge could get away with. I mean, that's still Brian's parents, and I don't
Hmm.
see how a judge could get away with ruling that. So
Hmm.
you can file anything in court, you can sue anybody in court. Let's always remember that. So just because
Yeah.
it was filed, now if judge goes and agrees with that, man, people should be mad because I think that's going against their rights. That's going against
Hmm.
Brian's rights too. So
Yeah, I think if they don't move the whole trial down here, I think that's atrocious, to be honest.
Well, one of the other motions that Bill Thompson filed was the motion to deny change of venue because he feels that it's all the way he put it in the motion, it's all premature to want the change of venue because he feels he can get a clean jury there in Latah County. The way I see it, you cannot get a clean jury in Latah County.
No, no. I mean, clearly there's people who haven't heard or like paid that much attention to this, but no, I don't know how you could. You're talking about like a 20, maybe let's go all of Latah County. I don't know, 60,000 people. I don't know how big it is, if it's even that big.
Latah County is roughly about 28,000 people.
Oh, that's it. Okay, yeah. See, that's why I'm like, I don't know. We got a lot of counties here. Yeah, because I mean, is Moscow the only town in Latah County?
It's Moscow, Coeur d'Alene,
Mhm. Oh yeah.
and
Oh,
I
oh, really?
believe it's
There's a lot
Claudia.
of people in Coeur d'Alene. Coeur
Yeah.
d'Alene's big. Because Moscow's got like 20,000 ish people, but I don't know how many
Wait,
people
no,
are
no, wait.
residents.
Coeur d'Alene is Kootenai County.
Okay.
Latah County
Okay.
is
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I
basically Moscow.
And probably Genesee. Is Genesee there too? But I mean, that's a town with
Ge-
no stoplight. It's just a gas station, I think.
what
I'd
about
like
Nez
to give
Perce?
something that's just my opinion, and
Okay.
my opinion is I have an issue with all these, the judge, the prosecutor, all of them being Idaho alumni
Yeah.
and,
Even Ann Taylor.
having and Ann
Mm-hmm.
Taylor and
Mm-hmm.
still having family working for
Mm-hmm.
a University of Idaho. Like I have issues with that altogether. I think it's
Uh-huh.
a conflict of interest in my
Uh,
eyes because
uh-huh.
things don't seem right. You think Jose Baez would put up with this Brian being in jail all this time and no bail and no real proof that he's did it?
Right?
I mean, you got to question that. Look at the O.J. Simpson trial. You know, you
Yeah.
think this would have flew with Johnny Cochran?
No, no,
Yeah.
not high priced attorneys. Nope, nope.
And I'm not going to say Ann Taylor's not good. You know, I think she's a very good attorney. I just have an issue with all of them being alumni.
Mm-hmm.
Alumni stick together.
Mm-hmm.
And she don't want to hurt feelings, so you know she goes in there and she has to abide by what the judge says, okay? She has to do that. I'm just saying if there was an outside attorney, maybe we wouldn't be right where we're at either.
Yeah. Well, see, I was watching Tommy's live, and he made a very valid point. Brian Koberger needs a more experienced attorney. Well, I know Ann Taylor's experienced, right? But there was that conflict of interest that she was embroiled in around the time that she was first assigned to Brian,
Yeah,
because
but
she was
that had to do because she ran the prosecutor's office and one of the parents thought that that was her attorney when actually she wasn't assigned
yeah,
to
yeah,
Anne,
Kara
but
Knottle.
to that office.
Oh, the Kernodle, yeah.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
yeah. Yeah, that's another sad thing that you bring that up.
Isn't it?
Her going to prison and stuff, man. I pray for that lady.
Yeah.
I realize she's got an addiction, but to be estranged from your daughters and
Mhm.
then a murder happens, like it just breaks my heart for her. And I know she's got an addiction, but start reading about addiction. It goes back to your brain. It's sometimes it's not something they want to do.
Right. And being a drug addict in prison isn't
There's the
any
link, L.
better. I mean, you're gonna get drugs in prison. You know what I mean? It's like
Yeah,
it's
there's
just
more
like
drugs in prison than there is anywhere
exactly,
else. It seems like so.
exactly, hundred
Yeah, it's a
percent.
sickness.
Hey, Rob Chalk, tell it to L's coming on panel.
Oh yeah, I've never met Tella to Elle. She's seems like a nice lady. I don't know much about her, but what I
I like
know
her name.
is she's all right. Yeah. Well, my thing with that is, that's why so many areas in the country started drug court. That's a
Yeah.
Mhm.
real strict program. I volunteer for it, and I used to go
Mhm.
sit in court. And that's your last step before prison. But it's one of them things, either you're going to get clean or you're not. But with drug
Yeah.
courts, they give you so many resources and they make you, they keep you busy,
Mhm.
between doing your classes and then you have to get a job. And, I just wonder if they have drug court there, and why couldn't Kara have gotten in something like that and really got her on
Yeah.
the help she needed. Not jail, I don't think is for addicts. I think they actually really need some help.
Yeah. Yeah. Jail's like the last place for that. I mean, they're not getting the help there. Like
No,
I
Yeah,
don't. I
Ashley,
want to.
Ashley, I dropped the link for her.
tell it to Elle. Are you coming up, hon? Be glad to have you up here. Robert wants you up here. Come on up.
Love to hear you. That's my favorite. One of my favorite parts of this is getting because I live here. A lot of these videos I've seen the last year and a half or whatever have been sometimes it's hard to watch because I'm like, no, but this is Idaho, but that's U of I. Like you have to understand how that town works. I used to go to parties there when I was in college, and I was not in a sorority or affiliated with a sorority, and they wouldn't even let me in.
Oh
So it's
wow.
like, yeah, I mean, I would go with fraternity guys. I had a couple good friends from high school. We all went to Idaho, and I went to Boise, and they went up there. And I would go visit, and we'd go back and forth and go see each other because it's only a 5 hour drive, like hang out. And I would go up there, and we'd walk through down Greek Row and go into each house and party. Like the sorority houses, when there's like a sorority party or whatever, they don't have parties at their houses. They have brother houses or whatever, like their brother fraternity. I'm probably wording that wrong. They have whatever their fraternity is with their guys and then the girls and yada, and they party at the fraternity house. They don't party at the sorority houses.
Hey, Robert.
Yeah.
Are you?
I
I
just
don't. Sweet Surrender is not blue yet, hon.
I know I added her like 5 minutes ago.
You might have to click it again because it's not blue. Isn't that something that takes effect immediately when you give them a wrench? I don't
Yeah,
know.
let me see.
It's okay.
Seppa's
Ashley
blue.
says she's taking her dog to pee.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was tell it to L. Said she'd
Mm.
click on in a few. Yeah, let's
So
see
it's
here.
kind of, I don't think there's like something special about Idaho, though. If you want to visit, it's pretty gorgeous over here. But at the same time, uh, I don't know what it is about this state, but in the last, I don't know, 2 years, we've had so many murders.
And there's
Oh, you have?
there's murders everywhere. It's just so crazy.
Right,
But
right,
you know
right.
what? It seems like nowadays the constant, for example, growing up, I thought if I got pregnant that my dad in high school, he would bury me in the backyard literally 6 foot under. That's what I was scared that would happen. Seriously. The consequences, people don't care about them anymore. And that
For
sucks.
sure.
It shouldn't be that way.
Right. And that's what I meant earlier when I was saying it's hard to be like in my 40s and talk and think like somebody in their 20s. Like I think I'm hip. I think I know things. I work at a music venue, but I don't know shit about what 20-year-old kids doing. I just
Yeah.
learned last week that drug dealers are called plugs.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
that's
wow.
true.
I didn't know. I've heard it in songs and stuff. I've heard it on shows, but I guess the thought didn't really cross my mind. And then my stepkid's mom basically was like, "Did you know that plugs are drug dealers?" And I was like, "No."
Well,
God.
a plug is what you plug in the wall, right?
Yeah, I know. I was like, "What do you mean? What do you mean a plug? Is it a 210? I don't get it."
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. Most
Yeah.
definitely.
Okay, she's added as a mod, and because I just clicked, I just clicked on her little three dots on the YouTube side. It says, because I added her as mod, and it's saying remove as a standard mod. I'm not going to do that. So she is a mod.
Sippa, you got any ideas on that? What he just said? Oh, she's blue. Yay!
You.
Congrats, Katie. There you go. All right. All right. Heather Fitzgerald? I mean, BT hasn't seen a murder trial in how many years?
Bill Thompson.
Mm.
Well, do you think maybe he hasn't seen a murder trial in how many years because he don't really go that far with it? What do you? Because there's
Yeah.
murders that's happened there. We
Sure,
know
but they're
there's
playing
murders.
out.
Yeah, he's playing them down, not taking
Yeah.
them to trial. Listen, Moscow was hit by a storm. They was not prepared for all of us to take this case like we have.
Agreed.
No,
They wasn't
Adam just
prepared.
posted in chat. He said, "Rob, I saw your episode on the number 13." Because it was that video I was playing. Okay, here's Telltale. She came up.
I tell it to hell.
Hi, Elle.
Hi.
We're
Hello.
listening to you, hon. Tell us what you got to say.
Yeah.
Sound okay to you guys?
Yep,
Yeah.
sound great.
Okay, good. Just making sure. I had to get a new laptop. Oh, I have a lot to say.
Go
What?
for it.
Robert, you want your mods to drop the channels too? Tell it tell you have a channel, right, hon?
You have a channel, right? Tell it to Elle.
I do.
Okay,
Robert,
mods, drop your channel in
okay, there
chat.
you go.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna mute and I'm gonna listen to you, hon, but I'll be right here.
Hold on, guys. If I sound okay to you guys, hold on one second because I don't sound okay to me. I'm hearing myself echo for some reason.
Do you got something on, like a YouTube or something?
Do you guys happen to know how to fix this?
Well, I don't. It's on your end because I'm not hearing it unless somebody else
Yeah,
is.
I'm not hearing that.
You're not hearing it, so it's only me. Hold on. Let me make sure it's not like on my phone as well. Okay. It sounds crazy to me because you guys respond to me and then it's like I'm responding again after you guys talk. So hold on one second. I'm
Sipa
gonna
Back out and come back in.
says mute your YouTube side.
mute. Okay. Oh, okay. Are you guys there?
Yep.
Yeah, we're here.
No.
You need to stop
Okay,
for a
I
minute.
did.
See if
I'm
it's
on my
echoing.
laptop. You guys don't see my face though.
No, you'll
No.
have to click on that little screen, and Sophie don't have one either, and download a picture.
Oh, no.
Actually says you sound good to
Okay.
chat. Tell it to Elle.
I sound good to chat. Okay. Let me if I lose you guys, I'll click the link.
Okay.
If I lose you guys, I will come back. Sorry guys, I didn't mean to like interrupt with all this. But
Oh,
my
it
laptop's
happens.
new and I don't know how to do this. So
Now's the time to learn,
I'm
sweetheart.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we can hear you.
Okay, good.
You figure it out?
Okay, I think it's good just on my laptop.
Cool.
It's still doing
Okay.
it.
Hmm.
No, it's not. I think we're good. Thanks. Sorry, guys.
All right.
What do you got, Elle? You said you have a bunch of stuff. Well, I'm waiting. I'm patiently waiting for you.
Me too. I'm excited to hear what she's got to say.
Oh,
Uh-huh.
yeah.
I just think that this case is insane.
Hmm.
It's insane, and I have said from day one, I think Koberger is a Fed, and holding I'm holding to that because he has to be. And his comment about if he made the comment about being exonerated, um, if you people don't believe me, but if you're like a special agent doing covert ops, you can get convicted of crimes, be doing your job, and the only way to get not convicted is being convicted, and then the federal government exonerates you.
Okay.
Well,
And I think that's what he meant when he said he can't wait to be exonerated.
and we don't know that he said that. His attorney said that.
Right. We don't know. And that's what I said. I don't know if he did or didn't.
Did you hear me last night when I said, he could be something because he's this ninja killer, but he comes in with no handcuffs and no shackles. How's that happen?
Right. Right.
Right.
I'll never understand that. And then somebody said, well, he's got an electric thing around his waist. Well, I'm sorry, I'm gonna call bullshit on that.
Yeah. Did you
He's
see how they took that boy's mom out of court when she got convicted the other day of being whatever his mom? He's the kid who murdered kids to high school. They took her out in
Oh, yeah.
shackles.
Yeah, once she got convicted for involuntary manslaughter.
Right. Right.
Yeah, but he's a ninja killer here. Okay.
Right.
The shooter at whatever school that was, Oxford or something.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. His mom.
Well, the whole thing is he an
Yeah.
informant? Does he work for the federal government? Did he go a little too far? But he sure comes out laughing with the guards too, so it makes you really wonder.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm ready for your next thing, Telltale. I'm all ears.
Mm-hmm.
Well, can you ask me questions? I have so much to say, and I've been just in my own world, kind of a lot of drama, a lot of stuff. That's not what I came here, to YouTube true crime for. So it's like it's just been a whirlwind. But I think that the DNA, in my personal opinion, and I've put out hints because I am a little worried of my safety, but I do believe Brian Koberger is tied by way of cousin to someone. I cannot prove this though. So I have not necessarily full blown said that, but I do believe it. And I put out a video with the person that would have to be his father's brother if that were the case. And I'm just going to say that if you guys, read up more, you guys know that name, right?
Read
The
up
guy with
Read
more.
up more.
the knife. He was the knife guy, and he was said to be dating Kaylee. Possibly his nickname was Charlie, and he was in the Alpha Rho frat and had that knife in his like Halloween costume the weekend prior.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that family is highly this in my opinion, I'm just going to say it. In my opinion, this whole thing comes down to very elite families and their money. And in my personal opinion, if y'all want to just know the truth, I do believe this was two separate situations. And I believe Ethan was the biggest target. And that's as far as I will kind of say with that. I believe Freemasonry has to do with the Ethan thing. And I'm almost gonna put out a video about this. And if I die, I die. I don't know.
Oh.
My life was threatened. And so but I also feel like it's just there's been enough said at this point that I'm not telling people something that hasn't really already been said if people really pay attention. But it's literally all tied to Freemasonry, elite families. Um, you can ask more questions and then I'll answer because I just don't. I feel really weird just spewing out
Eh,
like everything, but it is. I feel like part of me feels this is not also. I never was a conspiracy theorist. I never would have ever believed in psyops, but I've done a lot of research and I've talked to some very educated people. And I had no clue some of the things our government is involved in. And
hmm,
when you guys look at this, don't you guys start to think like there's one too many things of crazy going on with this case?
Oh yeah.
yes.
Um,
Yeah.
Elle,
And I
have you
hate
seen
to
that?
say that because I don't want to say it's not real. Like I don't mean any negative like I'm not saying that to be oh it's not real. Like if I don't know at this point.
Yeah,
It's sad.
Elle,
I feel
Elle, have you seen that that video True Crime Design came out with about how they were tying up all the links drug wise to the house?
yes. And I believe that see, okay, here's the thing. If it's real, it's awful and there's a lot of really sick people in that area. Like no
Hmm.
doubt about it, right? Like
Hmm.
they're twisted, sick. I don't even know how to even begin to say what those people are. And they're raising their kids to be that way. But I firmly believe Linda Lane, like you guys know Linda Lane. Like I've been one of the
Yeah,
people who has said from the start, I've pointed out, and I'm not complaining about anything, but nope, not many people listened when I was like, "Hello, Linda Lane, get a magnifier." Like this is not what it is supposed like it's not matching what they're telling us. Period.
yeah,
And I sat in the dark night after night with a magnifier saying there's other people there. They're either messing with us overlaying videos or there's really bad things happening.
Uh, well, I'll tell you what, it's funny because they're like, I would tell you that on a weekend night, a weekday night, any night at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning in that town, there in that area because it's right by Greek Row, you can see the Sigma Chi
Right.
house right there. There's probably thousands of people walking around.
And they said that it was such a quiet night, right?
Right, a quiet night. So let's say there's only like 800 people. You
Right?
know, I mean that would not surprise me at all. It's just even in the slightest. It's
And I
that.
heard you guys right before I got on, you were talking about like one of you was saying something about partying with like frat people or sorority girls.
Uh-huh.
And I've I am so sad to say like I'm in California and like I had no, like this makes me disgusted that I ever partied with like Sigma Chi in another city because I'm in a like smaller town. But I was like, oh my gosh, but those they lied to us. Like even if that's not a quiet night in my perspective when they're trying to make us all believe that that's like such a small tiny town. I mean, there's things happening clearly.
yeah,
And I just think they and one of you guys also said like they didn't expect us, the people, we the people to care, I guess. You know what I mean? Like we're the ones it seems and it's disheartening to me. We seem to care more than their the brotherhood or their sisters. Like none of this makes sense to me.
Yeah, that was Rock who said that.
yeah,
I think that that's kind of was my point about Moscow in and of itself. If you're not in the Greek system,
Uh-huh.
you're like an outsider. I mean,
Yeah,
I've
I hear
been
they
there.
don't like outsiders.
I've been there a lot when I was in college, and I am not Greek. I mean, technically I am Greek, but I'm not in the in the Greek system up there, you know.
yeah,
And and I know plenty of very great people that are in fraternities and sororities. So that I'm not going to bash on, but the Greek system there is like a whole different entity. It's very hard to, I wish I could explain
I
it better
agree.
than just saying, like, it's just an enigma. It's just happening. It's just the way it is here. But it is different. Part of that is the small town. Part of it is
Mhm.
there's a good deal of people with a lot money in this state. And you're right. Whoever's saying, was it you that was saying there's like elites, whatever, and
Mhm.
the Masons are definitely here. All that stuff is what you're saying is relevant to this area. Is it relevant to everywhere? I don't know. I haven't lived everywhere,
Right.
but from what I know of Moscow, I'd say, yeah, looks pretty.
It's kind of in a league of its own, in my
It's
opinion.
Yeah, it's
I've never
different.
been
I
there,
mean, yeah, I can't.
but
I've
I
always
don't want to
said
go.
that. No, yes, I've been saying it for like 20 years. It's a different town. It's its own thing altogether. Even Pullman, Washington is right there. The school that's right there. That town is like seconds away. It's like basically you're in the same town. You're not.
Right.
We'd be like, I want to go to eat at this place and just drive over there. It's not like you're taking an hour to get there. There's no freeway. You're just you're just driving over on probably a 2-lane road. It
Right,
might
and
be
that's what I
it.
don't get about, like, the
Yeah.
pings and stuff with the cell phone because I live in I mean, it's way bigger than Moscow, but,
Hmm.
um, I live where, like, the next town over is probably, like, from my town to Pullman, and it's a two-lane road, to get there, and 10 minutes-ish, but I just don't understand, like, you can't say he was stalking them because his phone pinged when you only have 3 towers, and it's just a little odd. The whole thing is just starting to get a little too funny for me. Not
Yeah.
funny, really funny, but, like, a little weird.
Yeah. No, ironic funny. I was curious yesterday when somebody brought that up. I mean, if we're gonna go bigger picture of something else is happening here. I really do think there was some of these kids are undercover, some of these kids are something. I don't know what's going. I
Yeah.
mean, I think there's some drug thing going on. I don't know what it is, but is it possible to clone Brian's phone? Is it possible to have a cloned
I've
phone?
read that they can do that. The police and there's something I forget what it's called, but there is I was gonna say a machine. There's a
No, a
device.
stinger. It's called a
Yeah, a
stinger.
stinger. And they can
Okay.
clone, they can do that. And also if whatever they said were whatever was down, so why would his phone be pinging if the whole area was down and that you know what I mean? Like, I don't get all that technology stuff totally, but there's just too much weirdness. And I'm sorry, but I really do believe both girls were involved. And I mean, I'm telling y'all, if you spend an hour in the dark with a magnifier and whatever device you use, you will
Yeah.
see there's just too much. It's creepy.
Yeah. Yeah. And there's got
And
to
I
be
saw there was an
1,000 more
Adam.
cameras.
I saw an Adam in the chat. I'm trying to look at my TV while I'm responding to you
What'd
guys. An
she
Adam is
say?
that Adam? What do you know, Adam? I also my point about Adam though, he said he was in Pleasanton, California, and I love Pleasanton by the way, but I believe everyone has the wrong Adam. That's my personal opinion. Um,
Cajun chick
no,
just said, Cajun chick just made the comment. I'm going to post it on the screen here.
Yeah, there you are. Hey, Cajun chick. Yeah, intrusion. Yeah, see, that's what when they were talking about yesterday, and they have the video of like, say, that cop car or the Fusion or whatever that's across the
yeah,
street. Or what about? And there's this car and it's driving past and whatever. Couldn't one of the cop cars that's just like on duty be sporting around I mean, if we're gonna, this sounds horrible. This is too conspiracy theory for me. I'm sorry. I'm like,
I've
maybe
never
it's
been that
too
way
much.
either, but trust me, now I
I
am
know
kind of.
that's this. It's this case. It's this case. It was the Kylie Rodney thing really threw me, and then this
Same,
happened, and I'm like, I have
same.
no idea. I don't know what to think of any of this because I did some crazy crap when I was in college, and we got away with everything.
Same. I mean,
But
I've had my party days and like
yeah,
things weren't like this.
no, no,
Yeah.
no, no, no. Yeah, no. Like people weren't getting, like it was just completely so different that it's insane to me. But I
Yeah.
have a really hard time thinking inside that box because I've never been in it. And there is a difference. Like Rockchuck, I think you were saying earlier that when you have kids that age, and some of the stuff, the difference in the age group below us, I got like a 17-year-old that's mine basically, and I have a hard time believing like, oh, we don't need driver's licenses. Like the weird stuff and maybe with the stuff we did was weird to our parents too. But at the same time, it's insane to me to see how lackadaisy, I guess it is, how they take existence a little bit sometimes.
Right.
Like it's
But
no big deal.
it's funny you say that because I would have never ever drove without a driver's license ever. But
Right.
you ever watch Live PD or On Patrol? I
No.
swear everybody they pull over don't have a license.
Oh
That's gotta
no,
bo-
and I
it's gotta
agree
be
with you. I
BS.
wouldn't either. I've been in trouble. I've had a DUI, and I would have everybody in my class years ago. They all drove with no license to this class you had to
Oh,
go to. I mean, and I'm like, I'm the only one here that just absolutely followed the rules, or what?
Yeah,
yeah,
no, I,
I
I
just
can't. I
don't.
can't let anybody into a concert because we have a liquor license. I mean, somebody's got to be at the door. One of us has got to
Mhm.
check IDs. We can't. You can't even come in. I have to ID 80-year-old lady. I had a lady at an art opening. We were doing an art gallery. There's like 8 people inside, and I made her walk back out to her car and get her driver's
She was
well
license.
probably pissed.
you have
Yeah,
to because ABC alcohol, tobacco,
yeah,
and firearm or alcohol beverage control can come in,
yes.
and if you have somebody that's 80 years old and don't have an ID, you can lose your liquor license.
Right, right. We're not going to do that. So exactly,
Mm-mm.
exactly. So it's kind of crazy to me that cops would be like, okay, that's okay.
Right.
Okay, you don't have it. I'll just look you up by name. When I was like 19, probably, I went up to Idaho City, which is like an hour away west or east of there, east of Boise, I mean. And all my friends, all the people I was with, all broke into a hot springs, like climbed a fence, and I was like, nah, I'm good. I'm not gonna do that. And they all climbed the fence and they're drinking and they got in a pool, hot springs, and they left all their beer cans and I was driving them and they were they left all their and the cops came because they're morons. And the cops gave everybody tickets and the cop shined his flashlight at me and he's like, what are you doing out there? I was like, not getting in trouble. But
Stuck
I
with
didn't know.
them.
Yeah, I'm like, no thanks. I didn't know until the drive home that they'd all, except one, given the police fake social security numbers. This is the 90s. He
Oh
would
my
fake
god.
and fake names, except for one of them. One of them gave the correct information. So when the one of them went to court, the judge said, because all your friends lied to us, you get 7 more tickets on top of yours or something. Like you get
Wow.
all of the tickets and you can make your friends pay us.
What?
Wow.
And he did. I mean, we were all still friends. So I mean, I didn't get one, but I'm just saying, like, something like that happened because we were able to get away with it with the technology at the time.
Right. And now that
But
you say that, I do recall someone channel had said a while back that none of the 3 guys at Banfield, like the 3 that were stopped for so long, um, none of them actually got cited like
mm,
were supposed to, and that's not true. They did get cited. I know each of their names, and they did get I mean, it was
They
like
got
70.
tickets, $400 tickets.
Yeah, yeah,
damn,
475, I think.
damn.
But yeah, and so, however, I will say I firmly believe they were involved in the situation as well. And for a long time, I was one of the people that thought that the guy with the glasses was somebody he wasn't. And so I need to fix that video actually, now that I'm saying this out loud, because but there's his name is Ethan, and
Mhm. What?
he got there's another similar name, similar age in Washington that the boy had killed his stepfather and he was out on bond when this occurred. And I'm not 100% positive that I'm wrong, but it's a little odd because you can't find any pictures of this kid or anything in Washington. And I firmly believe these kids were involved 100%. Did you guys see the knot on the mixed young black? I'm guessing he's half black, half white like me. His knot on his head. I just realized that like recently. I'm shocked nobody else caught it.
The boy
And
who walked away from the cop? Like,
he's there. He's one of the three that's literally there the whole time.
okay.
And he's the mixed kid, and then there's the guy in the middle with the glasses. His name's
Glasses.
Ethan. But
Oh,
it's
okay. Okay.
weird. It's a little weird to me because of their names. Because if you listen to the audio, my assumption is it's Ethan saying he like, and I always assumed it, and I still do. I don't know what I think. His friend Pete in the fraternity, but the Ethan and Pete are two of the boys there with the cops, but they're also Ethan, Ethan, and then Pete in his fraternity. It's just a little too weird with all the same names. They all look alike. It's just what is going on? This is why every day it gets harder and harder for me. And I'm like, seriously, is this for real?
You know, I've always had a question,
Yeah.
and that was the Saeed thing. You know, he
Yep.
showed a picture of his ID to the officer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know, fake IDs are really easy to make.
Dime a
For
dozen.
one.
Mm-hmm.
For
Mm-hmm. And
two, did you ever see that undercover call it in? Because I didn't.
uh-uh.
No.
They like when did they call that in like a normal officer?
Mm-mm.
Exactly. That. And I haven't seen anybody cover that, Robert.
But what was
No.
taking so long if they weren't?
All he said was Sadie was okay, you're good to go.
He was
And
probably
he's got
writing
the
out
bushiest
tickets.
brows in all of Moscow.
All the sketchy people in this whole thing have pretty bushy eyebrows.
And Emma
They
Bates
do.
Yeah.
could be Brian Koberger's sister, and she has the brows. He does.
You know, I will say
Yeah.
this: if Brian was walking by me, say at Wichita State University, I would not look at him and see bushy eyebrows. I
Mm-mm.
wouldn't see these killer eyes.
Mm-mm.
He's actually a good-looking guy, and I'm not a
Uh-huh.
Brian lover. He's a
Me
good-looking young
neither. I
man. I'd
agree.
have never looked twice at him. But the minute they come up with a name, he's got killer eyes. He's got bushy eyebrows. I don't see any of that.
Mm-mm. No,
That's
he looks like a
mainstream
normal
media
guy.
No.
for you.
He looks terrified sitting in that courtroom.
Yeah. I know what
I
you're
think he looks
talking about.
confident. I don't think he looks terrified. I think he looks confident. My
The
opinion.
last court date had me confused, but we can't see his face really anymore. But when he answered the very first court date and he said whatever he answered, absolutely, or whatever to the judge that wasn't judge, it was like, do you know your charges or whatever? And he said something, and I was like, that's way too confident for some dude who just did all
Yeah.
this. Like, I'm sorry. He's
Mm-hmm.
confident. And they came in once laughing him and like I don't know. If it were me, I'd be losing my mind at this point, even if I was a Fed. I mean, is he really sitting there in a cell? I mean,
Mm-hmm.
He looks. He
I mean,
listen.
I
He
was
looks
I'd
well
do it
fed.
no matter who I was.
He looks well fed. He's got a nice haircut. He's
Yeah.
shaved. I have questions.
Yep. I wish I could go visit. I'd
Yeah.
be like, I'm here to visit Brian Koberger.
Right? Because
Tommy
if you put him
Jude,
next to the guy.
Tommy
Go
Jude
ahead,
wrote a
Robert.
letter to Brian.
Oh, he
Who
did
did?
good.
I I
Yeah,
want
Tommy
to
Judah.
too, but I don't believe they'll give it to him.
Well, the jail that he's in is like directly under the courthouse, and yeah, the jail is that he is in is directly under the courthouse,
If
Oh
and
I
no.
it
lived
only
there, I'd probably purposely get arrested just to go be in that. I mean, because they put it's women and men, no?
no, I don't. Yeah, it's women and men, but from what
Not
I've been,
together.
yeah, from what I've been finding out, the jail only holds a maximum of 10 to 20 inmates. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
It's small.
Yeah.
And I think the
Well,
only
I
reason
heard
why they're
someone
keeping it, I
saying he
think,
was in like a I don't believe this, but I forget who said this, but someone was like, "He's not in a cell, he's in a pod," and I'm like, "No, he's not." Like it's Lata,
It's it
whatever's
is it's
proper.
later. It's later. It's later.
Oh, good. Okay, good, because that's how I like to say it anyway.
Yes. Go on, Elle. You think he's in a
Is
pod?
that
Yeah,
is
there's
that
not a
is
there's not a
Robert
pod in
is
there.
Yeah, there's
yeah, there,
probably no pod, and he probably like
there's
I'm questioning, does he literally like stay there? I literally believe he's a Fed. It would make the most sense, and it would be why it's taking so long. I would hope that he was there, and they're never gonna tell us though. If there's blood on the feds or whoever he works with, like, they're not gonna tell us if they were investigating something, even if it was at that house with the fraternities, they're not gonna tell us that something went wrong because I believe something went wrong, and he was there with whoever else was there investigating the corruption.
thank you, Rock Chalk.
You're welcome. By the way, thames means thanks. Got to
Oh,
put my bifocals on. Sorry about that. Love your chat too. Love your people in your chat.
yeah. Marietta said that the Latah County Jail holds 42,
Oh, it's
and
huge.
that's
42, okay.
Is
which
it
is
And I
full?
see
which is
those
very
That's
big.
actually
people.
really small. That's
Yeah, I know.
actually a
Yeah,
really
Yeah.
small jail.
Yeah, I was joking. Sorry.
Yeah, yeah. And that's
We
underneath,
have
you
a
know.
courthouse and like it's like ancient and like I used to go there when I was little and like the George Bush the first one like came there and like I remember being like 4 and we had a jail under there like in the 1800s. So like I'm literally envisioning it being like that. It's a museum now. And I'm like gosh, that's just I can't even imagine being there, but I do believe I have to hold hope because he's either got some part in this or he's a Fed. And I've tried to say this every video I do. Like, I'm holding hope he's a Fed or of somebody that's special that was there to investigate. And it's just all too odd.
I've said that for a
yeah,
while.
it
I
is.
thought he was an informant or he's a Fed. There's a reason why he ended up in Pullman, Washington, too, clear from Pennsylvania, in my opinion.
Where are you from, Rock Chalk? Can I ask? Because you just said Washington like my mother does. And I love it.
Well, right now I'm in Wichita, Kansas, but I have a house at Lake of the Ozarks, and I have a house in Colorado and a house in Oklahoma. So I'm from the Midwest.
Gotcha. My family's Midwest, East Coast, Florida, but my aunt has a lake house at Lake of the Ozarks, and so you sound a lot like my aunt too, so that makes sense.
I hope you like your aunt.
Yes, I do.
Good night, Sweet Surrender. Sweet Surrender is saying good night to everybody.
Good night, sweet surrender.
Good night. Yeah, it's funny. My family is from Pennsylvania, and everybody says Washington.
Yeah, my mom says so many funny words. It's like, oh my gosh, I love it.
Somebody asked in the chat, and I hope I understood them right, Robert. Wouldn't this be a federal crime? Well, if you're asking because if they're a federal employee, that don't make it a federal crime. And
No.
these unalivings didn't take place in different states, so there's certain
If
No.
things
they
to make it a
appeal,
federal crime. Yeah.
will it be but if they appeal, it goes to the right? Like,
if they appeal
If
it,
it appeals,
it'll
it
go to
still
the
don't go to federal. No,
Yeah, it's a
if it
different
gets
court.
no, it goes to the Court of Appeals, which is still district court.
yeah.
okay, then, and see, I don't understand all this because whatever I read on the DOJ website when I was like months and months ago, I was trying to understand how I could make sense of if he was a special agent of any kind. And that's where I learned and I read about a case and it said the federal government would be, and maybe that's just because he can get convicted, but once he's convicted, then just the federal government that approved him to be on the job would then be the ones to exonerate him. But I
Mm-mm,
don't know how to make sense of
mm-mm,
all that. So,
mm-mm. That would be like a U.S. Marshal, because I was married to one. 33 years he was a marshal. That would be like him, say, killing somebody here. He would still be charged on state level. He would not be charged federal level. Just because
right,
he's a federal
okay,
employee does not make him make him be charged federally. Now, when you're asking about where it'd go to a higher court, what happens is when you have, say, the Kansas Supreme Court, okay? What that is that several judges throughout the state that sit in on the Supreme Court for Kansas, and they hear all these cases on whether or not they're gonna, approve the appeal or not. So it don't go up to federal level at that point. Am I making
okay.
sense? Did I answer that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
just saw
Rock
Heather's
Talk.
comment, but it
Stiffa just dropped my Cash App in the chat too.
Yeah, one good thing
er,
about Cash App, you don't get all that money's taken away from YouTube gets a
yeah,
lot of
you're
money.
right. Like, who the heck wants all that? I'm gonna go live soon too. I'm supposed to collab with someone, but I'm like, why do I want to be monetized if they're gonna take that much money?
Well, you want to
Yeah.
be monetized for the fact that so that you can actually get out there in the algorithm and all that.
True.
Plus, people like to buy memberships, different
And
things.
yeah, and I'm almost there. I'm gonna do it anyways, but it's so silly. Like, especially if I'm collaborating, you know what I mean? Like, because then
Cash
it's
App's
like
the way
half
to
of
go.
half.
Yeah, Cash App's the way to go. But there's older people like me. Like I just started getting into the Cash App just several months
Yeah.
ago. And listen, I had to read up on it before I would even do that.
I know,
Mm-hmm.
I keep telling my mom, like, Cash App is like my bank. I have a Cash App card, I have a Venmo card, and I love them both, and they work for me. And I'm like, and you get good, perks with both of them, you know? And I'm like, Mom, just get a card. Like, you don't have to put all your money in there, but you get perks. And I just, of, it's the current times we're living in, you know?
Hey, Rock Chalk, look at the screen.
I'm going to Wichita. Wichita, Kansas. Listen, there's nothing here. I don't know where you're coming from, but you better do some investigating because we ain't got nothing special here that I know of.
Where is Peoria in Kansas?
Yeah, we have a Peoria, Kansas.
Mhm.
Sure do.
Yeah, you guys have similar things to like St. Louis, Missouri though too, huh? I managed a motivational speaker. He's sounds exactly like Doc Thrifty actually. How
Oh,
literally like I was like, "Are you messing with me on YouTube trying to be a true crime YouTuber like me?" Like I literally thought it was him. But he's a motivational speaker and he's from Peoria, I think.
I have
Kansas.
a house at Lake of the Ozarks. I love Missouri. That's one of my favorite places.
I love it too. I've my aunt, like I said, lives there. It's very nice, and trust me, y'all get a lot more for your buck in a house than we do in California. That's for sure.
That and we got medical marijuana, we got recreational marijuana, we got
We
a
do
good
too.
governor.
We
We
do
got a good
too.
governor.
And that's great because while I think it's great only because I needed to sleep because I have PTSD and anxiety, but it's a good thing. It's fine. I don't know why people have to put rules on things like that because people do it anyways. And it helps some
Yeah.
people. I don't think it's the worst drug in the world by any means.
Well, let me tell you about Kansas. We have very high property tax. We have very horrible roads, and our state is broke.
Yeah. I
Yep.
like
You sound
Idaho.
like California.
Yeah. Yeah. Like all the
But you got
states.
good people there.
Well, like Sippa said, I'm special. I'm here right now.
Right.
But I think he
At
was
And you
like
least
look
one.
like you
special.
have two beautiful dogs, and I love that. So you got extra points.
Yeah, and you know what their names are?
Tell us.
What are they?
Smith and Wesson.
Oh
Yep.
my god, I love it.
And then I got a Smith and Wesson 380 EZ with the laser right here, and all I ask for is if somebody goes after my dogs.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Exactly.
I
I
have a
love you're my new best friend. I love that answer.
Robert, did you have your dog out yesterday?
yeah, I have a 4-pound Chihuahua. Her name is
I
Oh,
love
Tinker.
it.
let me tell you, the
Oh,
worst bite I've ever had. My neighbor across the street called me over one day and said, "Hey, can you help me with my printer?" Went over there, got done, went to walk out the door. I'll be damned if that dog didn't bite me on my ass. It hurt so bad, that pinch.
it was a Chihuahua.
It was a Chihuahua. Yes, it was.
I have a Chihuahua Dachshund.
So does
Yeah,
Sippa has a Chihuahua too. I don't have.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm just a big dog
Little
person.
dogs are pretty like fierce. Mine is a Havapoo, and I've been single for 5 years because she will not. My dad was the only person she would let even hug me. Like she'll try and attack my mom if my mom hugs me. She's very protective, but they're something else. But they're the best friend you could ever have in the same regard.
Listen, we love all of our fur babies. I like the little ones. I'm
Mhm.
just saying, I think I'd rather be bit by my German Shepherd than that damn Chihuahua. It hurt so bad. It was bruised. It hurt so bad. But let me tell you what.
yeah,
Even cats. You know, you got some cats that's attack cats. I swear. Go ahead, Robert. Sorry about that, hon.
yeah. My
I
Chihuahua, her name is Tinker. She is an applehead deerhead hybrid,
oh
I
wow.
get you. Yeah.
and
Interesting.
she weighs 4.5 pounds. And
Aw.
it's so cute. Someone will come over, right? She'll come out of the bedroom, bark and bark and bark at him, and then she'll turn around and run under the bed and continue barking at him.
That's how my dog is too. But she thinks she did her job, you know?
Yeah,
Let me tell you,
Yeah.
Smith weighs 130 and Wesson weighs 119, and I have a canine vehicle, and they go everywhere with me.
Oh
They're
my gosh,
they're
they weigh
big.
the same as me. Like, geez.
They are big boys. Listen, I even have they let themselves in and out. I have a doggy door. Imagine how big that doggy door is. But I will tell you, shepherds are really smart. I've got so many
Mhm.
cameras, but I swear my dogs can smell people before the cameras ever go off, and that's the truth.
I
Mhm.
believe it.
Mhm.
Can I ask a question, Robert? Just because I've never talked to you, like, aside from comments, are you doing well? I've been praying for you.
yeah. Uh, yeah, I'm doing well as can be expected. My wife has been she has been on my ass.
Well, please
Um,
listen, because what happened sounds a lot like what happened to my dad, and I lost him unexpectedly. So take care of yourself. I was shocked to hear that when I saw your video about it, and I just was like, oh my gosh, please just know this is YouTube, and no matter what, you do have people who love you. People will always hate you.
Hate you?
They'll hate all of us.
Mhm.
yeah,
But just we're all here for a reason and a purpose. And as long as you're enjoying what you're doing, just don't let anything stress you out. I just wanted to make sure I said that to you because I literally really felt for you.
thank you, Il.
You're
Yeah.
Yeah,
welcome. And I just kept you in my thoughts and prayers. And I'm very glad to hear you have a wife and you're being taken care of because that's very important.
yeah. When I first got out of the hospital, she'd forbid me to get on YouTube for like a week, uh, because she wanted me to rest up and stuff, and the doctors told me the same thing. No YouTube for a week. We need you to rest up. And I was, I was like, I was sitting in the living room one day, and I was sitting near my my computer desk, watching something on TV, and my wife comes in the living room, and she goes, she goes, I know you miss YouTube. She goes, I know you miss creating videos. She goes, I will make you a deal. I'm like, okay, what? And she goes, I'll let you continue to make videos, but she said if I even see an inkling of you getting stressed out or anything, if I have a feeling that you're stressed out, she goes, honey, she goes, I'm yanking, she goes, I'm pulling the plug on you for a week. I'm like, okay, thank you, honey. And
Yeah, and you
Yeah.
really have to just be aware. I've had to do this myself. Like your health, your mental health, your all around health is everything. And so, despite I know how it feels, and you feel like everyone's, going, but I took a longer break after the holidays than I intended. But
yeah,
you have to do what you have to do for you, or what's the point? You need to be there for your wife, you need to be there. You have a life to live. So
yeah,
i I really was glad I caught you live tonight, because I always see your videos and I never catch you live. And so I just wanted to ask and make sure you were doing okay, because at the end of the day, you're what matters no matter what.
Yeah,
yeah,
I
yeah,
agree with that, Robert. And I will say this, right after you had your heart attack, your speech was still a little slurred, and I'm noticing every day, like you're very clear tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Kudos
Yeah,
to
you
you.
are.
I'm proud of you.
Yeah.
And please know and be so grateful. I mean, you're lucky. I don't know exactly what happened, but you're so lucky that um you got to a hospital and stuff like that. I mean, honestly, it could have been very different. So I'm very happy for you that it wasn't the case for you.
yeah. Like I was telling, because I had on panel last night, L. I had Rock Chalk, I had Sophie, I had Strange Suspicion, I had Jeff H, and then I had AR Hayes, and it was an awesome panel last night, wasn't
Oh,
it,
I love,
guys?
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. We had fun.
And like I was saying last night, now on the first, on the 1st and 2nd of March, I'm not going to be posting anything because March 2nd is my daughter's birthday. She turns 9, and
Yeah.
March
Barbie
Oh,
1st,
party.
yeah, and
yay.
March 1st, I'm going to be putting the party together because at the last minute at the last minute she decided she wanted to change everything about about her birthday party because she was wanting to do a Minecraft birthday party. Now
Cool.
tonight she
Oh,
now tonight she tells us, Daddy, I want Barbie.
Uh, yeah, exactly.
After we had
your
already
daddy's
ordered the
gonna
mine
get Barbie instead, and that's a good dad.
Yeah, after we had already ordered the Minecraft cake from the Walmart bakery and
Oh
everything,
no. Can you
and
put a Barbie doll on top of the Minecraft cake?
I'm gonna yeah, my wife has ordered like a bunch of like Barbie party favors and and stuff like that through Amazon. It's gonna be here next week, and I told her, I'm like, do you think we can put a Barbie party favor on the cake? And she goes, Barbie and Minecraft, I don't think would work really well together. So yeah,
Too
so
bad.
yeah, so I turned around and I said, well, what do you want me? I said, honey, I said, I love you, but what do you want me to fucking do? And she says, I'll order a new cake.
My
Oh,
little
And
4-year-old granddaughter, she's so into Barbie too. And my friend Ashley, I just love her to death. But she's so pretty, and my granddaughter always wants me to bring Ashley up on the screen to see her Barbie. And I said, that's a compliment, Ashley. I said, I don't want to hurt your feelings. It's a compliment, but my granddaughter thinks you're her real live Barbie. It's the
that's
truth.
so cute. I
okay,
legitimately like.
Sophie just
Go ahead.
left. I don't know if it was an accident or she got
She'll be
or if
back.
she
She'll be back. We also
but
need
yeah,
make sure everybody's hitting that thumbs up so that we can get Robert in the algorithm. And if
Yes.
you haven't subscribed, please do. look forward to seeing everybody more.
And I will share your live, and I've been looking for you to make sure you're okay, because I don't know you, but ever since I heard your situation, I really, really, really felt compelled to check in on you, whether we knew each other or not. So thank you for having me tonight.
You're welcome. Ashley M said Minecraft Barbie. It is all possible.
Yes, we live in 2024. It's all possible. Oh,
Yeah,
and Marietta said, "Too bad I'm so far away. I decorate Barbie cakes or stand-up Barbie cakes."
Oh, that would be sweet.
Sifa, post the link in the chat for Sophie. Her phone died.
Oh, you have to drop the link. You're the only one that can drop the StreamYard link, Robert, I believe.
This is awesome because I'm actually learning something. Like, I have the option to, it says stream this to my audience, and I was curious how that was like my number one question before I went live is how do I allow someone on panel also who's a creator to be able to stream? And this answered my question. So thanks, guys.
Yeah,
You're
not
welcome.
only that, you can invite Robert over to your live.
Yeah, and please, you're welcome anytime. I'm not gonna, I'm hoping tomorrow's the day that we kind of debut what we're doing. Um, and it's gonna be Idaho 4 related, but it's gonna be a bit of a deeper dive. And I used the word elite earlier, and there's a lot more in this world going on. That Idaho 4, real or not real, who knows? Um, Either way, some people are gonna get exposed for
Yeah.
what the things that are happening in this country and in certain parts of the country are really bad. And Idaho 4, no matter what the outcome, has luckily, I believe these kids are heroes, whether it's real, not real, anything, they're heroes. And we need to pay attention. And what me and this other person are going to do is basically talk about things. It's like the elephant in the room, basically.
Yeah.
Things people don't want to talk about. And so I invite all of you to join in.
Do is
And
basically
I
talk
Turn
hope
your
about
that
things.
TV
It's like the
down,
elephant in the room.
Oh,
Sophie.
sorry, sorry.
Yeah.
that's
Things
okay.
I
I was
was
like, is
listening
my
to I
thing
was
messing up again?
no, it's me. I was like still listening to you guys and trying to get my phone to. I have an Android and it takes
I
forever to
was like,
turn back on.
we bored her.
Yeah, I was out of there.
I would like to say something.
Yeah.
For a
Yeah.
minute. You know, this true crime community, we talked about it a bit last night. And it goes all the way. I don't know if you guys have noticed it. Surely you have. All this fighting and bickering. It goes all the way back to cases a long time ago. We can
Mhm.
change that. All these
That's what
creators
I
working
hope to
together.
do.
All these creators working together. Because let me tell you what, it don't cost anything to sub. Not only
Mhm.
that, if you work together and not bring each other down, that just helps with everything. It helps with your chats. It just, several people in this chat tell it to Elle, they'll go to you too. But when you start getting these creators bickering and going after the other, it just is no good for any of us. I just
And
want
what
to,
is
Yeah.
the point? Because to me, that's not what I came here for when I came here. And yeah, I defended myself, but I also want to say when I was trying to get on here, I heard what you said about Michelle. And I fully agree with you. I wish her nothing but the best. I understand that she obviously is going through something. And nobody should wish any bad. Like, that's not, none of this is what I came here for. You know what I'm saying? And so we should all be supportive of one another.
Yeah.
can I ask,
Sweet.
what is this that Adam's posting in your chat?
No idea. Random
You
words.
know.
And
Oh.
why?
I
I
don't,
see
Because
that
the
part.
only one that can put links is your mods. So when you start putting
Yeah.
all this crap in here, it just takes up the chat, Adam. No
I don't
offense,
see,
I'm not
I
trying to
just
call
see
you
a
out,
heart
but
with a plus.
Jamie Rosberg says, I just met Adam. He is in California by me.
Yeah, I understand
Yeah,
that.
I
I'm
saw
just
he said he's
saying.
in Dublin, but okay.
I'm just saying. You post that, and none of us can do anything with it. The only ones that
That's
can
making
post any
me.
links or anything is the mods or the creator.
Then I'm just gonna ask a question out loud, just because honestly, after I thought about it in my head for a second, do any of y'all talk to Tamara Terry?
I stay
She
away from
floods
that
my
name.
damn. She floods
No,
my damn
block,
email.
block that. She's horrible.
Okay. Well, I will say, just in case Michelle ever hears this, I will say I apologize because I do believe Tim. I was under the assumption, based on the 7,000 million emails I got from Tamara Terry, um, like many others, I thought that was Michelle. I wish Michelle
It's
nothing but
not.
the best.
Yeah,
I
it's
just don't want
not.
to be bothered. But Tamara Terry is now I'm questioning some of the things that I've seen in her her contribution to this case, and it's weird. That's what I'll say. So I
Yeah,
just
she's
had to
still,
ask because I
yeah,
don't know
L.
who
She's
knows.
still, yeah, L. She still floods my damn email. And here's what's funny. Yeah, like I was talking
Tamara
about.
Terry does. Tamara Terry
Yes.
does. You got to block that. Listen, Sipa helped me. I was getting 300 emails a day.
Oh my
Say,
I ain't
gosh.
got time for all that. Mm-mm.
Now, see,
my
I
Wow.
found
question
out.
is, why
I
don't
found.
you make your own channel and tell the world or go to the cops if you have every detail of what happened in this case?
Right.
Yeah, it's well, like I was talking on panel last night. Um, she was sending all that shit to Tommy Jude as well. And Tommy Jude,
She's
all he
sending
put
it
on
to
there was
everybody.
all Tommy Jude put on there was please cancel my order and send it
Yeah.
back. So
Okay,
now,
so that's where that came from.
Yeah.
yes,
I had no clue why every email said, please cancel my order.
that was
I was
because
like,
Tommy
what
Jude was
order? Like, what are you
Tommy
talking?
yeah, Tommy Jude, who I love, he's one of my idols. Uh,
Hmm.
Tommy Jude put on the email back. Please cancel my order because he was tired of hearing about it and from her. So that's why he did it. So now every email she sends people says, "Please cancel my order."
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for at least clarifying that for me, because I had no clue. I was like, what, what? Okay. Um, I'm reading Sunny Cat. Oh my God, tell Zell I'm so. I mean, you really want on about that, and Michelle not being bad. Yes, I'm telling y'all right now. I will say Michelle is not Tamara Terry. I have found Tamara Terry, and I have found Clay Jones, because Clay Jones is also an email person. Um, they're real people, and my question is, what's their motive? That's literally my
Yeah,
question.
I
And there
personally
yeah,
is
think
like
a
they're
one
all
of
part
motive.
of that Justin group, and they got all these theories, and they just go nuts about it. And Tamara Terry
No,
don't
I
like
think it's
me.
deeper. I think
Yeah,
it's deeper. And I'm
yeah.
saying that out loud because I think it's safer to say it out loud. I don't trust I think it's I don't trust it's I don't know why, but I think it's bad people.
yeah,
Okay, so Adam, I'm sorry about that. I didn't realize. I still don't understand what it is, but I realized somebody might have asked you for your Instagram, and that's what you put on there. So, uh, Robert, you're going to get your Discord up and going too, and that'll be great, where everybody
yeah,
can come in and visit. And uh, I think you got a really good Discord helper that will probably hook you up. So,
Yeah, let me know how that works cuz you're slightly older than me and I'm like I can't handle all these things. Like I literally hide my phone from myself. So let me know how Discord works out because I seriously am like, oh my God, all these other platforms.
well, Robert already has a Discord, but it's going to be made better, right, Robert?
yeah.
But right
Is
now,
that
I
like
mean,
Patreon? Like
no,
similar?
it's, I would say, hell, I wish Sippa would get up here and talk about it because he's the Discord king, I'm telling you. But it's just a way to chat and visit. I have a Discord and I keep it pretty small. Uh, Most of my closest friends are in there and we talk about
But do they
cases.
pay or you pay?
No, it's free. It's free, hon.
Oh, it's free. I thought it was like a
Yeah.
paid thing.
It's a nice area. Like say Adam joined it and he wanted to get in contact with Jamie, he would be able to share his Instagram with her there. It's another social media, but it's enclosed.
Yeah.
Jamie really like that football player, or is Jamie like I love that football player number 11?
Yeah, she's a big Dallas fan.
That
She's a real
Oh, it's
sweetheart.
a girl. Okay. Boo, Jamie.
Yeah, Sippa is a Discord server builder and he's an IT guy. And let me tell you what, he's got my Discord, so he's got OCD when it comes to Discord too, and I like it. He's got my
Yeah.
Discord so great. We have a
Okay, well,
cinema.
thank you. I
Yeah.
learned something. I thought Discord was like another thing you had to pay for.
And Robert could drop his Discord link because he does have a Discord, but here before long, I believe he'll have a voice chat. And one thing about that, you can go into voice chat and we can talk like we are right now. And it's
What the
not.
hell? Like, what? Voice chat.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my
yeah,
gosh,
Sippa,
I'm like
Sippa,
old.
basically, yeah, L. Basically, it's a video chat,
Okay.
or voice chat. But
it's awesome.
look what Adam said on the screen, guys.
I'm here for Robert. He's the only channel I watch. Good for you, Adam. I
Yay,
would
Adam, we love that.
stick
But
to that.
I hope you do
Or
share
my
because
channel too.
yeah,
But,
I was just getting there. You know, Adam, I hope you start to like tell it to Elle and everybody else. You know, Sippa's got a channel. We can all work together.
yeah, and I
That's
didn't
the
Yeah.
know
beauty
about
of it.
Zippa, so I'll follow Zippa. Like, I'm glad I thank you again for having me because honestly, like, we all learn, and I just want to be in a community with people who have the same, like, the same desire, of the outcome. Like, I don't know. I don't want the drama.
Yeah, Robert, you don't have anybody. You don't have a problem with somebody dropping Sippa's channel, right?
No, I don't.
Okay. Maybe one of our mods can drop Sippa's channel too.
Look on the screen.
Well, Big Mikey, I'm glad you said that, but I got 300 text messages in the last
Honey,
30
Big
minutes that
Mikey,
says,
that's the truth.
I don't know about that.
That's not the truth, but we wish her. I honestly, myself personally, I wish her nothing but the best. I just wish she would not ever put my name in her mouth or put my face on another video. And I wish her nothing but the best.
Yeah, just go
I
do her thing.
understand people have
What
problems.
happened,
I
Rob?
have problems. We all have problems.
Where'd she go?
Am I
You're
gone?
off. Your
Yeah,
your but your
you
voice
left
isn't
for a
gone.
second, but
Oh, there
you're
you go.
back.
That
I
was
haven't
weird.
touched
Yeah.
anything, so it's got to be Discord because I haven't touched anything.
I mean,
Weird.
I literally have
Rodney
been
wants to
kind of
know.
concerned about Michelle just because she hasn't I don't look for her, but typically it somehow comes back that I see it. And in my heart of hearts, I've literally been, I hope she's okay. That's the truth. So I do hope she's okay.
Hey, Rodney
Well, I
asked
think
a
our best
question.
bet is to not talk about her. That's what she wants, and let's just let her go do her thing.
I agree.
But thank
Yeah.
you.
Rodney asked a question. Why did Kaylee split up with Jack Decor or Jack D?
Because
I
he's
don't think we
not
ever
on
knew
her
that.
level.
Oh, I thought because she was gonna leave with Maddie.
No, Maddie wasn't supposed to leave. She
Or I mean,
alleged. Oh
I
my
thought Kate,
God, what is going on in my house right now?
But
she.
I will say this. I heard that Jack Decor, I heard he had a girlfriend 6 months
I
prior.
did too.
Yeah, he did.
But
No.
they're saying they were only broke up a couple weeks. I don't believe that to be true.
Listen, I think
See,
I
now,
feel
now
I've
I
been
have, I have I have a
Kaylee
question for
was
my
on
panel.
a different level.
Okay, I have a question for my panel.
Mhm.
Why is it that Jack D would call Kaylee's parents asking about the dog, if he could have the dog and not calling them to let them know that she was dead.
He didn't call asking about the dog. He called something. I don't think he was asking. I don't know that that's true, but I think I agree with what your point is, the principle of your question. He lived right there. So I never believed though 100% that they were calling him in the first place. I don't believe that's who they called. And if
I-
they did, he's an asshole.
And how do
This
you
is
know it was
what-
them?
Yeah, this is where I think Robert was going with that. And correct me if I'm wrong, Robert. So Jack knew she passed. He's so tight with the family that he went and slept on their couch for what, 2 or 3 days, but he never made contact with her parents. Is that what you're asking? Because that's kind of what I felt like you asked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes no sense. I agree. You
You
know,
could call about the
didn't call
dog like as
Steve
he
and them.
picked the dog up. He picked the dog up from the pound or wherever they took the dog, supposedly.
But if he was so close to the family, how come he didn't make contact with the family, but then he ended up spending the night on their couch for several days? I'm confused.
My
And if
question
somebody's
is,
got that answer, let me know.
how do they
Yeah.
know? How do they even know? Because they made this statement about Maddie calling the same phone number at an early point in this investigation. So were they paying Maddie's cell phone bill too? And if so, what's the deal?
Well, see, here's what I have found out. My brother, his name is Matt. He just moved to 30 to 45 minutes south of Pullman. He was living in Walla Walla, Washington. Now he lives 45 minutes south of Pullman. He moved there because he's been my eyes and ears up there. He's been sleuthing for me. He asked me a question through text earlier. Why is the Gonzalez family the only family speaking out?
Yeah.
Because it's never mind. I'm not gonna answer that. But
Hey, I want you to stop right there for just a minute, Robert. Sippa has your Discord where he can share it for an hour, and after an hour to go away. Would you like him to drop that for your chat?
Yeah.
Okay, Sippa, yes, please. Okay, go on, Robert. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Ashley had a question too in the chat about calling 911.
Did Kaylee call 911?
I believe she did.
I heard she called because she saw something in the trees and they asked her about it and asked her if she was safe. Now, there's a reason why none of the 911 calls has been released, but I believe there was 2 that night. So we'll just have to wait and see that probably.
I don't
Now,
think
see
we'll
what I
ever hear the 911.
see what I would like to know is why, when they called in the murders at noon, why did they call it in as an unconscious person?
Yeah. Yeah. When there's
Yeah, because if I don't care who you are, if you run into that house and you find anybody, you're not gonna say they're unconscious. You're gonna say they're dead.
you can smell that they're dead.
I don't believe they were in my personal opinion, they were placed there. I don't believe they were killed in that house at all, period.
Yeah,
But
because
that's my question. Tamara
I find
Terry, all these messages, what is the point? Why are they putting these messages out? Is that the truth or is that false? And just making all of us out here, because I've seen the same narrative again and again and again over the last year, and it all comes from the same place.
Now, have you guys
Why?
seen that newest Chaos Sector video where
Yep.
it talks about Dylan not being part of the Pi Beta Pi?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
How long is that video, Robert?
It's about 40 minutes.
It's
Okay.
45 minutes because someone commented. Actually, I saw the comments. Some 45 minutes of Chaos Sector. Wow. And they like put happy face. It's a long video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good one though. I mean, it's interesting. I trust. I don't know. I trust everybody on the
I do
planet, but
too.
I
I
trust
do
Chaos
too.
Sector. They seem to be, well, I mean, well educated whoever's doing it.
My question is though, Chaos Sector and the channel, and I respect these channels, no doubt. They're putting out information that everyone should be open to. We
Yeah.
know what you did, that channel. Have you guys seen that? You guys have,
Welcome
yeah.
to the chaos sector.
Mhm.
We're not focusing on the
I
trial
just
right
think
now because
there's
it's
things
clearly going
people
nowhere
need to wake
until
up
evidence
to.
is presented in
And
trial.
this is not
We will
just
wait
Brian
till the trial
Koberger is an
begins, evidence
incel and he
presented,
decided
and we will
because he's
definitely
jealous.
break that
This is
down.
not that
Let's
case.
go back to the timeline before everything
Yeah.
happened, because there is clearly misdirection. We can never know the setting at the home, despite what has been reported.
Yeah.
We don't even know if Kaylee and Maddie even made it back to the home, to be honest. We don't know if Ethan and Xana ever made it back. We're just assuming they did. It seems likely they did. So that's what we've always drawn theories from. I say this because it was never confirmed which set of victims were attacked first. We assume Ethan and Xana were first because they're on the second floor and Kaylee and Maddie on the third. But if Maddie had spilled the beans, it gives the indication that the third floor was targeted. Another oddity about News Nation, they claim that Gonzalez made calls from 2:30 a.m. to 3 a.m. to ex-boyfriend Jake Schreiger.
Wrong.
Don't you mean Jack Decour? I don't recall any reports claiming Jake, who was Maddie's boyfriend, by the way. I don't recall any reports of Jake being called that night. Now, pay attention. This exact time
They
frame
do all
from
have the
2:30
same
a.m.
name.
to 3 a.m. is the
Yeah,
same
Jack,
time
Jack, Jack,
frame.
Jack.
The mainstream media and authorities reported that it was Jack Decour who was being called. Where is Jake coming from? Furthermore, if you have Jake's name, this means someone gave you the boyfriend or ex-boyfriend of Maddie, right? So how does this happen? That so-called updated article from News Nation was published December 30th, 2022, ironically the same day that Koberger was arrested. Many may not make a big deal about this and claim it's information that got misinterpreted or names got mixed up. The problem is, those names don't get mixed up. They're not similar, especially the last name. How do you get Decour and Schreiger mixed up? You don't. In addition, this is the boyfriend of Maddie on top of that. In this article, there is no mention of Jack Decour, yet wasn't he the one who was called during that time frame? Again, another oddity. See, these are things we break down. What I can conclude from this is it was Jack Showalter who was called, and they couldn't get in touch with Showalter and then called Jake. Showalter is best friends with Jake, and Maddie had called Showalter first because apparently he stayed down the street. Couldn't get in touch with him for obvious reasons we explained. And then Jake was called. Not sure when the report of
That
Jack
might be
Decour being called was
a
published,
large
but it
dead
doesn't matter from
zone
this
between
perspective. But it does
Moscow
matter
and
in the
driving down to the
perspective
cabin.
that they
But
tried
that's
to
where I
make
have
it
a
the
question.
ex-boyfriend instead of Showalter,
If he's
who had
friends with the
previously
best friend,
warned the
if him
girls
and Jake
about obviously a danger.
besties,
What?
They made it
why
the
would they
ex
ditch
and
Jack
claimed it was, quote,
Showalter? I spoke to Jack
Yeah.
Showalter, but why would they ditch him
Yeah.
if he lived at Queen Road Apartments and they're friends, at least decent enough? Like, I have guy friends I've partied with. I wouldn't just peace out. Like, if he lived right by me, why would I ditch him?
Yeah.
Because he was supposedly there to
That
keep
is
them
that is
safe,
very interesting.
right?
It didn't
But
look
I
like
Yeah.
also
to
believe he
me.
was texting the boys. There's full blown Jersey. I call them the Jersey boys, 8 and 9. Um, they clearly had the heads up that Kaylee and Maddie were about to arrive, and they go around the corner and then they pop back out 5 seconds later, and he's like, Mogan. And then it's all everyone but those two girls knew what was gonna happen.
I don't know. It sure looked like Kaylee wasn't taking a selfie. She had that phone way up. I'd like to see
No,
what
she
she
was
took a picture
recording.
of.
Yeah, I don't believe she was taking a selfie either.
I want to see what that is. Hey, Robert, can you answer? I don't know the answer to Big Mike's question. Pound Rock Chalk. Is it true Steve G owes Scott Perky 700 grand? I'm not sure about that. Is anybody else on this panel or in chat
I
know
don't
anything
know, but
about
that's
that?
something I don't know, but that's something I'll look into.
There you
Yeah.
go.
I don't know about that either.
Let us
So
know. Tell it
Steve
to Elle because
G
I'd like to know.
owing That's the thing, is that I'm very skeptical about that family and the Chapins. And I hate saying that.
Big Mikey said Rodney will look. So
Thanks.
Big
The
Mike
money
said
is the
Rodney
motive
will
here.
look.
That's all I know. Money's the motive. And I believe it's way more, I believe it's disgusting, and I believe it's disheartening. I believe that the truth is nothing that any of the normal people in the world, whatever normal is even, can handle.
Yeah.
That's why I think it's drugs somehow.
No, I agree.
Late night
Drugs and
power
money.
planning.
Drugs and
Starting to
money.
think they never
Yeah.
actually made any of those calls. Since the perpetrators framed one of the victims in order food with DoorDash, it's also logical those phone calls were just made to make it appear they were alive.
Yep.
We also presented that as a possibility in the first series. If anyone remembers in our simulation series, we addressed how Jack DeCoeur was reported as being like 26 in an article, but 22 in another one. And some claimed, no, Jack is 22. He went to such and such high school. It's public information on it. But how could his age get confused like that then? Where did the individual who knew Jack was the ex-boyfriend, knew that the couple was together for 5 years, also get the age of Jack wrong in claiming he was 26? Do you think they got wrong information? Well, they got all the other information right regarding Jack, right? I believe Jack was 26 at that time. And of course, we broke that down. He was 21 and Kaylee was 16. The parents
does
would
she
both
mean?
find out at some
The
point
show is
and
good.
decided to let them date
The
as long
show
as
is
Jack
good, not the
respected
couple.
Kaylee. We went on to link a motive, of course, that Jack was devastated that Kaylee had decided to move on and didn't want to let her go. Being with Kaylee from 21 to 26 years old, Jack had basically saw her as his future wife. Maybe Kaylee thought that at one point in the relationship, but things changed. Family members from both sides even suggested that they were planning on getting back together. Says who? Because Kaylee had moved out of that house, moved out of town, and was pursuing a career in another state, thousands of miles away. Didn't seem like Kaylee had plans on getting back together. Comes back to Moscow and wasn't allowed to leave ever again. Kaylee had realized the dangers and decided to leave. I would have assumed that Maddie would want to relocate as well, to be with her best friend, start families together, but it appeared she didn't have plans on leaving.
Does that shit.
Maybe she did. Who knows? The point to all of this is those housemates were targeted. The victims were the targets. It wasn't a random massacre. The house wasn't the target, as Moscow PD presented as a possibility. It was specifically those housemates. And of course, the obvious problem further in this article. The surviving housemates woke up and discovered one of their housemates on the second floor, unresponsive and call friends over. Unresponsive is a very vague statement and obviously a wait for it term used for damage control. Because guess what Moscow PD described the scene as? They discovered a bloody and gruesome scene at the home. I guess the so-called surviving housemates were blindfolded and had aroma patches covering their noses. Yeah, get the entire fuck out of here. But interesting though, one of the housemates unresponsive on the second floor, Dylan coming around the corner, would see this housemate on the second floor. And that would be Ethan laying in the hallway. We all know they discovered the housemates deceased. But in this scenario, Dylan first spotted Ethan, quote, unresponsive on the floor, called friends over as she slowly approached the bedroom. And as she got closer, she saw all the blood pouring on the floor, then seeing Xana laying deceased in the bedroom with blood pouring on the floor. The key element they will erase from this is the very fact that they knew the housemates were deceased. Before even approaching the body, you would suspect that Ethan had been harmed or even murdered. But, what do you expect with a cover-up? Guess Gray Hughes doesn't feel the need to recreate that scene in the home and present the animation to court TV. Oh, hell no. Hughes wouldn't dare present what actually occurred in that home. We have a few animators on the team. We might just do that. Here's the thing. The motive is the focus for us. It always has been. Ethan, Xana, Kaylee, and Maddie were the victims. Dylan and Bethany were spared. Yes, they were spared. Even in the narrative, it was the alleged Koberger. They were spared. If he had a target, then he decided to take out multiple people who were not the target. And we have to keep reiterating this. A K-bar knife is sharp and, of course, deadly. But in a physical engagement, the variables to that lone killer narrative are just too unpredictable. The only way a lone killer could accomplish this is either the victims were murdered in their sleep, such as having their throats slit, or fatal blows that incapacitate the victim from being able to put up a struggle against the lone killer. Or, well, you would have to have a very strong individual who could wield the knife without any complications due to the victims reaching and attempting to prevent being stabbed. We're not saying Koberger isn't a strong person, but I think Ethan is the determining factor to the lone killer narrative. Ethan was reported as being discovered in the hallway, and in another report, he was discovered in Xana's bed. We went over this, but again, for new audience members. If Ethan is discovered in Xana's bed without any signs of resistance, it is painting the narrative that he was murdered in his sleep or had suffered a fatal blow. If I'm not mistaken, the autopsy report didn't state that Ethan suffered a fatal blow, such as to his heart, neck, lungs, or any other vital organ. His wounds were described as, quote, sharp, blunt force. This blunt force, combined with Xana's physical struggle, indicates that in this scenario, both victims were being attacked within the same time frame, and that indicates there were multiple people. See if Ethan was awake and aware. He is protecting his girl to the death. And if he isn't successful, at least he went down as a strong defense, which would also give Xana time to run away. That's what the protector wants his girl to do, if she can. Mind you, we stick with the scenario of Ethan being discovered in the hallway, not the bed, because that creates the setting where Ethan was murdered in his sleep. Okay, let's break that down. The so-called lone killer enters Xana's bedroom. She's awake, by the way. Ugh, we went over this, but once again, Xana is awake. Based on their claims, she was waiting for her DoorDash and being on TikTok, right? So the killer enters the room. Immediately, Xana screams. Ethan is awakened. He sees the killer with a knife. And even if the killer proceeds to stab Ethan based on the same fight that Xana put up, what do you think happened in this scenario? You guessed it. Xana is going to fight in this scenario as well. So even though Ethan may have suffered some injuries, he more than likely hasn't suffered a fatal blow. Still, fighting for his life and his girlfriend, who is right by his side, presenting enough resistance that can possibly give them the upper hand. So this is why Ethan was alluded to being asleep when he was murdered by claiming he was discovered in Xana's bed. Mind you, they never confirmed that any of those housemates were asleep. They alluded to it, which of course makes it more convincing that a lone killer could just walk into that home and murder 4 people. And another thing to that is it places the victims in those locations during the attacks as well, which obviously changes the time frame in which the murders would be successful, and also how the lone killer would be able to handle squirming housemates running around after being stabbed or aware of the danger in the home. In other words, there were multiple killers and the housemates couldn't escape. Okay, fuckers, we're breaking your lies down one by one. Now with these 4 being the victims, we break down what the motive would be and how each victim is connected to that motive. The drug-related motive would suggest that those 4 victims were involved in drug-related activity or associations that led to
What do you guys think so far?
being targeted. Maddie spilled the beans to Adam. Kaylee wondered
Interesting.
about it, so we can assume both girls were targeted based on this motive. Now for Ethan and Xana, there isn't any proof that they were targeted related to that motive. It's possible, but maybe they were trying to help their peers and also were murdered. It's possible. Based on the Linda Lane audio, I think Ethan and Xana were in that alleyway before the attacks on Kaylee and Maddie had occurred. He was beaten severely. Xana and Ethan come back home. Kaylee and Maddie then call Jack about it, and soon after they're all murdered. You may say, wait, you're presenting conflicting scenarios all at once. What I'm doing is trying to zone in on specific time frames that will help determine when the attacks and murders occurred. Ethan's mother stated that 2 a.m. was a dark hour. Xana's father claimed that he spoke to her around 12 a.m., and apparently the couple was at home around that time eating pizza. Okay, let's try to sort all of this out. First, the 2 a.m. hour being dark is not based on the hour itself. Now, it is reported that Ethan and Xana arrived back around 1:45 a.m. Yet, in other reports, the mainstream media claimed Ethan and Xana's whereabouts were not known from 9 p.m. to 1:45 a.m. Now, how in the hell do you not know where they were between 9 p.m. and 1:45 a.m., but know that they were somewhere at 9 p.m. and arrived back home at 1:45 a.m.? I'm not going to get into it right now. I know it's frustrating trying to weed all of this out. That's why we're doing it. Just hold on to that 9 p.m. to 1:45 a.m. time frame for a moment. We'll get back to it. Ethan's mother claims 2 a.m. was a dark hour, right? Why would she say this? Because she knew they got home around that time. I don't think so, my friends. She knew that Ethan had been in a fight around that time, as his siblings had called the parents about that fight. This would be within that 1 a.m. to 2
Is
a.m.
that
time
weird?
frame. We examined in the Linda Lane audio. We heard the name Ethan, the name Aiden, and even what sounded like someone being slammed against a vehicle. It was evident that Ethan was being beaten for whatever reason. Someone perhaps called his siblings, and then they called the parents. In our audio analysis of Linda Lane, the time frame in which Ethan's name was heard was approximately 2:20 a.m., but he would more than likely be there prior to us being aware of him being there based on his name being heard, you see? This aligns with the 1:45 a.m. alleged arrival back home. But they may have not actually gone home, rather went to the alleyway to, well, settle some type of score. Some claim that one of Ethan's so-called friends had challenged him to a fight, as he was actually jealous of Ethan, and it finally ended up resulting in a fight. It's possible because there were several males heard in that audio analysis. Several females were heard as well, and one assumed to be named Aiden had screamed out OMG. And the way that was stated, my friends, is her reacting to witnessing someone lying on the ground after being beaten, unconscious, or even deceased. We also tried to decipher a segment of her statements, which was either stating, you lied, or he died, and the male is saying, no, no, no. As he is noticing the female, Aiden, is showing signs she may reveal something and yells out her name, attempting to prevent her from announcing it to the neighborhood. So based on that analysis, we know that something had happened in which the male is trying to prevent the neighborhood from knowing, such as housemates from a specific home. I believe someone posted a comment saying that could be something totally unrelated to those housemates, such as typical college students drunk and even a couple having an argument, not with Ethan's name heard. This activity is related to or even centered around an individual named Ethan. Also in that Linda Lane audio analysis, we hear a female state quote, poor guy. She is observing this guy being beaten and felt bad for him. Other males are heard, and this is when what sounds like someone being slammed against a vehicle was heard. There is no confusion, misinterpretation. The female literally states poor guy, and a male is heard yelling, and a sound effect of what sounds like someone being slammed against a vehicle was heard. This is evidence, my friends. We need to keep this at the forefront of the investigation. And this would be around 2:20 a.m. Ethan's mother states 2 a.m. is a dark hour. I mean, it's obvious who this was in that audio analysis. Okay, stop right there. All right, Xana's father claimed he spoke to her around 12 a.m. and the couple was physically at home during this time. So did they head off to the house for some, quote, alone time? Understandable, get away from the party, spend some quiet time together. But did they return to the party or did they stay at home? Because based on the mainstream media's accounts, they weren't even at the Sigma Chi party, right? But in the affidavit, they are at the party from 10 p.m. to 1:45 a.m. Who in the hell is telling the truth here? It pains me to say this, but it's the mainstream media, because they would get that same time frame from the authorities. So why would the authorities also state they were at the party then? All right, let's dig deeper. The reason they said they were at the party when they weren't is because if they were at home, like Xana's father claims, well, they would be back before everyone else, including the mysterious or even suspicious Dylan. If they're at home, it's likely around 4 a.m. they would be asleep instead of Xana ordering DoorDash and being on TikTok. That would have happened perhaps when everyone else arrived back home, approximately 2 a.m. By 4 a.m., Ethan and Xana would more than likely be asleep due to being at home earlier for that span of time. You understand? So that's to justify the DoorDash and TikTok narrative. I think the other reason is when Dylan got home, there is something to her arrival back at home. Something tells me she wasn't alone. Maybe her boyfriend came back. Bonnie and Clyde were all there, and Ethan or Xana, or even both, were not too fond of Bonnie and Clyde. This may have led to an altercation. Clyde challenges Ethan to a fight. Ethan obliges, and they go outside and fight. Ethan is basically beaten up, and then Xana may have said something like, "I know what you guys do. I'll call the cops," and they came back and murdered Ethan and Xana. There is something to the misdirection of Ethan and Xana's whereabouts in the reports. That misdirection is linked to their deaths. Again, News Nation reported that Ethan and Xana's whereabouts were not known from 9 p.m. to 1:45 a.m. Where are they getting this information from, if not the authorities who contacted their peers, even those who attended the party? Of course, it would be a report from the authorities. But in the same breath, Bethany saw Ethan and Xana at the party from 10 p.m. to 1:45 a.m. We mentioned this. Bethany didn't quote. See,
Yeah, somebody's lying.
Ethan and Xana at
Yeah.
the party.
Could it be Dylan lying, or could it be Bethany lying,
Or could it be both?
or both?
Yeah.
What if neither one of them was there even?
That's what I think. That's what I think too. I don't think they were home.
I like
From
the way you
10
think.
p.m. to 1:45
You too.
a.m. because that would mean she, quote, saw them for close to 4 hours. You don't see someone for 4 hours, especially if you're fellow housemates. You're at the party with those housemates, regardless if
I
you
don't
didn't
think they
arrive
were
at the
home.
same
I think they
time.
were
You're more than likely going to
witnessing.
leave together, or at least let each other know when you're.
What'd you say, Elle?
I don't think they were at the house. I think they were both full blown involved. And I believe all this happened somewhere outside that house. Full blown.
I listen. I'm gonna tell you, clear back in November, I said that, and I thought that there was a different scene, and I believe they was brought back there and slashed
Man.
because your
Maybe
body
they
will
were
still,
finalized at the house.
yeah,
I
your
saw
body will
really
still
horrific.
bleed without your heart pumping if it's slashed.
Yeah, and I saw photos that I wish I hadn't seen, and that's part of why my heart of hearts also believes what this is, like, all some kind of stupid government nonsense. Like, I don't know what the purpose would be, because I think we should all sue the government if that's the case. Like, you're not mind I mean, they have taken over our minds in a sense, right?
I
Like,
heard that them photos were photoshopped. Just FYI, I know what you're talking about.
say the photos were what?
I heard them
Photoshop.
photos were photoshopped. We talked about it last night.
I
That's what
pray
I
to
heard.
God they're photoshopped,
Yeah, I don't
but
think there's any
I
real
saw
photos of them out there like that. My
Me
they
neither.
opinion.
better not be,
I don't think there is,
but
hon. I really don't.
I pray to God that's I literally saw too much, and I just was like, why? Like, part of me
Yeah.
thinks it's part of this plan. Like, let me tell you guys, I'm talking to somebody who I firmly believe. Well, number one, I talked first to someone and I shared some information in the chat, and you guys should all go to Rumble because that's the only place you can find that video. That person is involved, and you guys can feel free to email me and I'll share. It's a little scary for me. Um, because of what was told to me. If I don't know, ruin the investigation. I don't know how anyone can ruin an investigation at this point. What investigation? Like, what are they even investigating in terms of these kids that are getting away with what's happened? But I just
Yeah.
think that this is all going so crazy that it has to not be real, or they're really doing a horrid job of covering up something that they're trying not to expose that actually happened. But please tell me what, and I'm saying this, and I'm only saying this, I am not racist in any way, but please tell me, and I know why Emma would be doing Dee's work in Moscow, Idaho. And please tell me though, what dude in his situation and any of those parts of America walks away from what they were even charged with, like freely. Like they're just free as a bird right now.
And our
Yeah,
state is like
it's,
almost like 80% white or something. Like our state is grotesquely white.
Right, right. And that's my point. Like you're gonna say the black drug dealer got away with all this?
No, no, no.
It
I'm not,
doesn't
I
make
don't think.
sense. It doesn't
I
make
think
sense.
if he's involved, I don't think he's at any high
yeah,
enough level to do
like
anything.
like AR said last night, he's street level.
Yeah.
He is street level, but is he giving also, and I love AR. I was gonna do a video about Xana's mom myself because I think that that's personally, I don't like what was put out prior to what AR put out. And I'm very defensive of that because my dad struggled with many things in his life, but he was an amazing person at the end of the day. And I feel like Xana's mom needs people who understand her to back her and support her and be there, whether we know her or not. You know what I mean? And AR's video about her was it was exactly what it needed to be. However, I also think that people are not placing enough value. Like, yes, D is street level, but like, tell me how street level. What's Emma doing to get? What are these girls? And I get it. I know the answer to this or the alleged answer. What are these girls doing that they're traveling all over the world and taking these pictures? Like, I was young once too. I had opportunities. D is walking for a reason. Emma's walking for a reason. Brian Koberger's
Absolutely.
getting,
Mm-hmm.
like there's a reason. You don't just get the biggest drug dealer in that area, probably. And even the callers, like that called Lana's channel, like the Dave that called Lana. I think he called himself Dave. Yeah. And
Yeah,
he basically said, "Yeah, it was a drug house." And I don't care what those kids did. I don't care. No one deserves to die like that.
I
And
don't think he's that big of a drug dealer there. I think you're talking about, I think what the picture that people aren't seeing is, and I think we talked about this last night, that part of our country, that part of that highway where it splits, where it comes from, that whole Highway 55
right.
area is known as a drug corridor. And I don't think that's why I was saying, I think earlier that we were talking about like, that's why I think are they hiding some people away from us because there's something else going on there and they're investigating something else and this crime happened within this investigation happening and
That's what I'm
they're
essentially
yeah
saying.
they're trying they were
They're
working
getting
on
them
something
off for a
else.
second. Yeah.
Yeah, and they're
But
just
with
trying to
Dee's
hide them.
history, yeah. And
the
with
last
Dee's
thing I heard,
history of
the last
violence,
thing I heard
it's
about, the last thing I heard about Emma is D has her doing porn now, as they're doing porn and OnlyFans.
Oh good.
That's the last. That's the last thing I heard
well
about
good.
Emma is he's doing porn now.
Yeah, no, here's the deal. I think she was doing that prior. Um, I'm not that old, but I'm older. And OnlyFans, this whole thing is like mind blowing. And part of me is like, damn, I could be a millionaire right now. Like, look at the girl. It's sad. It's sad. It's very
Hey,
sad. But look at
hey,
the girl who killed her boyfriend in Miami, um, stabbing him because she was too big for her britches, basically. And he was black, she was white. And thank God he decided to record her and her bad behavior.
Hey guys,
Otherwise it would
Tommy,
be black on
Tommy
white.
Jude's in the chat.
yeah, does Tommy
Oh,
want to
come
come
on.
up, Robert? That's what
Yes,
I
yes,
was saying.
please.
Hey, do we want to, does Tommy want to come up? We love us some Tommy Jude.
Yeah,
Yeah.
awesome.
Hey Tommy,
So much
come on up.
respect. So much respect.
I'll
I
drop a
missed him
link.
earlier.
Can you tell me real quick, Robert, how does this work? Because I'm trying to decide, are you paying for StreamYard or how does this work? Because I'm literally confused and
Well, you can pay for StreamYard, or you can do the free. Hey Tommy, I dropped the link. Come on up. Yeah, you can pay for a StreamYard, or you can have a basic plan, which is free. I pay for StreamYard. I pay like $9.99 a month, and
oh, okay.
with the $9.99, you get like 50 hours of streaming.
Right. Because with the other it's like 5 or something.
Yeah, no, with the other is like 20 hours or something like that.
Yeah.
And
Per week or
if
something.
you
Yeah, okay.
well, per month, it's 20 hours for the
Oh,
month.
okay.
So if you run out in 1 month, and then you're basically screwed for the entire month. To
Right, right.
stream.
And that's what I kind of thought. And so I like this though because it's working for me to be here with you and I see that it says stream this to your audience. Does that allow you to like I'm trying to be separate but together with the person I'm going to collaborate with so we can both stream to both of our YouTubes. Is that right?
Yeah. Like if you want to go live on your YouTube channel, what you can do is you can have that person uh come on to your StreamYard. And I don't know if you
Okay.
can, like do it live for 2 channels at once, but I know you can do it live for 1 channel, and it would be both of you on the same channel.
Right. Right now I see stream to your audience, like for my option. So I think that's like I literally was searching for this answer and Google wasn't telling me it, but being part of your panel, literally it gives me the option up here, stream to my audience. So and I saw someone else do this the other day with Tommy, I believe. So I think it's great. I didn't click it because I wasn't sure what it would do and I didn't want to get like cut off, but I think that's what I was looking for. So I'm really grateful for being here.
Oh, it's not?
Yeah,
That's not,
we got Bianca and Ashley in chat promoting Once Upon a Crime Time.
but is that
Yeah.
not there?
What do you
Tommy
mean
said that
that's
he was
not our Tommy? It looks like our Tommy, Sippa. What do you mean? That's his.
Yeah.
That looks like our Tommy, Sippa.
That's Tommy.
And nothing half-assed. Thank you. I looked up, I have OBS and Streamlabs. I looked that up too. Thank you.
You're not dumb, Sippa. It's late and you're at work. Yeah, that's our Tommy. We love him. Sorry, guys.
Maybe he was saying hi, I'm here, and then bye.
He said he was
No.
tired. He said, "Thanks, folks." Go ahead and read it, Robert. I'll let you read it, hon.
I got to go back up to it.
Well, you want me to read it? I can go back to it
Yeah.
if it's easy. Okay. Too tired tonight, guys. No
Oh,
better
gotcha.
work to do. Just drop by to say hi. Love
Hi.
and rock and roll.
No.
Love and rock and roll.
We love you,
Yeah,
Tommy.
that's Tommy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like I look up to Tommy. He's great. I love the man so much.
Absolutely. Another great channel.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and he
for
supports
sure.
all creators, and he's just man, man.
Well,
I
and
just
that's
love
what
him.
we're here for, I thought.
Well, and
Yeah,
I'll tell
he's
you, he's been the one before the new channels has come along that has stuck by that, supporting
yeah,
each other,
yeah.
and he believes in supporting each other and none of this crazy fighting crap.
Yeah.
No. I mean, my biggest thing is like when families, because we do know families do watch this, um, what do they think when they're seeing like it's got their kids or their family member, hashtag whatever. And it's supposed to be about what's going on for them, and it's nothing but nonsense.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
Robert, you love having Tommy here. I already know it. That's an honor.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. I mean,
And
it
I
was an
look
honor
forward,
going.
Robert. I welcome you when I finally go live, whether I do it by myself or I do it with somebody else. I welcome you. I welcome all of you guys. So please
Tell it,
stay
Tell.
tuned.
Tell it to Elle. I'm telling you, Rock Chalk, she's got, listen, you better watch out for her.
I will.
No,
And
I
I
was
know the name Rock Chalk. I've seen Rock Chalk everywhere, and I pay attention, and I know people who have good hearts. I pay attention. It's not about the drama. It isn't.
I
It
do have a
shouldn't
good
be.
heart, and I can promise you, I haven't did anything bad to anybody, and that's the truth. I stood up to
And I
one
believe
person.
that.
I stood up to one person, and that was the detective. And I came with receipts, and I only did it once, and I walked away. But I do not talk bad about anybody. I support everybody. I try to be the best person I can be. I was joking because there's two creators out there right now that are jealous of people, and they're trying to get me banned from channels, and I didn't even do anything to either one of them either. So I'm not going to get that started on Roberts. I'm just telling you, watch
No,
out
I just
for
think we
her.
should all be loving, and if we don't like somebody else, like, stay in your own lane. Keep it
Yeah, move on.
moving.
Listen, if I don't like a channel, I don't stick around to tell you how much I don't like it. I move on.
Me neither. I never click the thumbs down. I don't even waste my time
Yeah.
doing that. Like, it is what it is.
And why do creators attack subs? I'll never ever understand it to the extreme they do. But anyway, I was teasing. It's a joke because I was told that some of my friends were
yes,
said,
Micah, we're
you should
still
be
live.
careful of the company you keep. Well, I'm the company they keep, and
Yeah.
I find myself to be very credible and very
I
caring.
find you very friendly and wonderful, all of you. So
Oh, thank
don't.
you. Thank
The
you.
haters are gonna hate, and I had to get thick skin, and probably Robert had to get thicker skin too, because it's just this reality of this whole like YouTube weirdness is different than real life, I guess, but it's also very similar. And I'm very glad Robert's here and alive and well and can keep going with his channel. And I mean, that's what we're here for. It's not the drama, it's not the nonsense. It's really not.
Nope, and I'm here to help all of you. I love doing it. So just know that,
Well,
Elle.
please, please, if you ever see me live, please join, because I feel like I don't know, even if I do it by myself, I'm going to be talking to myself, but it's all right. Like, you live and you learn.
I love
No,
everybody. I will tell you, Rock Talk is really bad about I don't like silence. So if there's a panel and it's silent, you'll find me talking because there's something about me that does not like silence. FYI.
Good, 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 good.
I know you didn't watch last night, else, but I was actually
No.
talking about some numerology last night on my 6 hour live.
Oh, were you? Okay.
Yeah, like I asked a question. What does November 13th, 1974, mean? You know what? And I went on to specify November 13th, 1974 was the date of the Amityville Horror. You know, Ronald DeFeo
Oh, I
Jr.,
did
where
catch
he,
the beginning of your. I did catch that.
yeah,
What
Wow.
a
where he murdered his,
coincidence, right?
yeah, where he murdered his family, and there was 6 family members that he murdered. 48 years to the date and to the time, Idaho 4.
Okay,
Yeah.
And
well, why don't you guys do me a favor, okay? And you guys can tell me what pops up for you, because it could be different for all of us. And the thing is that's really tripping me out right now is that my camera is like acting like it's still on, and it's not because you guys can't see me, right?
Oh.
yeah,
Okay, that's tripping me out. Only because everything I say, like pertaining to anything, is like weirdly happening. But literally, if you guys Google, I'm just gonna say it. You guys can make sense of it what you will. We don't have to talk about it, but Google Michael Koberger. I'm trying to think of the exact words I used. Michael Koberger ties TIES to Roger, RODGER, Uptmore, UPTMOR. Google it. And please, one of you tell me what pops up, because I got one option. And if you do that, then that's all I have to say. And then you guys can do whatever you want with that information.
Now we patiently wait for somebody to Google it.
Thank you,
I-
Ashley. Also, by the way, I'm trying to look at the chat. Thank you.
I'm still trying to get power on my phone. I'm like, I've got 7%. I think if I go to Google and start doing stuff.
I should have Googled it. Sorry, I was typing. What do you want me to
And
Google? I'll
one
do it right
other
now.
thing, actually, let me check before I say this one thing.
She said Michael Koberger, and then what was it?
Guys.
Roger with a D?
Yep, like Papa Roger.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
heard you.
Let me do that
Yep.
for you real quick.
Good, thank you. I'm glad someone's paying attention to me.
Yep.
Nobody
Upmore.
in my life, like real life, wants to ever hear me talk about Idaho again.
Yeah.
Leave us alone about Idaho.
You said Upmore or Utmore?
UPTMOR. And well, just do that first, and then I'll give you
all that
details.
Papa Roger stuff is just really creepy.
That's a trip, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But it makes sense if you know what I was told, and if I just am trying to prove it. Like, I have no problem saying it, really, but I'm trying to prove it before I like put anything there.
Yeah, don't start saying stuff without receipts. People will come at you.
People already come at me. It's okay.
Yeah, I know. I just mean like trying to make you like prove you wrong
But I
without you
have
being able to
receipts
have
in a
time.
way. I
Sure.
have semi receipts. It's probably not good for me if I use those receipts. Sadly. Like I was told don't basically.
Look at this guy, guys.
Are you
Are
gonna
you
show
showing
your
it?
I know exactly what you're about to show.
I'm ready to see it, man.
It's called before a grand jury in Pennsylvania over a woman's death.
Oh no, I thought you were gonna show something else. Hold on, I'm gonna look for what I thought you were.
Well, they're doing that, Sophie. I love your little dog.
Thank you. I was like, while I was listening, I thought I should put my that's Quincy Bones.
I know, I just put my dog to bed real quick. Like she went to sleep with my mom right now. And I was like, she goes to sleep with Grammy every night because I stay up way later than a sane person on this case. But I love that you guys are dog lovers. It's the best.
We
You
are,
guys are good people.
as a matter of fact, Robert, we'll get Sifa to put a fur baby area on your Discord. It's so much fun.
Yeah.
Everybody
Okay.
can
I
share
love
the
that.
pictures. Yeah. Yeah. Sifa's the
I
best. I'm
actually
telling you. I saw him tell it to Elle, he'd help you. Listen, that's my right hand guy. I love him to death. There's nobody better than that guy. He's good people.
yeah, no, I fully appreciate that 100%.
And I will go to fights for him, I'll tell you. I will.
Well, thank you.
If somebody ever went to try to hurt him, let me tell you, you'll see Rock Chalk get really, really angry.
Oh, I love it. You sound like your voice just is very comforting to me. So I don't know. I'm not one of those people that listens to what any other person says. Like if I talk to you, it's my decision what I think about you. And you sound like a great person to me, a great woman. And
Yeah.
I appreciate each and every one of you, honestly. We're all
Thank
here
you.
for the right
Didn't
reason.
arrive at the
One
same
thing I
time.
will tell
You're
you,
more
I
than
shoot it
likely
from the hip. I'm
gonna
very
leave
honest.
together, or
Yeah.
at least
I'm
Thank
one
you.
of
And
them
I like
people.
that.
I'm one of them people. If you got an ugly baby, I'm like Seinfeld. I'll smile at you and walk away. Anyway, go on, Robert. Sorry about that.
Okay. Let's finish watching the video.
All right.
They talk about
Just
how
let each other
Dylan
know when you're
was
leaving.
not a five.
And this is why they made it appear that nobody knew Ethan and Xana's whereabouts, because it creates a mystery to throw you off from the fact that Bethany was right along with them at the party. But you may say, how can they create the mystery if they They report Bethany saw them at the party from 10 p.m. to 1:45 a.m. It's to create confusion. Yeah, they worded it that way. To make sure she wasn't actually attending the party, but, quote, stopped by and saw them at the party. In addition, with Bethany physically at the party, more than likely, this means they went to the party together that night. Remember, Bethany and Dylan were not together. Dylan's whereabouts, like fucking Where's Waldo, her whereabouts were intentionally left out. She could have been anywhere, and may
Where's
have even
Waldo?
still been at home while everyone else had gone out. Pretended to head out, then came back home, setting up the plot. Ethan and Xana come back home early, spot Bonnie and Clyde in the home, and wondered why they were there. Think about it. Dot's claim seem more and more legitimate here. Dylan's whereabouts were not accounted for, which opens the door of her potentially being involved in the murders. The DoorDash driver was not identified, but the private driver was. The DoorDash driver was Bonnie. One is a so-called surviving housemate who nobody knows where she was before the murders, and a so-called DoorDash driver who pretended to deliver food to one of the victims. I don't know about anyone else, but we aren't going to bite our tongues here. Dylan's whereabouts were not accounted for because she was with Bonnie and Clyde at the home. Yes, at the home. She pretended to go out, but came back to the home. Bonnie and Clyde had called her regarding those housemates and their locations, etc. I bet $1 octillion that if they had searched Dylan's phone, they would see text messages and phone calls from Bonnie and Clyde. But even if you're protecting Dylan, I mean, you could still come up with an actual alibi, right? Out on the town was the best they could come up with? Where exactly out on the town? When you asked Dylan where she was and she told you out on the town, you didn't feel the need to get an actual location? Oh, that's good enough. No need to specify where exactly out on the town. It could be out on the back porch discussing the plan with Bonnie and Clyde. I mean, yeah, why not? Dot saw them in that very spot later that morning. Dylan never left the home because she had to stay there to set everything up with the perpetrators. We had a growing feeling she was involved with the murders even more so, when her whereabouts were not accounted for. We knew then that Dylan had been involved. It doesn't mean she did any physical harm to her housemates, and we can suggest she was told what to do. But regardless of the circumstances, Dylan was involved in the plan to murder those housemates. As for Bethany, the only thing that we focus on is the defense claims she has exculpatory evidence. She was willing to testify, so this indicates she either was ready to snitch in being a part of it, or she was willing to snitch on those who were a part of it. And this would be a dreadful nightmare for the prosecution because Dylan would end up being exposed eventually in that testimony, which leads to Kohberger being exonerated based on the evidence presented in her testimony. Now, if we broke this down, you better believe Bethany's attorney, the prosecution, the FBI, Moscow PD, and all who are covering it up wouldn't dare let Bethany testify. Judge gabbles down, preliminary hearing shut down, Bethany isn't allowed to testify, and for Dylan, she dodged the deadliest bullet ever known to mankind. Now let's try to figure out what Bethany's exculpatory evidence is. There has been speculation that Bethany saw a naked man running outside. Not sure where that is coming from because it's not in her affidavit and definitely not from a testimony. So if it's not from those sources, before someone says, oh, that was in her affidavit, don't get lost in the fuckery. There is no proof of her affidavit released. That shows that. These are rags regurgitating rumors and theories in threads. Ironically, debunk rumors and theories that go against Kohberger being the killer in those same threads. Some rag called The Mirror claims that Bethany saw a naked man running out of the sliding doors. Quote, according to the affidavit, she allegedly witnessed a naked man run through a rear sliding door. She lived on the first floor of the home and came face to face with the alleged killer, unquote. Now, how in the flying fuck did Bethany see the naked man run through the rear sliding doors, which are on the second floor if she was on the first? Says according to the affidavit, that is false. That's to convince the reader that the claim is backed by an official police report. It says she literally saw the naked man run through the rear sliding doors. Yes, through the sliding doors. The only way she could see this would be if she was standing outside the home in the driveway. I mean, this is fucktardation. And they had the audacity to claim it was according to an affidavit. This was to actually justify Dylan's affidavit, making it appear they both saw the same Koberger. But Dylan would have seen the naked man, right? Wasn't he clad in black clothing on his way out the door? And the alleged Koberger wasn't parked in front of the house, so he would head the opposite direction of Bethany's view to the back of the house, around to Queen Road parking. This is ridiculous, but not surprising. It is alluding to Koberger dumping the alleged jumpsuit in his, quote, kill kit, then running outside naked for everyone to see him, and hauling ass out of town in his light bulb. Think about it. It doesn't add up. I would suggest that the exculpatory evidence is set in a time frame. Ethan and Xana came home around 12 a.m. They were at the party for a few hours. Bethany was there. They decided to head back home. Get home, and to their surprise, Dylan is at home with Bonnie and Clyde there, and everything kind of went downhill from there. Someone notified Bethany at the party that there was a bit of trouble at home. She came back, and that's where the exculpatory evidence is coming from. It's only something she would know coming back to the home, as Dylan was already there. And her affidavit obviously presented a specific timeline that would be contradicted based on Bethany's accounts. Remember that exculpatory evidence would exonerate Koberger from the murder charges. And witnessing Bonnie and Clyde at the home, causing trouble with Ethan and Xana, it's something she saw personally. The reason the defense obviously didn't call on Dylan is because she had already given a description of Koberger. They sought out Bethany because somewhere, at some point, either her or somebody else had spoke out about Bethany knowing something, such as the communication to her while she was at the party. She came back home, and everything she saw and heard during that 1 a.m. to 2:20 a.m. time frame is the evidence that the defense wanted her to testify in court about.
I want to add a few things here. Remember, Moscow PD had obtained that Linda Lane surveillance very early on. In fact, most didn't even know which surveillance they had. Now, if we examined that audio and revealed all of that evidence, Moscow PD definitely knew, meaning they heard the same name, Ethan, being heard, linked to a physical altercation. Just wanted to wake you up a bit. Here's another one. I want to address the Pi-Fi issue again. We claimed that Dylan was not a Pi-Fi in previous episodes. Many claimed she was one. We researched it, and it appeared she was a Pi-Fi. But once again, the information seems to always get confusing. If anyone remembers our episodes regarding this, we pointed out that in an article, it doesn't have Dylan as a Pi-Fi, but it had Bethany as a Pi-Fi, along with her sisters in the house. If Dylan was a Pi-Fi, why did they report that only Bethany was one? I'll wait for something rational to come to everyone's brain. Well, time's up. Dylan, we're not very privy to the Greek life, but I would assume if she was an actual Pi-Fi sister, that report wouldn't only have Bethany as one. You're looking at it, right smack dab on the screen, but you may need it recited back to you to really grasp it. Quote, both Mortensen and Funk were roommates of the 3 slain girls, the same sorority, Pi Beta Phi, as Kernodal and Mogan. We used this same segment of the article in that episode and highlighted the key terms. The term "an" is distinguishing a difference between Dylan and Bethany here. You understand? Dylan and Bethany were roommates of the 3 slain girls, and they both were in the same sorority, Pi Beta Phi. It does not say this, which means Dylan was not, I repeat, was not a Pi Phi. I mean, doesn't this seem strange to everyone? Going all the way back to where it started with the WSU Kim claims, we broke down that the individual who had notified other sisters was, of course, Bethany, because she was reported as being a Pi Phi, and Dylan wasn't. This is all linked to what has been broken down thus far in the episode, my friends. It was Bethany who had called other sisters about the incident, but it's possible she had left the home after notifying them. She had witnessed what she witnessed, didn't want to stick around in that house with dead housemates, and got the hell out of there. Yeah, could have called the authorities, but Greek life does not do this. They call fellow Greek members, and they handle the problems. Dylan, on the other hand, had no choice but to stick around, because she was a part of the conspiracy to murder those housemates, either it be voluntarily or involuntarily. It was Bethany who was the actual witness, not Dylan, because Dylan was one of the conspirators. And that likelihood to betray your housemates may come from the fact that she wasn't really a sister. We broke this down, of course. Since she was not a real sister, Dylan couldn't
I want you guys to hear this and let me know. Let me know. You know how they talk about inside looking on Reddit? Listen to what they say about Dylan. Tell me if there's a correlation.
Couldn't really be trusted from the outside looking in. Oh, but there's
See?
tons of photos of her with Pi-Fi t-shirts on. She's at all the events. Well, tell that to the person who wrote the article. That doesn't have her as a Pi-Fi sister, along with Bethany, Xana, and Madison. I suspect that Bethany left within the wee hours of the night and never came back. We all wondered why Bethany didn't have anything significant in her affidavit. It's because what she knew, they didn't want to publicly.
Could Dylan have been inside looking on Reddit?
Could be. Who knows? Interesting.
They said she was on the outside looking in. And what was the name of the person on Reddit? Inside looking?
And she was, I think she was bullied. Like, I'm
Tell
not going to give
everyone.
them all the credit. I do believe, based on the Halloween photos, she was being bullied that weekend prior. Not to say bullying leads to or is any excuse for what occurred, but she looked miserable the weekend before Halloween. You know, Halloween weekend, and that outfit where it was like Maddie. It looked like Maddie was pouring something like out a beer can down her throat. Um,
Yeah.
I feel like she didn't look happy very often. It was kind of a show for her, in my
she
opinion.
looked very hateful, in my opinion. And that
Me
one photo,
too.
I wish I could get out of my head with her and Kaylee. I can't. I wish I could.
Yeah, because in that one picture that they took, you know, the last picture together on that Saturday, when all the roommates were like piled against her when they were outside, she was the only one that was arching her back away from Kaylee, like
Yep.
she was trying.
Yep.
Yeah, like
That's
she
been
was.
brought up a lot.
Yeah.
And
And then
and
I believe
why
it
did
might have
she
been
invite
Chaos
Kaylee?
Factor.
I'm sorry.
I,
Why did she
I
invite
think
Kaylee though?
Chaos Factor might have been the ones who pointed out that even Bethany looked closer to Maddie and Xana. Like the whole Kaylee thing. Why did she invite her? Like, is that if I think that's what you were saying, Rock Chalk?
Yeah.
And
Yes.
honestly, but did Kaylee's parents say Dylan invited her, or she just was
No,
gone?
I
I'm
watched
very
the
confused.
latest. No, I watched the latest interview that they did with Kaylee's parents. And according to Christy, this is what Christy said verbatim of what Kaylee told her. She was that she was going to visit Maddie and show Maddie the new Range Rover. And
Right.
according to Christy, Kaylee was not even living in the house.
That's true.
Kaylee was
Right.
She was going back. She was going back to show off her Range Rover, but uh Dylan did invite her to that dance. That was the first dance that actually same sex couples could go to. First time ever.
That's where I'm confused. So if Dylan truly wasn't, and I still am confused because Dylan didn't look like she liked her anyways, and she was hesitant. All I remember is the word hesitant to go. Why was
Right.
she hesitant?
Well, you think about it. I mean, her brother was going to school there and he left early like Kaylee did. And another thing I haven't seen too many cover, but I have seen it covered, is Steve was actually teaching Kaylee how to shoot a gun. There's several
I saw
pictures
that
of it out
too.
there. So, my kids all know how to shoot guns, but we're in law enforcement, so that's kind of a must. But
I know how
there's a
to shoot a
reason why
gun
Steve was
too.
teaching her. Yeah, there's a reason why Steve was teaching her how to use a gun, in my opinion. So, have you seen them pictures, Robert?
Uh, no, I haven't seen the. Well,
Yeah.
I saw one where Steve was teaching her how to shoot a gun, but
Yeah.
well,
Well, there's a reason why. You know, there's a reason
yeah,
why.
yeah, according to Christy and Steve, that Kaylee wasn't even was not living in that house. She was living with them, and the only
Right.
reason
So
why
was
she
her
went,
brother. So was her
yeah, and the
brother.
only
They left early.
yeah, and the only reason why she went back, yeah, on that Saturday, and she told her mom this. I'm going to show Maddie the Range Rover. Then I'm going to take my final exam on Monday. Then I'll
Yeah,
be
but
back. Then I'll be back.
that final
Yeah.
exam, she could have did online. It was more to show Maddie that Range Rover. She was really proud of her new vehicle.
And who wouldn't be at that age? I mean,
I
damn,
know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
shit,
Even
that's like my dream
people
car. And
people say it's an old one. Well, even an old one is
it
expensive
doesn't
as
look
heck.
old to me, though. That's the
Nah,
question I have. It does not look old.
it didn't look old to me
I,
either.
I think it. Yeah, from what I heard, it was a 2016 or 2017. That's from what I heard.
Yeah, that's not old.
Yeah.
But why do
No,
people have
well,
such a problem
I
with
know it's
her
not old,
paying like
but
a payment? I have always had brand new cars. Like, what is the problem? If she had the money to make the payment, like that, they're reaching for her.
Mm. No, I think
I
the
mean,
problem is where'd she get all that money? She's a college student. That's where the problem came in.
and
yeah,
I
She
because
get
had
she
that. And
how many
they
accounts? How many
never
banking
focused
accounts?
on her job.
Yeah, but how many banking accounts did she have? Quite a few.
Plenty, plenty.
Mm-hmm.
And my thing is also, I don't trust the place she worked, and Jack Showalter now works there. And please explain to me, because I'll go be a pest control dude today if you're gonna send me on luxurious vacations every other week. I
Yeah,
mean, for real.
let me say one other thing. I think the fans only gets taken out of context because
That's bullshit.
I
I'm
I have
not.
yeah,
I agree. I agree.
I have a lot of friends that are part of Street Outlaws, and I'm on their fans only because I'm a friend of theirs. I don't pay for mine, but I get to see a lot of back behind the scene things. Fans only. You saw how they pose. They're pretty girls. They can make
I
money
know how
not
they
doing.
do. I
Yeah.
100%. And
So when
we
people
don't
say
know
it's
because we
pornos
didn't
and all that,
see
I
it.
don't believe it was that way. They might have just been, taking pictures and they would make money.
They
They're all
would be
pretty.
millionaires. They'd
Yeah.
be
Yeah.
millionaires.
There's money in
Like the
fans
girl who
only.
killed her black boyfriend in Miami. She's a millionaire because she went that far on OnlyFans to
Oh,
make that money.
yeah. Ask Ashley in. We are on that case. We are very interested. It's fixing to go to trial. We like that case.
Marietta
I like,
Rosser
oh, so
said that
you do like that case. I'm glad you said that, because I was gonna put up a poll. I wanted to know if people are interested or not. I'm
Yeah.
interested.
Yeah, we're interested in it. We got Dinky on it, and actually, me and Ashley's been digging on it. You have to hit us up. We're interested in it.
Okay, good.
Sorry, Robert. Go
Good,
ahead.
good.
Sorry, Robert.
nothing half-assed.
Sorry, Ro-
Said L the exterminator. Look out, Billy.
Yeah, Billy. I remember Billy. Billy used to catch
who's
the raccoons
Billy?
and stuff. He was from Louisiana, and he would go in and catch the raccoons and the snakes. He wasn't scared of nothing. Billy the exterminator, and his
I
dad
had
worked
an
with him.
ex boyfriend from Louisiana who was hooked on heroin, and I didn't know shit about heroin and drugs at that point. He stole all my money, and I never been the same since. So, love Louisiana, but don't love him.
Looks like we lost Sophie.
I
Her
need
device
Billy
was
the
disconnected.
exterminator to exterminate some people. Oh,
But yeah, uh, someone in chat said that it was a 2015 Range Rover, and it was on payments. But still, if it was on payments, it
that's
was
not
Steve
that much.
who. Yeah, it was Steve who took her to pick. It was Steve and Christy was the ones that took her to pick it out.
I don't want to say this, but I'm going to, because I think people need to wake up. Steve, trust me and believe me when I say this. Steve first came out speaking. I was all for Steve because he was like the dad of dads, right? And I had just lost my dad. So it was like, yeah, he's the dad. Like, go defend your baby girl, right?
Yeah.
You have to look into that family. I have questions. I have questions about their money and that family, even under Christy's name. And it's not hard to find, you guys. It's not hard to find. Um,
And
this
back.
is
Yes, you're back.
these are the
You're
things.
back, Sophie.
These are
But
the things that just break my heart because
Now, actually,
it's it's one or the other. Like, is it based upon what their families were involved in, or is it based upon their being naive?
there
Or
we go.
is it real? I mean, we don't know. You know what I mean?
yeah, see, from what I heard about Steve's brother Nick, is that he killed he beat someone to death there in I don't know if it was Idaho or wherever. And Drip
Nick,
Drop,
his name is
yeah,
Nick. You think Nick?
yeah, Nick Gonzalez,
Chris Gonzalez?
Nick
Okay. Okay.
Nick.
Yeah, and
No,
let's
no,
not
Nick,
forget what Steve said. Steve said, "Don't make me be the alpha," and then he also said, "We're gonna get
no,
drugged through
Nate.
the
Never
mud,
mind,
through the mud,
It
but
was
we're
Nate
prepared."
Gonzalez.
No,
Nate Gonzalez,
Nathan,
killed.
Nathan, you're right.
Yeah,
Nathan.
Nathan. Killed
Okay.
somebody, and Drip
Yeah.
Drop actually did a video about it. And the
Right.
person
You
that
confused
Nathan,
me with the Nick. I was like, who's Nick? But yeah, you're right.
yeah, and Drip Drop did a video about it. Nathan was in tight with an Odinite that lived
Right.
there in
And hence
Idaho.
I'm telling you guys it's similar, but it's not Odinite, it's Freemasonry.
Yeah,
I
we
would
lost
almost bet
Sophie
my
again.
life, you guys. I would almost bet my life, and I'm scared to say that because someone might come take my life for saying it. It's Freemasonry, and I don't know. I'm trying to find out in my mind the best way to share what I was told because it's Freemasonry, at least for Ethan and Xana. Um,
Yeah,
the Kaylee thing, it's all very sick, and I do think Steve got the crypto thing, like the crypto thing, right?
yeah, yeah. The whole
I was
crypto
also
thing.
told I was also told something about this is a rumor. The reason they destroyed the house, yet
Yeah,
took all the pieces of the house elsewhere. I mean, come on. Um, was because there's a oh my god, dear Jesus, please protect me. There's a black diamond. There's a black diamond, and if I die, then I died for. If these people are really dead and this all really happened, then so be it. I can be with my dad. But I was told there's a black diamond. My perspective, those little cowboys who went in there that night when the news was there, it looked like he had a
mhm,
black thing in his hand. I suspect black diamond. It looks like if you Google hex diamond, the hex crypto diamond, 55 million, I think it's worth.
yeah,
And I'm turning into like the weirdest conspiracy theorist ever, but like I'm sorry, like I'm trying to make sense of what doesn't make sense and it sucks. I was never this
yeah.
person.
Marietta said Steve G almost looks like a gang leader. Something about his body language.
Well, I feel like I see him in the literally, I literally have spent so much time seeing these Linda Lane and like even the Walking with Maddie and Jack Showalter. I
Yeah,
legitimately see what people don't see with my own eyes automatically now. And it sucks. I don't think I'll ever trust a person again. Like I had PTSD before this.
yeah,
There's something either really wrong or we're really being screwed with. It's one or the other.
yeah.
And I
I mean,
didn't know until I started researching that the government really will do that to people.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Question for my panel. Going with what else said, and I lost my fucking train of thought.
I hate when
um,
that happens.
Maybe
Yes,
you said
Jamie, I'm
maybe
an
on
empath.
another live. Maybe you said on
Huh?
another live we'll go over the Cowboys again. What do you think about that, Robert?
Yeah, we could do that.
Yeah.
I mean,
And
tonight,
hone in
you've
on
been
what's
live
in
4
that
hours,
guy's hand.
Robert.
Did you all see the picture of Jack with the baby, Jack D? You didn't.
No.
Okay.
Well,
I think it was.
speaking of
Go
Jack
ahead.
D.
Yeah.
Speaking of Jack D. But I watched a true crime design video today, and in the video, it stated just because there's a TikTok activity doesn't mean there's proof of life. Just because there's a DoorDash order doesn't mean there's proof of life. Just because there's
Agreed.
numerous calls to Jack D, there's that does not mean there's proof of life.
That's
Somebody
my
else,
question, though. How do they
somebody,
know Maddie
somebody,
called who? How do they
somebody,
know if their phones weren't there? I understand them having Kaylee's information because that's Kaylee, that's their daughter. How the hell do they know who Maddie called?
see, here's what I'm wondering. You don't hear nothing out of the Mogans. You don't hear nothing out of the Kernodles, barely. You don't hear the Chapins want nothing to do with
I
the
know they
court
don't.
case of the
There's a
trial.
reason for that.
Yeah. It's weird.
Okay. Steve G stated Maddie and Kaylee were cremated together.
Yep.
They share the same urn.
But he didn't
And
state
Maddie
if they had that option. Did they give them an option?
Yeah, that's an option. Yeah.
But were the parents, my question, I heard that they didn't even have a choice about cremation or nothing, except for the fact that Ethan was not cremated because of his faith and his religion, which is a whole different situation. And I'm not sure I'm ready to go there. But
see, here's the thing. Maddie used to go on. They met in 6th grade or something like that, and they
Yep.
were inseparable. They went on. They went on family vacation. Yeah, she went on family vacations with the Gonzalez's, like
Yep.
all the time, every year. There was a rumor that I heard was that Steve and Christy adopted Maddie. That's
Yeah, I
why
heard
Maddie
something
and
similar.
that's why Maddie and Kaylee were so inseparable and so tight that they considered each other like sisters. Was the fact that is that Maddie was adopted by the Gonzalez's. She kept the Mogan last name. That
Of
they didn't want
course.
to, but her Maddie's
That makes
stepmom.
sense.
Maddie's stepmom, I think her last name was Hat Rock or something, Corey Hat Rock.
Yeah.
She was also she was arrested for drugs, and
Yep.
2 days before the murders, she had an arraignment for a drug conviction. 2 days before the murders.
Who was her judge?
But listen, here's my thing. I know where you're going with this, and I fully agree with you. I legitimately questioned this. I listen to all this. Typically, I take 2 very long showers a day because I'm a writer and I literally think the best, and it's like my escape. But the thing is that some of these channels are saying things and they're making it come out as fact. And who are they? They're not telling us who they really are, right? So I know
Yeah.
exactly what you're saying because I literally heard exactly what you're saying. I don't know how anyone can claim to know what you and I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel these, if it was true crime design, like I feel, and Chaos Sector does it too. And they're claiming their statements as fact. I love the channels, but they're claiming their statements as fact. And none of us know. And if they know that as fact, then how the heck do they know that as fact? I question, because I was informed that the parents weren't given the choice, like, here's your child. It was like they were cremated. Here you go. But how am I going to claim
No.
that as fact?
Yeah. I think I think the reason why Maddie and Kaylee was cremated was because they were Christy said they were given an option. And
She did?
yes, Christy stated I'm not supposed to be saying anything on my freaking live. My brother today talked to Christy on the phone.
Cool.
What?
Yeah. He talked to Christy on the phone. And Christy made the statement that Kaylee's wounds were a lot worse than Maddie's wounds. So they were given a choice to either have a closed casket service for Maddie and Kaylee, or have a cremation service. That Jeff, what's his name? I can't remember Maddie's dad's name.
Ben Mogan. But my question is, who identified these people? Who identified these kids?
The parents.
No, they didn't.
Kaylee's parents identified her and Maddie. I don't know about Ethan
How
or
much
Xander.
longer later? Because I know Maddie's family was able. I don't know. I'm not gonna say anything because I don't
Robert,
have
you're,
facts to check
Robert,
with.
you're right. You're right. And then Ethan's parents even got the got a second autopsy.
But did they?
I did not know that they got a second autopsy.
Yeah, they got their own autopsy. Ethan's parents did.
Weird.
But how do we know that for a fact? Because
They said it. They said it. Mm-hmm. Yep.
I have a question. My question is, I wonder why at the beginning of all of this, only the Gonzalez family, and at the beginning, Ethan's family was kind of talking, and then they stopped. Like they said, the 2 a.m. hour thing.
Yeah, 2
What
a.m.
made
is a
her
dark hour.
say? What made her say immediately this was not a love triangle or a drug, whatever?
Is anybody else getting an echo? Because I'm getting a bad
I
echo.
am.
Sophie, is your TV up?
No, I don't even have the TV on.
I don't
Something
either.
just changed recently.
I don't either.
It's really bad.
I don't have anything on except for this, and I have the other thing turned down.
Is that better?
Yep.
Marietta says, you have an echo.
Yeah, there's a lot of echo.
We don't have it anymore?
I don't think so.
I don't hear it at all.
Me neither.
It quit, whatever it was, but it was there for a minute. I got to,
No, I hear
there
it
it is
now.
again. Is it me? Because I don't have anything on.
But nothing changed.
I don't hear it now.
Me neither.
When you get a chance, I got somebody that sent me a DM and has a question. I want to know what you guys think.
Go
Just
ahead,
when you have
ask the
chance.
question.
It's Robert's channel. You ready for it, Robert?
Yeah.
Okay. This person says, I have video footage of the private driver passing Linden Lane on Taylor Road at 1:56 a.m. and then it returns at 1:58 a.m. It is definitely a truck. Question. Joe Vito stated in his witness statement to police that the girls got in a dark four-door sedan. If the truck is the private driver, why did Joe Vito intentionally lie to police?
Joe Vito's suspect as AF to me, personally.
Is that the heavy guy at the food truck?
Yep.
Yep.
Why is
But
he
has
suspect?
anybody else heard about this Lyndon
No,
Lane footage that I just
No.
read?
no, I
No.
didn't realize there was another car here someplace.
Will you read it again, please?
Yes,
Because
ma'am.
he's been in my mind. I don't trust what he said. I think it's crazy, and he alleges to have two daughters. Someone with two daughters doesn't do what he did, and the way he responded after the fact, on his own channels and stuff. So, will you please read it again?
I will read it again, but I want to tell you something else. Oh, I want you to look real quick because I was just going to say this, but I wasn't going to say the person's name. Look in chat at Ashley's comment. Do you want to read it, Robert?
Yeah.
Okay. Joe Vito went all the way through my TikToks and liked them all, and then DM'd me weird vibes.
Yeah, and she showed us, so she's telling the truth. Is that not weird?
Wow.
Yeah.
He's on my radar from day one, but lately I've gone back over it, and it's maybe his face with the little goatee type thing. I mean, I'm telling y'all, if you have not sat for an hour with the darkness and a magnifier, you will see people. I think I see Steve G, but I'm not gonna make that claim, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Hey, Sophie, I'm still gonna read that back to you, tell it tale. But do you see what Siva said?
Yeah, I was just gonna.
Do you have headphones or something?
Yeah, my earbuds died. Am I
That's what
still
the noise
echoing?
is.
Is it
Yeah.
still echoing?
You
Yeah.
sound echoey now.
Oh, okay. I can turn off my thing. Let's see. My headphones died. Let's see how I can figure out here. Give me a second. I'll grab some other ones.
You're okay, hon, but that's what's getting the echo.
Thanks,
Sorry about that.
Lisa.
No, that's okay. I saw. I
You
just
might
was typing back to him that my earbuds died, and I was going to ask him what to do.
Well, that's like me. I didn't know what was like making me echo to myself.
Okay, while she's doing that, you want me to read that comment that was sent to me again?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I have video footage of a private driver passing Linden Lane on Taylor Road at 1:56 a.m. and then returns at 1:58 a.m. It is definitely a truck. Question. Joe Vito stated in his witness statement to police that the girls got in a dark four-door sedan. If the truck is the private driver, why did Joe Vito intentionally lie to police?
Robert,
gotta
you
be
go
in-
ahead, but I have lots of questions on that statement alone.
He's got to be involved somehow.
What kind of statement is that? How do we know? Whoever said that? How do they know what Joe Vito's statement was? Number one.
That statement was released. Joe Vito's statement was released. But
I
this
mean,
video,
okay, I must have missed that. All I know is Joe Vito yapping on whatever social media he yapped on, talking about how drunk they were, which is stupid. But okay, will you read the second half again? Because I just don't trust what that doesn't make sense to me.
hold on, they just sent me some pictures too that I think I can put in back chat. So hold on a second.
Oh, okay. So Joe Vito's saying, my question is when they all pay attention to the loud vehicle before they leave, and Joe Vito, I believe, says daddy's money or something like that. Whose truck was that? Dylan's?
Oh,
Daddy?
that was. Don't pay attention to what I just put in the back chat. I did it wrong. Sorry.
Marietta says his video he was shirtless. Yeah, I resaw that. Yeah, he's a hottie toddy for sure.
Okay, this ain't working for me. I'm not able to send them to you. Crap.
What are your thoughts? Or yours, Robert? Like, I'm blown away by that because I just am.
Sorry, I was setting Sippa up as an admin on my Discord.
I'm telling you, you're gonna have the best Discord. It's gonna be popping. If these people
Well,
in chat
thanks,
didn't
guys.
join your Discord, they really should.
Thank you for telling me Discord was free. I was like, I can't afford another random thing I gotta remember to pay for.
No, it's free, and like, there's so much you can do in Discord. Like, you can go to different chats, and let's say, tell it to Elle you wanted to just talk to me, but not in the regular chat.
Uh-huh.
We could actually go in a room by ourselves and chat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
Discord is really nice as long as you don't let crazy shit go on in there and get out of control.
Yeah.
And don't post personal stuff to people you don't know because you could get doxxed.
No, trust me, I know.
But
I've
that's
already had the
anywhere.
FBI. Yes, don't worry about it.
Listen, I thought that Dagos was a loving, friendly community, and I got doxxed, and
I
that's
know,
why I'm
and
no
it's
longer
not.
there.
Trust
So,
me, honey. I know it's not.
always be careful. Robert,
Well,
I
I'm
sent you
glad
them
you
3
feel that
pictures.
way. Please, can I
What?
ask? Oh, go ahead. Finish
I
your.
sent you them 3 pictures that person sent me. And
Oh,
they
okay.
also, there's more to it. They said, look how the taillights are, too high up for a car. He said a guy got out and yelled for the girls to hurry up. That is why Maddie was reaching for everyone's food, trying to hurry them up with the food. And I sent you the pictures that was sent to me.
I'm looking right now. I
Yeah,
didn't know
I
that
see
that
that
worked that way. Thank you.
at 156. I see it.
Yeah, I couldn't
And
share it to your back chat. That's another good thing about Discord. If you come up with stuff, you can post it and Robert can look at it. We can all look at it, discuss
oh,
it.
okay.
Discord, yeah, it'd be great.
Okay, thank you. I literally am like so new to all of this. It's like very like interesting to me, but thank you. That makes a lot of sense and I do see that. But have you guys
Sophie
ever
said,
seen the Mustang that's an SUV-ish like Mustang?
"Now, see,
Is that the Rex
I did see
Mustang?
the, yeah, I saw the red Mustang. It wasn't an
I saw
SUV
the
like
Rex red
Mustang.
Mustang too.
No, I'm not
Yeah,
talking like I know a red Mustang is involved. Oh, maybe. But I'm saying like after this case, because the lights in the grub truck in the reflection look like a Mustang lights, right? Like the double lights on
yeah.
the rear. And so after that I realized there's a newer version of the Mustang that's not like a car. I don't know what you call it. Like I'm not a car
It's a
person.
hybrid.
Yeah, it's a hybrid, and there's so many hybrids out there. And today I actually saw a Kia that looked exactly like an Elantra that looked like it could be the one that they're all claiming was a Chrysler 300. And I mean, this is the problem though. How are they going to? This is why they want it in Moscow though, and Latah County, because they can convince, threaten, make people fearful. They better do what they want them to do if it's in that county, right? Because I'm sorry, but reasonable doubt is 100% in this case. Like there's millions of there's 7 million pieces of reasonable doubt. And I think Brian Koberger is sitting there in a cell because he's a Fed or whatever you want to call him. Maybe higher than a Fed. I
So
just pray.
why
They
why
get
are they
these people.
bending over backwards to get him his vegan diet that he so loves?
His
Because
what?
I saw a report today. Brian Koberg is a vegan, and
Yeah, and they're feeding him
I
as
saw a
such.
report today. Yeah, and the jail said that they're going out of their way to make sure
Mhm.
that Brian gets the best vegan dishes there in Moscow.
100%. I'm sorry, but if anyone's ever gone, I went to jail for throwing a soda at my ex-boyfriend, like a soda can. And I legitimately didn't intend to harm him, but whatever. like for someone in my shoes who's actually been in a domestic violence situation, that's pitiful and sad. But I don't understand. Brian Koberger is getting his way. He's a Fed. He's somebody. He's not. I literally thought I could ask for a bottle of water, and they're like, "Here's a triangle cup full of dirty water." Brian Koberger's a Fed. He will be exonerated somehow, some way by the federal government. I hope.
Yeah. Well, you know, what I still, I still get, you know, caught up in this stupid ass timeline.
Do you
Yeah.
think that Brent Kopaka is really deceased?
No, I think he's deceased, but yeah, my brother, since he's living near Pullman now, and he knows, he knows the name of where Brent Kopaka was living, and I actually called there about say about a month and a half ago,
Mm-hmm.
and I was talking, I was talking to the people, the clerk, not clerks, the people who rent the apartments, the sales associates, and I asked them if Brent Kopaka had any roommates, and verbatim, this is what this person told me verbatim. We were really not allowed to discuss that, but yeah, I will say this: there was no roommates living with Kopaka at the time. The night that he was killed. Thank you. Have a nice day. Click.
Yeah, trained to say that, I'm sure. What do you guys think about the whole idea that I don't believe this, and I will never believe this was solely some sugar daddy nonsense, and Ethan and Xana were just collateral damage? I'll never believe that. Um, what are your thoughts on? I guess what are your thoughts on Linda Lane?
What are my thoughts on Linda Lane? Well,
Yeah, like
I know from 2 a.m. to 3 a.m. you hear some weird shit, especially at 2:40. No, 2:42, where you hear the sounds of somebody screaming and crying for help. And at
have
2:40,
you really, really deep dive looked with your eyes at Linda Lane?
from 2 a.m. to 3 a.m. I have, and and I believe, I honestly do, I believe from 2 a.m. to 3 a.m. Yeah, somehow not the noises were scrubbed, but the actual, because I was sitting there watching and I saw what looked like a person, something move across the screen, but there was nothing there. You could see the distortion of somebody moving across the camera, but there was nobody there. Like they scrubbed it.
Well, there's pixels, and part of me believes, I personally sort of believe that they're either bragging about what they did to those of us who can actually see what they did, and like that's sick, or I just don't know, or it's real and they did a really shitty job. And you know what's really funny is my very first video as a creator on YouTube, I blamed Sigma Chi, and I didn't know how to portray what I was trying to say, that these dudes were trying to hide themselves, yet they didn't, because way back then, and this was like July of 2023, I guess. Um, my very first video, I just was like, it's them. And I even went so far. There's a comment in there on, you'll have to just look at my very first video because it makes more sense. But there was a comment from the Perky Monster. Okay, Perky Monster. like Scott Perky, right?
Yeah.
Um, people were like, "How do you know that's not just Percocets or whatever?" And I was like, "I don't know that, but it had a black guy's picture, like with a teardrop." And thank God I took a screenshot because it was gone forever after I posted this video,
Yeah.
obviously making it more suspect, right? Um, there's things the military uses to cloak themselves to not be seen. And I literally spent months trying to figure out what they were cloaking themselves with. And then I find out that this could just be a cult cloaking themselves with like nothing and using flashlights.
Yeah.
Whatever's going on in that town, no matter what it is wrong.
Yeah. What do you think, Rock Chalk?
Oh, well, I was reading from SIPA. I'm sorry about that. I didn't catch that last part, but he said, Robert, he needs to go into the admin role and go to the permissions tab, then toggle everything and save it. I can't do anything but delete comments so far. I'll
Okay.
screenshot it and send it to you. Sorry. I was getting messages. That was rude of me. I'm sorry. Trying to help you get your Discord set up, Robert. Sorry
I
about that.
know. I know.
No,
I'll
and
send
thank you for everyone in the chat. Like, thank you, Bianca, for sharing my information. I appreciate it.
Robert, I'm gonna send that to your text. Tell it to Elle. I'm sorry about that. Doing two
No,
things at
no,
once.
I love that I'm conversating with like real people who have real opinions,
You're gonna want to
and
join that Discord, hon. Believe me.
I will. I promise I will. I literally thought I had to pay, and I was like, oh my god, I literally get
Did
so
you
many
get the
free
link by
trials.
chance?
Pardon?
Did you get the link when it was dropped?
I
Oh,
right
you
here.
gotta.
Yes,
We'll
I
drop it
see
again.
Bianca. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
No,
we'll
no,
drop it
no, no,
again.
no. That was her giving my link. No, I
Right.
need the link.
But you'll have to set up a Discord. If you don't have a Discord set up yet, the
I
link won't
don't, but
help
I
yet.
will.
I'm sure Robert or share it again. I promise you that.
Okay, no, that's fine. I just appreciate this because I'm learning a lot just being on here right now.
I want to read you guys something. And this
Okay.
person that's sending me, I'm getting several messages at once, so I'm preoccupied. Sorry about that, but they're interesting. So I want to read this to you guys. Um, Same person. Okay, you ready? It's kind of long winded, but You better be sitting down. You ready? This was sent to me at
Yeah.
2:47 a minute ago. Kapaka got to Washington 1 month before Kohlberger. Innenhardt states that he arrived home at 1:30. Parking was full. Had to drive his iconic around apartments and park in overflow lot behind 1122. Lies. He never shows up in camera view. Vehicle 156 in direction of 1122, camera footage Linden Lane towards Taylor Road. Vehicle 158 AM in opposite direction of 1122, camera footage Linden Lane towards Taylor Road. Joe Vito lied. It is not a dark four-door sedan. And then she's posted a lot of stuff on here. I asked her, hopefully she joins your Discord because, Robert, that would help you be able to investigate this. She said that
Yeah.
she's brought this up several other places and nobody's listened to her. But here's the one that really caught my mind.
Okay.
Kabaka's mom, I hope you're sitting down. Eastern Pennsylvania is 28 miles from Effort, Pennsylvania. And I've always been on this Kapaka thing too, because I'm telling you, I don't believe in coincidence, but that's me. Kapaka's mom lived in Williamsport, Pennsylvania from 2007 to 2014. Kapaka went to high school in Longton, Pennsylvania. He frequented Easton, Pennsylvania for physical rehab and a lady interest. And I believe he was using Kohlberger, got kicked out of the police program at his vocational high school. 2011, parents paid for skin removal surgery and treatment for eating disorder. Kohlberger never went back to high school. He moved to a little town named Effort, Pennsylvania. This is where Jeremy Saba and Ashley Frugel lived. Jeremy introduced Koberger to heroin. He and Ashley are suspected of being a couple. They did heroin together and all stayed in Everett, Pennsylvania. 2016, Nicholas Hicks, a friend of Koberger in Everett, is in a head-on collision. He dies. Trevor Roberts dies and Haley Rosenberger dies. 2018. Ashley overdoses, dies. 2021. Jeremy Saba overdoses and dies. There is an Eric Cecilio from Bangor, Pennsylvania. Name comes up if you deep dive in Koberger, and if you deep dive, if you dive deep in Kabaka, still working on proof, but it think he is the dealer. But I think he is the dealer, and she's got lots of stuff here that she added.
But here's the
Hopefully,
thing. Effort, Pennsylvania is the same. I just looked this up last night because I'm a great investigator because I've had a lot of souls cheat on me. And so thank God it came to good use, you know? But literally, I saw Effort, Pennsylvania when I was looking up Michael Koberger and ties to the other Upmore family. And Effort, Pennsylvania, it, and it's okay. Here's the deal. The parents and Koberger allegedly lived at 1119 Lambsden Drive, Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. And it's the same as Effort, Pennsylvania in terms of what I looked up. So I don't understand it, but that's what it comes out to be. And Effort, Pennsylvania, I will say, I was told by someone dangerous, Effort, Pennsylvania is a point of being, you need to pay attention to Effort, Pennsylvania for whatever reason.
Oh wow.
Trust me, I was told a lot, and I'm trying to put out, like, I don't even care anymore, but like the person that told me, I firmly believe was there that night. I believe Robert, I don't want to disrespect your channel, so I don't know what I don't want to say things you don't want me, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm happy to share what I know with you. I can email you. You can share them. I don't care. I firmly believe what I was told is kind of falling into place. I'm still trying to research and understand some of the things to make it make sense, but it is the only thing that makes sense. And in terms of at least two of the people.
Yeah, I still like to know why 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 the chrono it's stated in this one video I watched that what's her name is Xana was a native of Avondale, Arizona.
Uh-huh. Tell me why it says that Jasmine, this is I'm sorry to say this. This is why I'm starting to question, and I'm looking it up as we speak before you even said that, because I'm trying to prove what I'm saying. Because one of the search sites I looked at shows that Jasmine is 32 years old. Make that make sense for me, please.
How old is Jasmine?
say that one more
It
time.
says 32 years old, and I'm trying to find it
No,
right now so I
Jasmine's
can
the
prove.
younger sister. Jasmine's the younger
I
sister.
know. That's my point, though. And her contact information, it shows emails and all that good stuff. Xana Kernodle. I'm looking for it right now so I can show you so I don't sound like a crazy cuckoo person. And when I searched, I'm trying to find it. When I searched originally, and I asked somebody else about this, and they said they felt the same. The information keeps changing on like the public records where you can find these people because I couldn't even find Xana at the beginning of all this. Not the beginning, but like 2 months ago when I was really like deep dive. And I'm not saying it's not real, and I'm not being disrespectful. I'm just saying it's very odd.
Yeah, I know. Now see, what I've been hearing a lot is that
Right here.
that
I'm how can I show this to you guys? I found it. 32 Jasmine Grenoble.
yeah,
I
I
don't know
know
if
the
there's
Jasmine that's Xana's sister is not 32.
no, she's
I
not
know she's
32.
not, but she could be because I don't look my age and I'm
No,
older
no
than
way.
32.
No way. No way. I don't believe that. I'm sorry.
But it has Xana's information tied to her. It's one of the paid, like you pay the service.
Yeah,
Well,
well, let me tell you what. People can make up stuff all the time, honey.
No, no, no. I know. I agree. Trust me. Everyone in my life. I don't know why people hate me, but they hate me, and I've
I
done
don't
nothing
hate
but.
you. I don't hate
Well,
you.
no,
thank you. I appreciate you. People
I'm
have
just,
hated me. I've been bullied all my life for nothing.
but what you do got to remember is we're all here to do it together. We all love each other, and I told you I shoot it from the hip. If I don't
I
agree, I'll
I
tell you.
I pray
It's
you
not
do,
personal.
and
It's not
that's not
personal.
personal, and nobody should take it personal.
I saw Jasmine. There's no way she's 32. Somebody has put some crap in
I
there.
think she looks like me, and you probably would never guess my age.
Listen, there's no reason for Kara to lie or her own dad, Jeff's. I'm going to leave it at that.
I
So,
agree.
yeah,
They're the one family I do trust. That's
yeah,
what
yeah.
I mean,
And I'm
I
not
don't know.
doubting you, honey. I'm not doubting you for a minute that you found that. I'm just
And I
saying people
did.
can put stuff
But
out there.
yeah.
That's why we talk. That's why we're doing this. There's
And
going to be
that's
stuff
why
that
it
gets
breaks
put
my
up there. You
heart
got to,
because I
yeah.
want to know the truth and I don't want to say the wrong thing. And I really have not, you don't see me putting out videos, like, here it is. This is it. This is it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not doing that and I'll never do that. My concern is what is actually going on.
yeah.
And it's heartbreaking because Maddie Mogan's I don't understand that family dynamic, and it's none of our business to actually understand it, to be quite honest. Um, but I don't understand the cremated thing. Um, why? Why do her parents not have her ashes?
How do you know they don't have her ashes?
Well, I mean, because Steve Gonsalves said so.
Said who didn't have the ashes?
He said they both are shared. He and please,
Oh,
anyone in chat, correct me if I'm wrong.
I'll correct you right now. I know what you're talking. You're talking about Maddie and Kaylee.
Yes,
Okay, because they want to keep them together. And right now, Maddie's dad, he's having a difficult time, and he
I
wants to
know, and I
keep.
love him,
Hold
and
on, hold on. He wants to keep Maddie and Kaylee together. But Robert, no offense, Ellie, tell it to Elle. Robert, you've been on, hun, for a very long time, and I've been at
Yeah.
a basketball game, and Elle, we're gonna have to pick this up another time. I don't know about the chat, but I'm exhausted. Robert, you had a heart
Yeah.
attack. You're exhausted, and I
yeah,
hate to
yeah,
leave.
yeah, and
I
you guys are way ahead of time in me.
Yeah, and Robert is Zip is gonna get Robert's Discord going. That'll be a good place where you can talk to. And
Yes,
Robert, it's your show, but buddy, I'm getting really tired, and I want you
and
to
thank
have your
you for
Yeah.
good health.
having
In
me.
here.
I will share this. I will share this on my channel. I appreciate all of you guys.
All right. It was a pleasure having you, Elle.
Please take care of yourself, number one, okay?
I will.
Absolutely. Elle, you take care of yourself too, and we'll be watching out
Yeah.
for you. Robert, I'm
Thank
going to go
you.
ahead and jump down too. You got my number, and I've sent that stuff to Sippa. Chat, you're awesome as always. I wish
Yes,
we could
hit the
just
like,
go for
subscribe.
hours and hours, but I am wore out. Really wore out.
And I hope you guys will come eventually to my lives when I get there. So please just keep your eyes out, okay, guys? Because I appreciate you and your insight as well.
Yeah,
Yeah, you got it.
I'm actually a subscriber on your channel, L.
Thank
I
you
hit the
so much.
Yeah, I hit the subscribe button because I was told that you did that. I saw that you did a video when I was doing the whole Michelle thing, and you were reacting to the video that I had made, and that's how I learned about you. And
Yeah.
I went ahead
You
and
did see my response, right? To you, your comment, I responded, and I have nothing but love for you.
yeah, I saw your response.
Okay. Just take care of
Okay.
yourself. Okay, guys,
Let's
all of us,
yeah.
I
let's
will.
just take care of
Yeah.
ourselves, love each other. Let's all be kind. There's no reason for anything else.
Okay, I tell you what, L, drop down. Robert, I'm gonna drop down, let you do your closing remarks, and I'll see both of you very soon. Chat, it was
All right,
great.
Rock Chat.
We'll do it again.
Hug
Much
those
love.
doggies for me, okay?
I will. I'll give them hugs, hon.
All right, take care. And
You
you
too,
too,
sweeties.
Robert, okay? Take care of yourself. I'm gonna hop off too.
All right, you too, L.
Thank you guys so much. I'll talk to you guys soon.
You're welcome, hon.
Yeah,
Love you.
All right.
Sophie.
this was an awesome panel tonight, guys.
Yeah, Sophie,
Amen.
we'll catch you
I
again next
appreciate y'all.
time. Okay, we're dropping down so you can do your final thoughts,
Yeah.
Robert.
All right. Take care, guys. All of you in chat. Thank you. You guys are the best. All of you. Like, subscribe. Robert's the best. Bye, guys.
Bye, hon.
Thank you for tuning in to the True Crime Cult. Your cult leader has left the building. Ha 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 ha.